Muito bem, senhoras e senhores.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. My name is Cristiano. We are going to be together throughout the day, and we're going to start our program today discussing the context of why we are here. Because we have been going through great changes, okay, all over the world, technological transformation, we're going through that. All of us, we are here with a microcomputer, laptop, a cell phone. We also have globalization, people and products traveling from one side to of the world to the other, faster and faster, geopolitical changes. We just need to watch the news to find that out. Our population is aging, and we have many studies discussing that, okay? And so the modification of time, and so I have been now experiencing almost 60 degrees Celsius in Rio de Janeiro. So all of these factors, they have been bringing many changes to our productive industries and sectors, and also the labor dynamics has been changing. Many countries trying to ensure competitiveness and sustainable development. They are dedicated to promoting actions, boosting research, innovation, and the adoption of new technologies, okay? Such as the training and retraining of our professionals. Brazil, facing the same challenge, is now promoting a discussion, trying to promote a strong strategy to boost our national industry, because this is a huge economic driver. We have productive processes, products, business models, everything is changing at the same time, okay? And that's how it's going to continue. It's impossible to go backwards. So these processes, they bring the need for us to overcome all of these challenges, increasing productivity, adding new technologies. So we have this key element regarding the competitiveness of the industrial sector in Brazil. And this research was carried out by the SENAI, the National Industry Confederation. And this process has advanced a lot in the past 2 years. So all of these factors that we're sharing with you, they are redesigning the future of labor, and mainly the labor of the future. And technological and vocational training and its quality is now more and more relevant, so that our countries can develop themselves. And also the new geopolitical situation that is being created now. Here at Brazil, we can count on SENAI, which is a vocational training school, and so that we can implement this new industry that we have been debating, okay? And we want to expand the presence of Brazil in the global market, mainly when it comes to training professionals, and also developing technologies and solutions for the industrial sector. Within this context, we have to analyze the creation of an economy, and that is going to exist inside a society that is sustainable, okay? And also focusing on productivity and our social lives. Technological education is not immune to this new environment. No. It's exactly the opposite. Okay, we have the preparation of our young people for the future, and a permanent requalification of our laborers and workers. And so this industry has to respond to the need to incorporate digital technologies in their management, okay, in their processes, in their educational processes, so that everybody who goes through that, students, professors, teachers, they are going to be able to dominate skills such as social emotional skills beyond technical skills, worrying about the environment and also with sustainability. Well, within this scenario, okay, in order for us to have reflection spaces, exchanging experiences from an international experience, SENAI is promoting the International Seminar on Professional Education, and we also have the International Show. promoted by the International Institute of Germany, BIB. And this is a fruit of the partnership that we have. And we have the same objectives of creating spaces for us to exchange experiences, best practices, so that we can try to find the best practical uses of the digital technologies and make opportunities feasible, okay? And so that we can use our professional competences. So I just said all of that to contextualize what we're going to do throughout the day. In SENAI and its partners, when they decided to organize this international seminar, Fundação Roberto Marinho, SENAI, the CNI, and BIB, they are going to start this day exchanging knowledge, experiences, aiming at strengthening the vocational and technological education in Brazil and the Brazilian industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cristiano Ziegel, and event is an inclusive one. I'm going to describe myself. I am a white man. I'm wearing a blue suit, a blue tie, a white shirt. I have green eyes, brown hair. I have a beard. Thank you so much. Whenever speaking here, since this is an inclusive event, please describe yourselves. So we would like to inform you that this seminar is happening in a hybrid way. We have people here inside this auditorium, but we also have people online, speaking online on YouTube. And we also have interpretation into English and Portuguese. So we are reaching many, many parts of the world with this event. We also have Brazilian Sign Language interpreters here, okay, that are going to be here with us throughout the day. Thank you for being here. So, okay, let's start. Let's start our opening panel. I would like to invite onto the stage the host of this event, the General Director of SENAI, our dear Mr. Gustavo Leal. Mr. Gustavo Leal is the General Director of SENAI. I'm going to speak from the podium, okay? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for SENAI, the National Service of Industrial Training, to welcome all of you here. I would like to start by thanking the partnership that we have with BIBB and also with the Roberto Marinho Foundation and the Futura channel. They are two essential partners that we have that jointly with SENAI they created this event. They are participating in the organization of this event. So I would like to greet Mr. João Alegria, the president of the foundation, Joana Cáceres, okay, that works at BIBB, and Nina Sartori, who is a counselor for scientific issues at the Embassy of Germany. Okay, I would like to greet Professor Sueli Menezes, Vice President of the Primary Education Chamber, here representing the National Council of Education. Oh, dear Professor, it's a great honor to have you here. Your partnership with the National Education Council is very important for us. I would also like to greet Mr. Ricardo Tonazzi, President of the National Educational Fora of the states, the Brazilian states and the federal district, on behalf of whom I would like to greet the representatives from the educational secretariats from many states, Santa Catarina, Sergipe, the federal district, Maranhão, Paraná, Rio Grande do Sul, Piauí. Thank you so much for being here today. This is going to enrich our debate in an outstanding way. Professor Maria Soraya Adriana. She is the president of the technical schools connected to our federal universities, Condefuf. Solomar Rocambá, president of the Federal Council of Technical Schools. Thank you so much. And please allow me to thank our worker, Marilza, who dedicated herself a lot to organize this event. Marilza works at our superintendence here of vocational education, and it is led by Mr. Felipe Morgato, and you know him well. And he is always, always working hard to promote this type of debate, trying to boost our vocational education. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to discuss the importance of all of this for SENAI, for vocational education, for our industries and factories, and for Brazil. What we notice is a deep change in the lives of people who come from digital technologies, a background of digital technologies, a deep change in manufacturing in our factories. And please allow me to speak a little bit more about the factories, because this is what I love to do. We work a lot with industries and factories in SENAI. And there is a new trend now due to the digital technologies and all of these changes associated to environmental issues related to decarbonization, sustainability, climate changes, renewable energy, the rational use of our biodiversity, a green world that is rising strongly. And this brings with it huge impacts to our world of labor. And if it impacts the world of labor, it also impacts people. What is the profile of skills that people have to face this new world that is so diverse and different? Allow me to share with you a personal experience. When I got my degree and I started working in the industry for 15 years, I had pneumatic instruments and also electronic instruments to work with. At that time, we had time for the experts in the pneumatic area to retire. There was time for people and schools to prepare the future generation for them to get to know these new technologies. Everything was slower, everything happened step by step. What we're going through now, maybe this is going to be the largest impact, which is the speed in which things are transformed, the speed with which knowledge happens in the academia, and from the academia it goes to our social lives, and so the speed makes us feel stunned and sometimes dizzy. And we, individuals, corporations, schools, sometimes we are so stunned. Sometimes we are so anxious. How can we live with this? How can we respond to this immediately? So maybe this is the biggest challenge that we have now in our contemporary world. All of the countries nowadays, they are facing this issue. It's not only training our youth well, but how can we create environments that are going to allow adults to acquire these new skills and competences in a permanent way? Because as we have been seeing, things are changing too fast. How can we create a fruitful environment for education, sustainable environment for education to become perennial? How can people have access to this kind of information? What should be the role of our vocational schools, of our schools? Certainly, it's not the same as we had in the past, in which things happened slowly and we had more time. We have to start thinking in a disruptive way when it comes to this. We have to become owners. When I say we, I mean schools. We have to become owners of these digital technologies so that we can make a difference and we can do things differently. Maybe we can create a shortcut so that we can achieve results faster. These are the challenges that we are facing now. At the moment, at this moment, that having access to knowledge, having a population that is highly educated and qualified for this new world of labor, this is a decisive point, a decisive element so that we can do our investments properly. The companies are seeing this. Where do I have highly qualified and highly educated people? Oh, here, so I'm going to invest here. If education in general was always very relevant for our economies, now vocational education becomes even more relevant because via educational and vocational education is how we're going to build these platforms, these mechanisms, this possibility of granting access to our population in a permanent manner to new pieces of knowledge that are going to generate new skills and that are going to allow these people to remain included in the world of labor. Because labor nowadays is so disruptive and so ever changing, always changing. That's why these policies become more relevant. The approaches, the guidelines that impact greatly vocational education all over the world. This is a little bit our desire for promoting this international seminar, to get to know the experiences from other countries, the opportunity to reflect together of how in Brazil we can structure new responses for these problems. So I wish to all of you a wonderful seminar, and may we together be able to find great solutions. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Palavras inspiradoras.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gustavo Leal, for your inspiring words, the General Director of SENAI, and he has already shared some provocations with us that we're going to have throughout the day. I would like to invite the General Secretariat of the Roberto Marinho Foundation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is João Alegria, and I'm here representing the Roberto Marinho Foundation. I'm a white man with gray hair. I'm wearing a pink shirt and gray pants, but I'm wearing also beautiful blue tennis shoes. It's neon blue, neo sneakers. So once again, we are together organizing this reflection moment about vocational education in Brazil, a topic that is extremely relevant for our country, for our societies, for every single Brazilian, and a topic that is sometimes forgotten by many people who works with education, and that's unfortunate. Why are we here today? The Roberto Marinho Foundation has inside its strategic line of thinking a very clear and simple focus: educational inclusion, educational productivity or productivity in education. Of course, we are worried about all of those who are having a regular cycle, educational cycle, and working hard. We have been working hard so that they can stay there, conclude their primary education, and that have access to vocational training later on, and that they don't drop out from school. We have 10 million people in Brazil between 15 and 29 years in Brazil who didn't finish their education. They didn't finish their primary education. They are not attending any schools, and they didn't finish their vocational education. And jointly with SENAI and other partners, we dedicate ourselves to working with these people who were left behind. And the challenges of complementing their education, formal education, and to continue thinking about primary education and continuous education for the world of labor, they become extremely relevant. And even though we have a specific target audience, we are thinking about this. And When we think about this, sometimes we get a little desperate when and think about the huge challenge that is being presented to Brazil in this field. But among the several factors that we could add and reflect upon this topic, I would like to share with you only three of them: culture, technology, and innovation. What do I mean by that? We have to think about these, that we're not going to find pathways that are effective in Brazil to overcome or to achieve these demands if we don't start from culture. We need to think about diversity, we need to think about our territories, we need to think about biomes, we need to think about everything that characterizes what we call culture. And so proposals within this field for vocational training, they have to be built and structured based on a ground that is considered culture. This is really relevant. In second place, we cannot think about anything else if we are not truly committed to technology or with technology. Not a technology that has become demonized and not technology that is going to save us all from everything. But it's impossible to think about good alternatives for having productive inclusion if we don't have a digital mindset. This agenda is here to stay. We cannot run away from it. And when we talk about technology, we're going to have amazing things that are related to the design of new learning uh, processes, and something that we as Brazilians, we need to face: digital barriers, technological barriers, data flow. But what we cannot do is to use some problems that we need to solve as an excuse to do nothing within this field. Oh, I'm not going to use technology because we have digital barriers, technological barriers, and people are not going to be able to overcome this. We see this more as an excuse rather than as a possibility to find a solution. And when I bring this last word, we have inside our organization the impression that our pathways must be disruptive. We cannot redo certain pathways, traditional pathways that we see in Brazil and all over the world to overcome the problems or to meet the demands of so many people, new careers and careers that haven't even appeared yet, and so that we can include our youth, mainly the younger people, in the world of labor. So I believe we have to be open to experimenting, to trying out new learning strategies, disruptive strategies. And I say this very calmly because I am at a place where the word innovation doesn't present any threats to us. Whenever I think about the schools that SENAI has and SESI has in the last decade, for instance, differently from the classic example, I'm going to take a picture of a classroom in the 19th century. And now, if I did that in the last decade of the organization that I'm at, they changed every single year. They have changed every single year in the last 10 years. So innovation is not a threat to us, but maybe we should have the capacity to communicate to the educational scenario that this transformation is urgent, necessary, and it must be radical. This is the situation. We cannot give ourselves the luxury of waiting. We have to be way more prepared for this important characteristics of the current world of labor, to be able to think about the transformation scenario, ongoing transformations. This idea that we are capable of creating prototypes, experimenting, having iterations, and continuously transform ourselves and our organizations. I'm sorry I spoke more than I should have, but with this perspective and mindset is what we're using to work. That's why we have been partners of SENAI now in the Futura channel for 26 years now. Thank you very much. Let's have a wonderful work day, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. João Alegria, General Secretariat of the Roberto Marinho Foundation. And now I would like to invite from the Federal Institute of Professional Institute of Germany, BIBB, Gianna Cassia Ribs, so that we can renew our partnership, okay? Renew the partnership between the Institute and SENAI. BIBB is also SENAI's partner and also the Futura channel partner, and we are incorporating its international roadshow of digital technologies aimed at vocational training. And this is happening all over the world, aiming at promoting the new digital technologies and moving forward and advancing in vocational education. So we're going to listen to the chairman of BIBB and Mr. Friedrich. The floor is yours.
Sehr verehrten Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, there are subtitles in Portuguese, so we would like to acknowledge the cooperation between our institute and SENAI, and it's wonderful to have this partnership with SENAI. Clearly, I'm sorry that I was unable to go to Brazil in person, but according to the topic digitization, it's a great pleasure to welcome all of you virtually to celebrate the vocational education in our area and this partnership between Brazil and Germany. And so we are now celebrating 25 years of cooperation. And we also, this is our silver anniversary. Let's put it like that. The cooperation between BIBB and SENAI is also characterized by 25 years of exchange, learning, and mutual, mutual learning, okay? Now, our dialogue is based on joint activities between Brazil and Germany and Latin America. Not only do we share knowledge, but we also build relationships together. Bearing in mind the challenges that Brazil and Germany are facing now, because as a result of digitization, it is clear that we need to adjust and adapt our partnership to the world's demands, okay? And also the labor world and vocational training. This new agreement of cooperation signed by BIBB and SENAI, however, therefore, aims to promote digital media use, okay, in the vocational training. We are also here with all of the interested parties, okay, and trying to institutionalize professional training. So we would like to make our education more attractive, more flexible, and more inclusive, okay? So for us, signing this cooperation agreement, it is a milestone of mutual help for both sides. So we also must have a commitment in maintaining our partnership, okay? Joint initiatives such as the International Roadshow of Digital Technologies and also for professional training. The visits of the study. So, ladies and gentlemen, the International Roadshow emphasizes the continuity of our partnership and growing need to adjust our systems to a new vocational training, because this is the digital era, okay? Therefore, I'm very glad to have signed this agreement today and to renew our cooperation. At the same time, I would like to sincerely thank SENAI for its trust, the trust that they have in us. And I'm really anxious and looking forward to continuing our cooperation, our fruitful cooperation. And I wish to all of you a very inspiring event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now, can you hear me? I was thanking Friedrich Huber Esser. Thank you very much for your kind words. And now we will recognize an important moment. The Director General of SENAI, Gustavo Leal, and the Project Manager of Latin America from BIBB will sign the document of renewal of partnership. So please, let's sign the document, and a round of applause, please. We saw the signature of Ana Cáceres Ribs, the project manager for Latin America of the Federal Institute of Vocational Education in Germany, BIBB, and to the Director General of the National Service of Industrial Training, Gustavo Leal. Very well, the document has been signed. And now I would like to pass the floor once again to Gustavo Leal, the General Director of SENAI. Before I talk about the document, I would like to correct something that I forgot in the beginning of the self-description. I am a white man. I wear glasses, I have a gray blazer and a white shirt, and I'm middle-aged. Middle-aged is my favorite part of this description. But I would like to talk to you about the relevance of the international cooperation for SENAI. SENAI is completing 81 years of existing, and I can say that SENAI is a fruit of international cooperation. We were able to absorb knowledge from many countries from all over the world, and this has helped us a lot. And among these countries, maybe the one that we have the most cooperation with is Germany, in vocational education and in the areas of technology and innovation. And BIBB is a 25-year-old partner of ours that has helped us a lot on this journey. And we have huge challenges for the future that we hope to be able to discuss in this event. And in relation to this event and the partnership with BIBB, I would like to share with you that recently we implemented here in a building close to this one, the Institute SENAI for Educational Technologies. In this institute, SENAI intends to create an adequate environment to work with educational startups, edtechs. What do we want? We want to signal very clearly to these young entrepreneurs what the difficulties are that SENAI can see to offer a vocational education that is aligned with the new age, and how they can, using their creativity and the entire strength of their intelligence, to help us find solutions to these problems and challenges. So we signal what the problems and demands are, and we seek young entrepreneurs that might help us to solve these. And SENAI is a potential client of these solutions, but they are free to work on the world market, because what we feel is that there is an enormous growing necessity for good solutions that can support the vocational education in many diverse knowledge areas. So this is the objective of this center, and I think we will have moments in these 2 days where we can visit it. There is a very adequate infrastructure for prototyping, and anyways, it's a new exciting challenge, and we count on this partnership with BIBB to progress and advance on this new frontier of the work that is being done together with SENAI. So thank you very much for the trust, and we are together on this journey. Thank you very much for your words, Director General of SENAI, Gustavo Leal. Now I would like to invite the people on stage to return to their seats, and we will finish the opening of our event. Now let's start with the panels. The first panel of the day will be composed now with the topic, Dynamic of Training for Work and Neo-Industrialization in Brazil. So here in Brazil, we will have the senior economist of the Global Practice of Social and Employment Protection from the World Bank, Josefina Posadas. Welcome. Also with us, Felipe Machado, Deputy Secretary of Industrial Development, Innovation, Commerce, and Services of the Ministry of Development, Industry, and Commerce, MDIC. Welcome on stage. Also with us, Frederico Lamego, Superintendent of Industrial Development of the National Confederation of Industry, CNI. Welcome. Good morning. Also with us remotely, Atílio de Batista, leader of projects from the World Economic Forum. And faced with the necessity of preparing it, oh, he's on the screen already, so a round of applause, please. Welcome. So, facing the necessity of preparing professionals for the digital green transformation of the industry, which is the topic of this panel, SENAI has an educational proposal that is articulated with the high school where society, industry, and SENAI are narrowly connected. We will watch a video now to understand a little bit more about this issue. SENAI offers to the itinerary of the technical and vocational education from high school a curriculum that prepares the student for the future professions. With a methodology that prioritizes development of technical and socio-emotional skills, articulated with the national base of the common curriculum and the demands of the productive sector, the model counts with educational high-tech technologies, which potentializes the process of learning and teaching. This model is structured with a joint solutions associated to the different perspectives involved in the implementation of the new high school, which contributes to the schools in overcoming its challenges. When your learning is finished on this model, the student is able to be inserted into the labor market and continue his studies. SENAI has been acting for 5 years in the itinerary of technical and professional training of the new high school, with many resources that transform the school environment, bringing meaning and bond to the student. And the partner schools of SENAI benefit from many things that give to their students the necessary skills for the future professions. With a quality teaching and methodology, SENAI is recognized in Brazil and the world as a reference in vocational education. Did you know that 92% of the companies prefer to hire a technician from SENAI, and 84% of the students that conclude the technical course of SENAI are able to find a professional position? Come, be a partner and be part of the transformation in Brazilian education. Know more about the work of SENAI and its proposal for a new high school by accessing senai.br/Novo Ensino Médio or by pointing your camera to the QR code on the screen. Let's remember that we will have 1.5 hours for each panel in our program. So now I will pass the floor to the moderator, Frederico Lamego. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. I am white. I'm wearing a blue suit. I'm 51 years old. I'm also entering middle age. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. On behalf of the National Confederation of the Industry, SENAI, and especially on behalf of our president, Ricardo Abama, it's an honor to be here with everyone. This neo-industrialization topic is critical in the discussion in Brazil nowadays, as you all well know. It's not an isolated case in Brazil as well. Many countries nowadays are discussing similar proposals in function of a group of transformations that started with the crisis of 2008 and that bring, especially as many scientists say, to a lack of necessity for the current models, especially when we evaluate the post-2008 era with all the indications of the increase of inequality in the world associated as well with the effects of the climate change. This new way of thinking about geopolitics, world geopolitics that has been settled since the post-COVID scenario, brings countries to think of new action strategies. Our president, in his inauguration speech, talked 3 times to the audience of entrepreneurs, politicians, and representatives of many classes that maybe this agenda of neo-industrialization is the last opportunity that is opened to Brazil for us to reach new levels of development, be they social and sustainable in the next few years. Once that we have advantages that are very strong to take advantage of this new wave that is happening because of this climate agenda, this agenda of sustainability and decarbonization. And at the same time, because of all the effects of digitalization, which will be affecting the world of labor, these two contexts of sustainability with digitization are indications of a new world that is arriving. And as Gustavo Leal said very well, we don't have a lot of time and the rhythm of the change is different, and the issue that remains is, will there be employment and opportunities for all? How must we prepare the labor market and the workers, because it will indicate the attraction of new investments for this new agenda? How can Brazil take advantage and enjoy this agenda? My colleague Achilio, who is here with us, coordinates an initiative of the World Economic Forum that we here in Brazil coordinate through SENAI, which is a skill accelerator that has an objective to create a reskilling and qualification agenda, taking a look at the new digital tendencies. And so with all of this background, and without further ado, I would like to pass the word to Mrs. Posadas so that she can give the perspective of the World Bank as our keynote speaker, and to talk about where these transformations are leading us and if there will be employment for everyone and how we must prepare for these new waves. So please go ahead. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a white woman. I won't say my age, but I am an example of globalization. I was born in England, and I grew up in Argentina, and I lived in the US, and now I'm working with Brazil. I will switch to English because I think that the presentation will be quicker if I speak in English, but I can understand Portuguese, so the questions can be in Portuguese. 20 minutes, right?
No hurry.
I think that the first part of the presentation that was to remind all of you that the world is changing and is changing fast, I can skip, because this is something that has been said for by all the speakers so far. But this is something that it's really, really seen in every aspect of our lives and in every aspect of the work that we do at the World Bank. The important thing is that these changes that we usually talk about, these mega trends that are the technological transformation, the globalization, the climate change, and also aging, is changing the world of work. When we are talking about the changes in the world of work, what we are seeing is that especially in low and middle income countries, there is a new way of entering the workforce, and many of the youth are today without the formation to find jobs. And we find a large percentage of youth that are not in education or not in employment. This is something that is very important for all of us because it's what's going to define the growth of all these countries. What's happening is that currently there's a lack of abilities or skills that is being a constraint for growth of firms. So what you can see here in the graph in the left is our estimations for many regions, and you can see how employers are complaining about the lack of skills as a constraint for growth. Especially if you look at the highest bar on the graph in the left, you would see that in Latin America, on average, more than half of employers are complaining that lack of skills is what is preventing them to grow. This complaint tends to be larger among larger firms and medium firms. So the TVET system can contribute and should contribute to solve this problem. First, it can focus on providing work-related skills. This is solving the disconnect between the demand and the supply of skills that we see in the market. Second, it has to help in increased access to productive employment by preparing the workforce, current workforce and future workforce, to have skills of high quality, especially in the new jobs, in the jobs of the future. That's green jobs and digital skills. This can be done also by promoting learning on the job. And this can also be done with more flexible systems for skill certification and skills recognition. A lot of the learning may happen on the job, so the formal system of education may not be enough to facilitate the recognition of those skills. And obviously, the last point is facilitate the upskilling and reskilling of workers. So what I'm going to do today is to leave you with some of the messages from a recent report that the World Bank just completed. I'm not one of the main authors, but these are friends of mine, and I wanted to present these messages with you because they really resonate with my own experience supporting different countries in the area of employment and training. This report that was just completed by the World Bank was in collaboration with the ILO and with UNESCO. It's available online. I'm also leaving the presentation for everybody to have access to it, and you can review it. The authors are also ready to respond to questions if you want later on. But the important thing is that this report is giving three big messages. The first message is to describe that there is a disconnect between the skills are being produced by the TVET system and what the labor market needs. This is reflecting problems in learning, problems with the support that is given to instructors, and a lack of incentives that would reward the outcomes of the market. The second big message is that business as usual won't cut it. We are not going to see improvements if we don't change the way we do our work. And to help with that transformation, this report offers 3 transformations that may guide how to go about this reform of the system. Before that, the report describes in details what are the challenges of TVET systems in low and middle income countries. I'm not going to describe them all, but I want to leave 2 of them with you today. First is that TVET systems tend to be small compared to the needs of the labor market. As countries develop, the size of the TVET system grows. When I say it grows, I mean it's able to serve more students. What you can see there is that the size of these boxes is growing with the level of development of the country. And the size of the boxes represent the percentage of youth between 15 and 24 that are enrolled in TVET. In the blue, you have general education. In red, you have TVET students. So you could see how important it is to support the growing of the TVET system. The second message is that in many low and middle income countries, the TVET system excludes many people. So what you have here in the blue bars is the percentage of students that are enrolled in TVET. In blue again is the percentage of students that are enrolled in general education, and in orange is the percentage of students that are enrolled in TVET. In high-income countries, usually, sorry, I said it wrong. That's another graph that I'm not presenting today. So this is the one that, in blue, what you have is the percentage of students enrolled in TVET from the bottom quintile of the income distribution. That is the 20% poorest students in the distribution of the population. And in orange, what you have is the percentage of students enrolled in TVET from the richest quintile. That is the 20% richest percentage of youth. What you could see is that in the advanced countries, those that are in the gray box, you have a large percentage of poor youth that use the TVET system as their main means of entering into a job. This is also not as large for the richest. In the pink bar area, I shaded Brazil. And Brazil has a much lower percentage of students enrolled in TVET, both from the bottom of the income distribution, but also from the top of the income distribution. So a solution is possible, but it will take time. And to show it takes time, and because these countries that you're seeing at the bottom, Malaysia, Korea, and Singapore, have been one of the main drivers of the lessons that I'm going to share with you shortly, what you can see here is how long it took to these countries to develop their TVET systems. So what you have in the axis there is a series of dimensions that the report considered to see how fast you can evolve. And the length of the arrows is how much time, how many years it took each of these countries to develop these dimensions. And although you don't have there exactly the years in the axis, what you can see is the transformation of these countries that today are a success was long. It took between 10, 20, 30 years to have advanced countries. So this is a signal that transforming and having the dynamic TVET system means constant investment and constant dynamism to maintain it actual, relevant, and dynamic. With those ideas in mind, this report that I just mentioned to you proposes 3 transformations. And they call the 3 transformations the 3 E's, because what they are proposing is that you move from striving for recognition to excellence, and that you move from focusing on inputs to focus on end results, and to move from making decisions based on conjectures to making decisions based on evidence. This can be done by following 6 clear steps that I'm going to describe for you. The first one is to think about the who you want to support. So focus on enterprises and your students. These are the persons that are going to be your clients, and at the end of the day, that are responsive to whom you need to respond. How do you do that? You do it by focusing on 4 steps. First, the system has to be demand-driven. You need to focus on the demands of the employers, what employers need. Second, being strategic. Start small, and then expand. This is very important to maintain the quality of the teaching. Then be focused on or center on the student. This is the key for success. You need to focus on the students and their potential. And lastly, equity. Addressing the potential barriers to access education, TVET education, and the school-to-work transition is a critical factor for success. Second, the what. What is important here is to foster a portfolio or a menu of skills and competencies that take into account foundational abilities, as it was said clearly in the introduction today, but also on technical skills that are demanded by the market. How do you do that? You should prioritize the foundational skills by making sure that every student have them. And second, focus on these technical skills that are on demand, for which you would need information, and that's a point that would come later on. Third, how do you do that? Well, you need to promote an ecosystem, an integrated ecosystem that would offer different strands that are flexible, that are hands-on, that you can learn on the job with practical experience, and by providing also quality inputs to teachers. Provide these flexible pathways to TVET. It's critical, and it needs to show a diversity to learners. Then, if we move to the end result, we have two basic recommendations. One is to balance the autonomy and the accountability of the TVET system. What do we mean here? We mean that there are 2 things to do. One is to strengthen the government's role in quality assurance, but do it in a simple way and in a gradual way. The second recommendation is to empower learners, the students, and the private sector to demand more from the TVET system, from the institutes, because at the end of the day, they are the clients and the beneficiaries, and they need to be in the driving seat. The next recommendation is to realign the financing. What do we mean by realign the financing? What we want is to promote reforms that will reward results, increasing financing also for those areas and sectors that are being underserved. This can be done by, 1, realigning the financing with the results that you can see in the labor market. 2, by conduct periodic reviews that would be used later on for this realignment, and by bringing in more private investment. Last but not least, and an area where I have worked a lot, you need to provide information. Without information, people would make blind decisions, and very likely the wrong decisions. The information that you need to provide needs to be produced and disseminated in a way that is attractive to the users of that information, which are three. First, the students and the firms. This information needs to be very detailed and be clear about what are the returns to education of the different field of studies, and in particular from the courses or the TVET training they are going to get. This usually is done by labor market observatories. So this is something that is here for you to do, to ask the government to help or have an active role in providing this information for these many stakeholders. Second, this information also needs to be catered for TVET providers. TVET providers need to understand what are the skills that are on demand today by employers. They need to understand what are the feedback loops between what they are teaching and what employers need. And lastly, this information needs to serve the policymaker because they are also influencing the design of programs and they are also influencing the financing. But without information, their decisions may not influence these programs and financing in the right way. Now, just to finalize here, the big message that we want to leave is that it is possible and there are opportunities to leapfrog and have a more dynamic TVET system and overcome the barriers that have been described. There are quick wins. You can start small, focus on the sectors that are a priority and on the programs that are a priority, and improve them thinking on what the private sector needs by ensuring quality and relevance. This reminds me of the PDO of my last project development objectives, sorry. And second, this is the time for that reform because there are lessons today that that can be used for redesign or to guide this reform. This is a moment where the lessons on how emerging countries have been transforming their systems can be appropriated and expanded to many other countries. And technology, as it was said before, is an ally that you can use to drive these transformations. Lastly, COVID left also many lessons on how to take advantage of digitalization and how to do transformations very fast that can also be used to guide how you do your transformation. But there is a word of caution here. We said that Brazil has very few students compared to other countries. So I showed a graph where I showed that the bars of the percentage of students in the TVET system in Brazil was much lower than what we would see in high-income countries. However, as you expand the system, you need to be careful not to expand too fast and compromise your quality levels. This is a lesson that we have learned from other countries. Expanding too fast and compromising quality may bring a stigma to the sector that you really want to avoid. With this, let me stop here. I know that I didn't have many times, but there's an opportunity for discussions later on. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation about the challenges that we are facing now, mainly when we analyze the success cases of the cases in Eastern Asia and how long it took them to implement their vocational training programs. So I would like to continue this chat by asking a question to my dear friend Achilio, who is responsible for a skill accelerator, and the main focus is creating a skilling and upskilling agenda. Atílio, so how you guys in the World Economic Forum are analyzing this digital transformation scenario, green jobs, and what are the lessons learned that Brazil could be able to use to accelerate this agenda in Brazil, bearing in mind that we have this new industrialization challenge? So Mr. Atílio.
I'd like to ask you is, what would you see as a trend and the perspective from the World Bank, from the World Economic Forum, in terms of addressing the future of work agenda, especially in the topics related to sustainability and also all of the digitalization, and what are the lessons learned and lessons that could be applied to Brazil in order to accelerate this agenda here? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federico, and really a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for the invitation. Really a pleasure to be working with you on the Skills Accelerator. It's a long-standing partnership, and we're very happy to work with you on improving the skills landscape in Brazil. I'm happy to share some data from our Future Jobs report that we prepared that covers some global trends, which also apply to Brazil and Latin America, and we also have some data from Brazil that can actually help answer your question. So I'm going to actually start with that. If you wait one moment, I'll share my screen, and I'm happy to walk you through some of the key findings of our report. The World Economic Forum runs every 2 years a Future Jobs survey. That it's a global survey where we ask companies around the world to tell us a little bit about their perceptions, their opinions, what do they see from their vantage point about the future of work in their country, in their industry. And these are both global companies and smaller national companies. The 2023 edition of the report reached about 800 companies that represent 11 million workers. And from this, we were able to extrapolate actually some key trends on a global level about where the future of jobs is going. First of all, the future of jobs is changing. The future of work is changing. There's a lot of churn. A lot of changes are happening. A lot of jobs are being created. A lot of ones are also being disrupted. And we estimated that about 23% of today's jobs will change in the next 5 years. The report overall always takes a 5-year lens. So these are all projections based on what we have heard from our respondents from between now and 2027. So 1 out of 4 jobs are expected to change in the future. What we have asked also respondents was to tell us a little bit about what are the trends that are driving this change in jobs. Back to your question, Federico. And we assessed 3 key drivers of job churn: the green transition, the technology transition, and the big kind of acceleration of digital technologies and other technologies, and as well as the overall global economic outlook. So we see, for example, and then we asked CHROs and leaders from the business sectors what impact these 3 trends are likely to have on job creation in the next 5 years. And we see that, for example, the green transition shows a very positive trend in terms of being able to actually generate jobs and create employment opportunities worldwide. The technology adoption, instead, it's a bit of a mixed actually answer. We see some technologies actually that are going to have a positive job implication, and some that might have a more negative one. And this is really also a reflection of the type of technology and how they will be adopted by businesses in the country. And finally, the economic outlook, unfortunately, globally, a little bit more pessimistic in the past few months. So these, in general, is expected to have a negative impact on unemployment in the next 5 years. Then we went deeper and asked actually what technologies and what green trends are going to really shape the future of work in the next 5 years. And for example, big data and AI are the ones that came on top as the ones that are most likely to have a net positive effect on jobs, meaning a lot of companies are hiring right now specialists and specific figures that are going to help them actually apply AI and big data technologies to their business models. And of course, there is also 1/4 of companies that are actually saying that AI might have a negative effect, but overall the actual net effects was overwhelmingly positive, actually globally. When it comes to the green transition, here as well, there are two main aspects that we looked at. So the actual transition of specific systems, so the energy system and others. So the actual adaptation of the business models of these companies, as well as the adaptation to climate change that will require investments in infrastructure and in other areas that will drive actually job creation. So these on these areas, businesses are really positive in terms of allowing and expecting these type of positive effect on job creation. And we also are able to extrapolate some specific roles that are expected to be on the rise. Some ones, for example, sustainability specialists or solar solar energy installation and system engineers or renewable energy engineers are expected to be growing over the next 4 to 5 years. Then we looked at Brazil, so we do have data also for Brazil, and thanks actually also to SENAI for helping us to collect some of this information in the country. When we looked at Brazilian companies, we see that, for example, in general, there is a very good adoption of technology, or at least companies are really expecting and trying to make use of the technologies that are coming up. So in general, lots of focus on technology adoption among Brazilian companies. A little bit less on actually basically training workers on technology skills. So if we compare with global average, we see that, for example, 46% of companies in Brazil are expecting to adopt new materials and technologies that are related to also to the green transition against 29% globally, while 61% of companies are expected to adopt health and care technologies against 47% globally. So on these two categories of technologies, for example, there is a higher focus among Brazilian companies than the rest of the world. When we look instead at what are they actually focusing their efforts when it comes to reskilling efforts, so actually 19% of companies in Brazil told us that they are going to focus on technology skills for reskilling their workers, and this is actually lower than the global average of 28%. So a little bit of a departure from the global trend. So there is a bit of a disconnect or potentially a gap, as in companies are saying we do want to adopt more technologies, but maybe they're not really putting the same efforts in terms of prioritizing technology skills for their workers. When it comes to the green transition, more specifically, similar trends, I guess. So actually, when it actually opposite in terms of the skills piece. So 25% of Brazilian companies do consider green skills core to actually being able to transition workers into mass employment jobs, and that's higher than 16%, which is the global average. And actually also 67% of companies in Brazil expect green skills to increase in importance for their companies against 51% globally. So higher focus than the global average on what we call green skills, and a little bit less maybe on some of the technology literacy and technology skills in Brazil. We also were able to actually project a little bit on a global level what are the jobs that are expected to grow and decline fastest, and also what are the ones that are expected to grow and decline in larger amounts. So actually, on one side, the ones where these are basically smaller sets of roles, so the ones that do not employ a lot of people right now, but are expected to change dramatically in the next few years. And the next slide that I'll show in a moment look at jobs that actually employ a lot of people today and are expected to grow or decline in the future. So when it comes to the fastest growing and fastest declining jobs, we see here a lot of the ones that I also mentioned before. So the AI and machine learning specialists, sustainability specialists are really coming on top. This is globally. And of course, these are still maybe niche jobs today, but are expected to grow very fast and employ a larger part of the population in the future. But also others, we see fintech engineers, robotic engineers, and others. On the other side, some of the jobs that are declining the fastest, bank tellers and related clerks, so in the finance industry, for example, but also postal service clerks, cashier, data entry clerks. So these are some of the really jobs that actually are more easily also replaced by some of the new technology adoptions as well. Moving on to what I was mentioning, the jobs that are most likely to grow fastest, we do have some of the jobs actually in the agriculture sector, as well as in the truck and transport industry. Vocational education teachers are on the rise as well. So I guess linking back also to the discussion that my colleague was having before from the World Bank, these are really also expected to grow as more companies are going to have needs of reskilling and upskilling. A couple of data points on actually the skilling needs for workers. We have actually 44% of workers that are expected to need actually reskilling because core skills are going to change. So 44% of workers' core skills will change in the next 5 years. So that means basically half of what we know will need to be updated. And then actually, what are the skills that are going to be most prioritized by companies in the next 5 years? So the top 10 skills include some of the cognitive skills, such as creative thinking, analytical thinking, technology skills from AI and big data to general technological literacy, and then skills that relate to self-efficacy or working with others, such as leadership, social influencing, resilience, flexibility, and agility are also on the rise globally. Specifically, the resilience and flexibility and agility piece is something that really stood out from the Brazilian companies. This was something that a lot of companies in Brazil seem to be prioritizing, both when it comes to their upskilling and reskilling programs. So actually 45% of companies say that their programs are focusing heavily on resilience, flexibility, and agility. And this is one of the highest numbers worldwide. I think only Italy, France, Austria, and a few others had a higher number than Brazil. And 72% of companies actually believe that resilience, flexibility, and agility should be the core, actually part of the core skills of their workforce. And this is much higher than the 50% globally. So really also a strong focus among Brazilian companies on what we call the self-efficacy skills. Just a couple more slides. First of all, I guess 6 out of in 10 workers will require training in the next 5 years. This is globally. And this means that actually we do see a lot of skills gap in the labor markets today. So these are data that are similar to what we just heard from the World Bank as well. This is globally. 60% of companies told us that actually skills gap are what's are the thing that is preventing them from actually transforming their business. So it's not so much about growth here, but really transformation of the business to adapt to the green and digital transition, for example, but also others. 50% also complain about their inability to attract talent. So actually not just the lack of talent in the labor market, but their own inability to attract it. And this was particularly severe in some industries that maybe are less attractive to workers than others. What are companies doing to actually respond to these issues? So 80% of companies are both trying to invest in training and learning on the job, and at the same amount, they're also trying to automate processes or automatize processes, which means trying to actually be more efficient, more productive, and with their work. When it comes to attracting talent, what are the strategies that companies are adopting globally to be more attractive towards workers? So first of all, improving talent progression and promotion processes, so offering more dynamic career pathways. Almost 60% of companies are prioritizing this strategy. And 1/3 are either offering higher wages and or providing better reskilling and upskilling opportunities. So also the reskilling and upskilling piece is really seen as a way to drive talent attraction also from companies and get better talent. Last piece also probably very linked to the work that we're doing with the Skills Accelerator and what we're trying to support in Brazil. What are the policies as well that companies believe will be most impactful when it comes to increased talent availability in Brazil? So 47% of companies believe that more flexibility on hiring and firing could help talent strategies. This is higher than the global average. but only 30% believe that actually increased government funding for reskilling and upskilling is actually necessary. So in general, there seems to be a good amount of support from the public sector, at least based on these data, and this is lower than 45% globally. And then 25% of companies also actually would like to have changes in labor laws that are related to remote work. So 1 out of 3 companies, and this is higher than global average, then it's 1 out of 5, so 18%. I believe this is really it from my end. I hope that helps to clarify some of your questions, Federico, but happy to also follow up and take any other question you might have.
Thank you so much, Atilio, for a very broad perspective. Felipe, gostaria de...
Mr. Felipe, I would like to have your perspective from the government, mainly when it comes to the neo-industrialization policies. When it comes to training personnel and staff, what is the government's perspective, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I am a white man. I have light brown hair. I don't have so much hair. I'm wearing a dark suit. I believe it's almost black. And my shirt is light gray. And I'm wearing a pink tie. Thank you so much, SENAI. On behalf of its General Director, Mr. Gustavo, SENAI has been a long-term partner of the federal government with essential skills so that we can design development policies that the government has already designed, is designing. I would also like to thank my colleagues from the World Economic Forum and from the World Bank for the outstanding presentations with relevant data, and this makes us reflect a lot about this topic. This topic is a very complex topic. My dear friend Frederico, he provoked me before, and he discussed a neo-industrialization as the last opportunity for us to achieve high development levels. This does not impact me because the narrative that we have within the government now is that this is an effort that does not, that is something that doesn't only have to be done by the government. The entire society has to be involved in this. And so as the Vice President has been calling this neo-industrialization, if our entire society, the civil society and all of the relevant stakeholders do that, it's not going to happen. But this challenge is not a small challenge, not only for Brazil, but in the Brazilian case, it is a bit more complicated because, as you well know, we suffer and we have been listening to people and we have been, the academic research, they tell us that we are suffering the worst deindustrialization in the world. And so there was an economist from Harvard online, he said, what about historic cases of reversion of the industrialization case? He said, no, I don't know. I don't know any cases. But obviously, this is not our destiny. The world is ever changing, and at the federal government, we see, yes, it's possible. But we don't want to reindustrialize Brazil based on the old industries. That's why we're calling it a neo-industrialization with digital foundations, based on the green economy. And as Frederico said, Brazil has comparative advantages that must be boosted so that we can achieve this level of development. And in order to be able to meet this giant demand, the federal government recreated the National Industrial Development Council so that we could coordinate all of the agencies, the civil society, to move this new industrialization policy forward. And we're going to establish the general guidelines and the actions that have already been coordinated and created within this neo-industrialization policy. Regarding the specific topic that is very relevant, And based on the presentation given by our colleague, Ms. Josefina, she showed to us the Eastern Eastern Asian countries, what happened, for example, in South Korea, that in the 60s was a very, very poor country, and now they are highly industrialized, and Brazil is practically going back to the 1980s. And so, since economists like to fight a lot, there are two sides to this discussion, in this public discussion that we have. Many who say that what happened? And so in Korea, Korea invested a lot in education, the public and the private sectors. And some people said that the industrial policies were the what made all the difference. The industrial policies, strengthening the markets, the industries. And so for us, none of these answers are enough. These things have to walk hand in hand, side by side. And that's what the National Development Council and its members, they understand this. So I'm going to mention very briefly so that we can have time for a Q&A session. Some initiatives that started in December is the creation of a working group to discuss this interaction that many people say it is deficient. So the educational sector in Brazil and the demands of the market, they are totally out of sync. So all of the competent agencies, with the participation of the civil society, we're going to try to design the best instruments. And more than that, we're going to try to coordinate what we already have, because many things are already being done. The fragmentation of actions is a huge problem in the development policies. We're trying to align everything via the National Industrial Development Council. Another relevant action that has already been announced is the Qualifica PAC, which is a committee connected to the new PAC. PAC is the acceleration program. It's 1.7 billion reais for infrastructure, defense, healthcare, civil construction. So this is a huge program, and it's going to make many working chains come alive. And so we hope that we're not going to have many bottlenecks in terms of our labor forces qualification. Of course, we're going to have some bottlenecks, okay? And so these chains are very meaningful, and they are based on these resources. So this committee is going to try to identify what are going to be the bottlenecks based on this demand that the federal government has, including all of the stakeholders that we need, and including SENAI. And we're going to try to stop these bottlenecks from happening. And we're going to try to deliver the new PAC outcomes. And I believe that last week, if I'm not mistaken, something else was announced. We want to have a more dynamic and productive Brazil, and we're going to try to help the SMEs in Brazil, the SMEs. And SENAI is essential in this. All of this development pathway, digital transformation of these SMEs, and also we are even offering graduate training courses when it comes to smart factory. So these are only some of the points that are well consolidated in the neo-industrialization agenda. And this is an essential topic, and we have to help the companies, we have to train the companies, we have to skill the companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. I will ask two questions to our colleagues since Achilio had to leave already. I will start with Josefina. Josefina, you put in your presentation very clearly how far Brazil is from the perspective of a reach from a population standpoint of a low income that is covered by vocational education, and the youth to be trained to enter vocational education. What is your suggestion from a perspective of focus? Since there is not a lot of time, and at the same time you talked about the reputation and excellence. So, bearing in mind that we have an agenda of giving a quick support to this neo-industrialization agenda, what would indications be for us, Brazil, to know how we are progressing on this agenda for vocational training and education? And if there are financing mechanisms that you at the bank are thinking of to support this growth? Great, thank you very much for the question. I want to say that in the World Bank's work, we found that one of the main things that countries have to do to promote the entry of the technical training schools is to give information to the students that this could be a future for them. Many people do not have enough information. One thing that we have taken a look at in Brazil's case is that the information of the labor market is scarce and dispersed. It's not centralized, and there's no easy access for the people. This information needs to be detailed so that people are able to know where they need to study, what are the future jobs that have good perspectives. So this would be the first step, because you have a system, but you don't know if the person have the same information of the benefits of the systems that you have. The second step would be to promote the collaboration with the private sector and to bring it more to the public sector. That's why I loved the offer and the project that was being developed to connect the technical schools and the companies. But I don't know if the general population knows of these proposals and the benefits of these collaborations that are being developed. Thank you very much. Felipe, how is the government taking a look at this partnership of the educational institutions and the companies? Is there already a road track for the establishing of new players to create this agenda and to support this neo-industrialization agenda? And what are the future projects? Yes, I didn't have time to talk about this before, but one of the things that the federal government did when they recreated the Council of Industrial Development is to increase its representativity. So we have more than 20 ministries, including the Ministry of Education, that are part of it, the Ministry of Science and Technology, which was already in it last year, and the president of the Brazilian Development Bank, and 20 members of this civil society, because the intention is to bring all of these institutions of training and this entire agenda of training and formation that is a little bit more formal. So, as I said before, one of these instruments is the creation, which actually was approved yesterday in a meeting of the executive committee, of a work group that will bring all of these players and to bring these actions together and to bring synergy somehow, which is one of the most important aspects, because we see, and the audit agencies have said that there is a lot of fragmentation, a lot of institutions, entities, and institutions have their own measures and projects. And if we join all of this and bring a logical coherence, we will have more it will be better seen, and it will bring more effective results. This is a great concern of the government, and it's already happening. It will happen even more in the next few months. Thank you. I would like to ask a last question in connection to the sustainability of employment. Josefina, what is the suggestion from the perspective of the World Bank? Do we have to take a look at the sustainability agenda as a transversal agenda, or should we look at it from the perspective of developing specific professions in function of the green jobs that are appearing, as was shown very clearly by our colleague Achilio? Thank you very much for the question. I wanted to say that you need to do both. It's not one or the other. So I have three messages. Number one is that I really liked the World Economic Forum's colleagues' presentations. It's a report that I read a lot. And I would like to take a look at these numbers, more specifically for Brazil, because our statistics are a little bit different for other countries. For example, I carried out a study about green jobs for Indonesia, and the percentage of their job rate is very low, especially compared to the United States. And these green jobs, these new green jobs, generally are between 3 or 7% of the workforce. But the employment where some green skills will be needed are much larger than this. So you will have to do both at the same time. And to understand how to go through and carry out with these reforms, the first step is to understand what the skills will be that will be demanded from the jobs that are changing and inside the new jobs. The bank has the same methodology that is being in the pilot process to find out what are the green skills that we can leave at everyone's disposal. But it's very important to develop an information system to identify exactly what these green skills are that will be necessary in each profession to help the technical schools to change their study programs and to connect better with the private sector. Thank you very much. And Felipe, piggybacking off of the same question, when we take a look at the industrial missions proposed by the Industrial Development Council that will talk about the agenda of industrialization in development in the country, are there some that are more focused on sustainability versus topics like defense or healthcare? Will these agendas be worked at equally? No. We have 6 missions, and they have the same character or hierarchy. And what we always say is that we start explaining and we say that all of the missions are guided by certain principles, and one of these principles is sustainability. So actually all of the missions, we see these principles of sustainability, and not only sustainability, but digital economy and digital transformation more specifically. And so this differentiation that we try to make is very clear. We have these missions that are great challenges, great social challenges that we have, and they're connected to agro-industry, energy security, and food security. And in health, we have a resilience aspect and sovereignty. All of these are important missions for the Brazilian government. But with all of these, in all of these, we will be obligated to analyze it from a sustainable and economic viewpoint. Thank you very much. I think we are at the end of our panel. I would like to thank both of you and colleague Achilio for their presence. I hope that it could show how complex this agenda for the future of Brazil truly is. Thank you very much for the words and contributions from Josefina Posadas, Felipe Machado, Federico Lamego, and the participation of Achilio Batista as well. So let's continue with our event. Now we will have one more important discussion about professional education in the digital transformation, in the green digital transformation of the industry. I will invite Douglas Pereira, Vice President of Human Resources at Volkswagen Brazil, on stage. Also, the General Director of SENAI, Gustavo Leal, please return on stage, back to the stage again. We will have online participations as well in this next panel. The Director of Policies and Regulation of the Secretariat of Vocational Education, Patricia Barcelos, is here as well. Welcome. Also, the Head of International Affairs from the Swiss Federal University of Vocational Education and Training. Good morning, guten Tag. And remembering that on the afternoon we will have a roadshow of technological and digital professions and a workshop for trying out these digital technologies. It will happen parallel to the panels in our seminary. And one of these presentations will be by Germany and the other one from SENAI, and they will be identified by a selection of good practices that will be conducted by BIBB. So stay tuned for our afternoon program. Now let's begin our second panel, and I will pass the floor to the Director of SENAI, Gustavo Leal. Welcome. In this panel, we will discuss the issues connected to green economy. I would like to thank Douglas for his presence, Volkswagen, which is a great partner of SENAI, Professor Patricia and Professor Eric that are here remotely online, but they are contributing to our discussion nonetheless. I was observing the last panel, and it was showing how small the demand is for green knowledge in the Brazilian industries. But the speaker showed that this should increase a lot in the next few years. And I dare say that maybe in Brazil this growth will happen even more intensely, because if there is space for us to think about a neo-industrialization in Brazil, this space is very connected to the comparative advantages that we have in comparison to our energy matrix and our biodiversity, and connected to all of these strengths that can make the country very attractive for investments in this area. So we have everything needed so that the growth here can be even above the global average. I would like to thank Professor Eric, who is our keynote speaker of this panel. He will understand, hopefully, that because of logistical issues, we will pass the floor to Dr. Patricia Barcelos, who has some scheduling conflicts. She is the director of the policies and regulation at the Ministry of Education, and we will see how the Ministry of Education is taking a look at these dynamics and how they are thinking about public policies that can strengthen our actions connected to green education. I would like to reinforce to the panelists that if you could keep yourself to 10 minutes, just because of the time, it would be best. Thank you very much for your participation here, Dr. Patricia. Good morning, everyone. I would like to acknowledge the panelists, Eric, Douglas, and Gustavo. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this seminary, in this very important debate. I have a presentation, and I would like to talk a little bit about the CTEC structure. I think that's important to talk about the Secretariat of Technology and Education that works with this policy. We have our Secretary, Getúlio Max Ferreira, our leadership in this process, and we have 4 directorates. We have a directorate of program and our substitute secretary and DDR, where we have the leadership of Professor Madedeon and Director Carla Jardim, to talk a little bit about the directory of policies and regulations and how we deal with all the actions that we are dealing with and how we will deal with the green digital transformation. So the national digital transformation I will also talk about, but when we're talking about the new high school, it's a great opportunity for us to think about the digital green transformation and circular economy and digitization that can bring to this space of the high school and what it brings. Also, another great opportunity, which is the verticalization, where we take into advantage the technical courses and also the professional qualification issues, the bioeconomy policies, the certifications, which we are revising it from the certification standpoint, and the EJA integrated with the technological plan, and this needs to be articulated with the technological education and a lot of potential in green economy and all the regulatory aspects, how we can bring these policies to the national catalogs and how we can integrate them. If we're talking about the national catalogs of technology and professionalizing courses. And going directly to the agenda. Next slide, please. I wanted to highlight a partnership that we have with GIZ, which is the Agency for Technical Cooperation of Germany, that are working for educating professionals of the future with bioeconomy, circular economy, and digitization, and they have carried out many workshops and making many pamphlets about this debate, which is very important. I would also like to highlight a study to implement technical courses in bioeconomy in the legal Amazon, which is a partnership of the secretariats of the of Education and the Ministry of Education and SENAI. They are helping in this implementation. It's very important for us to have this data and to be close to those that make the trainings in the legal Amazon. So there are many stages. A diagnosis has been made about the populations, and today we are working, and the scenario that we are creating elaborating strategic routes for vocational education and to point out formation gaps, and then construct plans of implementing the priority technical courses. And I would like to highlight to you a direct action of ours and as we are working and having partnerships to develop studies and researches, be they workshops or seminars or direct studies of potentialities and demand studies, the Ministry of Education is creating a proposal with 12,000 positions with an investment of 24 million reais, where we're working with the federal institutions of research and technology and the national networks of vocational education. So it's very important for us to highlight the importance of us working with all of the vocational education networks, be it with the ISU system or the federal institutions or the state networks that are present here. I, for example, am in Belém, in the state of Pará, and I was in Marajó Island, where I had a direct contact with the offer chain and the Federal Institute of Pará, and they are both very engaged with the bioeconomy sector, working together with the high school students, which is very important for us. Here in the previous panel, Qualificataque has been highlighted, and so this dynamic with the high school is fundamental. And I would like to talk about the Vocational and Technological Training National Plan. We had the law 14,645 from 2023. I will not read the entire legislation, but the importance of bringing this moment and to discuss the issues of bioeconomy and green economy and circular economy are present. First of all, we will discuss a national technological and educational system so that we can have better consolidated data of offer and high quality data. This is very important for public policies so that we can progress with more security, working so that the Brazilian population, especially the youth, have information about the offer. Another point that I would like to highlight is the issue of vocational learning. So the law brings a possibility of articulation with the high schools and the vocational education and the dynamic between them, highlighting that vocational education is a policy of the Ministry of Labor and brings this possibility of the articulation with the high schools. So it's very important to look at this offer of proposals and the possibilities that the education can bring to the students of high schools, and that we can potentialize the bioeconomy area actions with this type of education. And to finish, when I'm talking about the national policy, I would like to highlight that we have a 2-year period up until 2024, which will be a very important year where we will consolidate all the debates and all the dialogues that have happened to construct a state policy of technological and vocational education policy. And on the topic of circular economy and bioeconomy and green economy, and all the potentials and challenges of the future jobs need to be present in this. So I would like to highlight that the national policy predicts this expansion of the offer. It is a necessity for the development of our country to expand the vocational and technological education for the upskilling and reskilling of the workers, because this education happens all throughout the individual's life. So this necessity is something that we need for when we think about this education. But this policy also brings the productive sector with it, and this articulation with the productive sector is very important. Be it when we think about participation ways for the employment and training, or if we think about the articulation of the formation institution in the productive sector and the private sector, or the possibility that the legislation brings us to create a tri-party system where the productive sector will also be present. So the message that I would like to leave you in this space is that this policy will be constructed, this national policy of technological and vocational education. It's a state policy that needs to contemplate all of our technological access and that we can bring the issues of the jobs of the future, the bioeconomy, green economy, and circular economy to this debate, and that the productive sector can participate in the elaboration of this legislation. Because without their participation, we will always have the issue that the demand will never be 100% qualified. So it's a great opportunity. I would like to take this moment to invite all of us to think about this state policy and to present to our country a policy that will impact in the development, focusing on education and higher qualifications, and thinking about the technological and vocational education with all the diversity that we have in our country kept in mind, and all of the benefits that this type of education brings to all the audience. And so I would like to thank Gustavo once more for the invitation to participate in this moment, and to leave the secretariat of our secretariat at your disposal to work together and to create a public policy that is effective and that works together with the national evaluation system and the structuring and very important policies for the developing of our country on the medium and long term period. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you very much for this macro perspective of how the Ministry of Education is planning all of this. We do have a very clear professional education is very important to value this type of education. And the repositioning is very important for everyone that acts in this segment. Thank you very much, Professor. I'll now pass the floor to Professor Eric, who is our keynote speaker in our panel, and he will talk a little bit about policies and vocational educational strategies to make the green digital transformation easier. Go ahead, Professor.
Thank you very much, Gustavo Leal.
To be here for this TVET seminar. So thanks a lot for the opportunity. I will share my screen. Right. All right, so my name is Eric. I'm a white man, blonde hair, 52 years old. And yeah, actually my wife is Brazilian, Carioca. But unfortunately, my Brazilian is not good enough, so I will continue in English. So I'm very keen to share with you the experiences of Switzerland and to present you some VET policies and initiatives supporting the green and the digital transition in Switzerland. So I will very briefly, just 1 minute, present you the role of TVET, also in the context of green and digital transition, the key elements of dual VET in Switzerland, and based on this, share with you the VET policies for the green and digital transition in Switzerland. So allow me just a few sentences about the Swiss Federal University and VET. So last year we had the 50th anniversary, and actually it's all about people. So our main mandate is to train the teachers and trainers at the vocational schools and also at the training centers and also in the companies, and it's all about the pedagogical training. The other area is doing research and development, and yeah, also about education technologies, also about trends in VET in Switzerland. The third area is work closely together with the private sector, so with the professional associations here in Switzerland, and to support them to develop the training plans to support, to develop the occupations. And last but not least, the international cooperation. So we have also a lot of projects going on, and we are very happy that we also have a collaboration with Brazil. So, for example, with the Fernando Cardoso Foundation and also with the Ministry of Education in Brasilia and SENAI, we also had already some contacts. So this is some brief information about the university. Now let's come to the key elements of the dual vocational education and training in Switzerland. And in order to be able to learn also from each other, I think it is very important to contextualize. So to share with you some information about the country, about the context. So Switzerland is a small country with 9 million inhabitants. It's a federal state with 26 regional authorities. And when it comes to education, this is very important because the general education part is rather the responsibility of the cantons, of the regions. And when it comes to vocational education and training, it's a partnership between the cantons and the confederation on a national level. It's a small country, but there are 3 main language regions. So we have the German-speaking part, French-speaking, and the Italian-speaking part. And also when it comes to vocational education and training, we see that in this small country, there are also little differences concerning the perception of VET. So in the German-speaking part, dual vocational education and training is much more popular than in the French-speaking part, for example. The backbone of the economy in Switzerland are the small and medium enterprises with less than 200 employees. So you see it here. Almost all the companies are SMEs. They employ 80% of all the employees, and they achieve 60% of the economic performance. As a small alpine country, Switzerland lacks raw material. Switzerland has had no choice but to continually reinvent itself over the centuries. So developing expertise and alternative sources of income. And so you see it here that since now a few years, Switzerland is the most innovative country according to this index. And we think that one of the reasons is also the strong education system and the strong focus on dual education. So in Switzerland, we have the dual system as also in Germany. And you see it here in, this is the comparison with the European countries, that Switzerland is currently the country in Europe with the highest proportion of dual VET at the upper secondary level. Yeah, about 2/3 of the school leavers, they start vocational education training program. So you see it is very popular in Switzerland, and they can choose among 250 professions. And most of these programs are dual, so 91%. So this is the apprenticeship where the apprentices have a contract with the company. And when it comes to the companies, about 1/4 of all the companies, they are willing to train, and they do train apprentices. And last year, 84% of all the apprenticeship positions offered were filled. So you see here also there is the offer is bigger than actually there are more offers than candidates, and there are a lot of differences also in the professions. And in Switzerland, it's not an exception. There is also some lack of qualified staff, and there are also some challenges to get qualified apprentices or workers in the IT field, for example, or the classical professions as butcher or baker, for example. Yeah, but the key principle, so the first one of the VET is the permeability. That's also one of the reasons why the vocational education and training is very popular. That is 2/3 of the young people who choosing this pathway, they already can continue in the education system. So with this 2 to 4 years program, it is really a good starting point to work in a company, but also to continue the education on a tertiary level. The second key principle, so the strong labor market orientation. So this, I think you already know, we have the dual system. So these are the 3 learning venues we have here in Switzerland. So of course, the host company, where the apprentices spend 3 to 4 days per week. Then the vocational school, 1 to 2 days per week. And then we have also the branch courses, branch training centers, where apprentices from different companies coming together, and this is several times a year for an apprentice. And this is also very important then when it comes to the digital and the green transition. The last point I wanted to mention here as a key principle is the public-private partnership. So this is really one of the most important elements of VET in Switzerland. So everything is based on a collaboration between first the confederation, so the state, which is responsible to develop policies, to manage the whole system. Then we have the regional authorities, so the cantons. They are responsible for the implementation and the supervision, so they run the vocational schools, and they give also permission to the companies to offer apprenticeships. And last but not least, the most important, so the private sector, we have the professional organizations here, and they have really this important role to define the training content and the qualification standards for the professions. And these key principles are very important to understand, and also this partnership. When we then go now to the next topic, so how Switzerland developed VET policies and activities for the green and the digital transition. I would like to mention here 2 areas. So the first one is a huge initiative that has been implemented. So it's Vocational Education and Training 2030. And this is based on a joint partnership with all the relevant VET stakeholders. So it's coordinated by the Ministry of Education with all the cantons, the companies, the schools, so with all the stakeholders integrated. So it's really a joint initiative. And we have here 4 topics. So it's how to integrate green digital skills in the curricula of the apprenticeships. It's about the training of teachers. Then there are also some incentives, some funding programs for companies, and also to foster education technologies. And the second area is in Switzerland, it's driven by the business. And I mentioned the companies, the professional associations, they are responsible to update the qualification standards and, if necessary, even to develop new professions. And I will give you here some 2 examples in the digital and in the green area. So the first example I want to share with you is the identification and integration of digital and green competencies in the training plans and the curricula. And there the ministry, but always together with the companies, with the stakeholders, have developed guidelines, recommendations how to identify and how to integrate these green and digital skills in the training plans. So there is one guide for the digital transformation and another guide for the sustainable development. But this is really a recommendation, so it is not mandatory to implement this for the companies. It is considered as a support for them. And this is highly appreciated, as we have a lot of small companies who needs also some support in this area. So in these guidelines, first of all, it is important then to recognize the influence and impact of the transition, of the digital transition on the competencies. So there have been developed a tool questionnaire for relevance check, which helps you to check whether a skill from the qualification profile of the profession is relevant to the digital transformation. Yeah, and this check is carried out using key questions. And the key questions here are structured according to the subject area of the digital transformation. So, for example, for this competence, is the professional handling of a digital content of crucial importance today or in the future? Do you have to be able to create digitized content? Do you need knowledge of copyright or usage rights? So these are just a few examples for questions. And then if we answer yes, so if there is this relevant, then it is the next steps. And it's about formulating performance objectives for each competence of a profession, and then also for each of the 3 learning venues. So this is just one example that supports companies to integrate digital competencies in their training plans. The second one is about the training of teachers and trainers. And also within this huge 2030 VET initiatives, there is now a revision going on to better meet the challenges of the technological change for VET professionals. So especially for the teachers teaching at the vocational school, and also for the trainers teaching at these branch training centers that I just showed you. And this revision should taking into account all these technological trends and so on, and will enter into force so next year. Of course, it is important that the apprentices then get the green skills, but they can't get it if the teachers and the trainers have the necessary knowledge about it. And then, of course, also, it was mentioned also before, so really to create a digital mindset of the VET professionals is very crucial in this context. The third example in this VET 2030 initiative is some incentives for companies. It was just mentioned from the REF that in Brazil, I think 30% of the companies, they only have been interested in this kind of funding. And here in Switzerland, there is an initiative, so Simply Better in the Workplace, where the federal government and the cantons they support companies who wants to enhance, to promote the digital and also the green skills of the employees. So they have the possibility then to ask for some funding for practical oriented courses, and they get then up to 3,000 Swiss francs for the development of the course and 15 Swiss francs per participant and per lesson for this kind of course. So this is nevertheless quite interesting for especially for the small and medium companies. And the last example here, I would just like to share is education technologies, VET. So this was also a huge project funded by the ministry and implemented by different universities in Switzerland. And there is also the link to the book. And there is just one example, because in Switzerland we have the dual system with these 3 learning locations. And this is, of course, it's an advantage, but it's also a challenge at the same time, because sometimes these 3 learning locations don't communicate. So there has been developed a tool, so it's just a digital platform, you know, where we link these 3 learning venues. So you see here an apprentice, a chef, a cook, who has elaborated a recipe, cooking recipe, and now he's implementing it. And he can take pictures in his workplace and then share these pictures with comment, put it on the platform, and then the teacher at the school or the instructor in the company can then comment and give a feedback or evaluation on this. So this is just one simple example how to link the 3 learning venues. Then the second part was about the new professions. So as I said, the professional associations, the companies, they are responsible to offer the or to define the training content of the apprenticeships, and to update also is to integrate digital and green competencies. So now often it is possible to keep the profession and to integrate these digital skills. But sometimes it is also necessary to create new professions, and I just wanted to share 2 of them. So first of all, it is the digital business developer. It just started actually this year. It's a dual 4 years apprenticeship. And you see here the different tasks. So it's about communication, presentations, supporting technical specialists, analyze ICT products and develop optimization proposals. And so this is not linked to a sector. So it's quite transversal, and you see here some examples of training companies like the Swiss Post, Swiss Railways, or the banks, UBS, Swisscom, and so on. So they started now these apprenticeships just this year. So this is in addition to the classical IT specialist. And this is just to show you the development of this profession. So it takes some time. And this occupation was developed in 2 years. And it was also here a public-private partnership. So the professional associations had the lead, but every stakeholder was involved. And the second one is in the green area, so the solar installer. This is a 2 or 3 years apprenticeship, also dual, and this will start next year. So it's how to plan, assemble, and also dismantle the solar systems. And here there is more a need for the companies in the building technologies sector, so more SME companies. Yeah, and this is also one of the measure to fill in the gap. So you see here, it's an estimation in the solar economy in Switzerland that the jobs in the next 15 years will double. And it is important, of course, to have these workers and to have these workers also skilled with the required qualifications. So in conclusion, though, I have showed us the functioning of the dual system, and then also the policies, the green and digital transition. And based on this, I would say there is no top-down approach in Switzerland. It is always about public-private partnership. It's not the government just top-down, so it's really all these measures, initiatives are developed together with the companies, with the schools, and with the government. And I rather would say these initiatives are driven by the business, but then supported and approved by the government. And yeah, what is also maybe important that in the curricula there is a large autonomy for the business, and if the technology changes, they don't have to change the profession automatically. Yeah, so it's not linked to a specific technology. That's also the reason why from these 250 professions we have in Switzerland, we have maybe 1 or 2 new professions a year. All right, so this was what I wanted to share with you. We are also very keen for international cooperation. So, obrigado. Thank you very much for your interest.
Professor Eric, so we are here, highly impacted by all of the vast experience that you have shown and that Switzerland has. It's different from Brazil. It's a small country, it's a wealthy country, but the experiences shared with us, they have impacted us greatly. Simple things that have wonderful results and outcomes and should serve as inspiration for us. Something that attracted my attention and a belief that we share with you is that vocational education has to be guided towards the market based on what the companies need. The companies, in the end, they define, they decide what kind of competences and skills we need to develop in our workers. And logically, and then we have to carry out joint work with all of the expertise from the training centers, the schools, in order for these things to flow smoothly. Whenever the companies participate and see the value of the process, and so the results are amazing. We have the apprenticeship programs in which the students part of the day they stay at a company, part of the day they stay at a school, and then they are trained. How this is important in Switzerland and how this works properly. I look at the Brazilian reality, oh my gosh, how much do we have to change our training courses and education to have a situation such as that, so that companies can see the value in working together with our schools, so that we can train those people, qualify those people, because those people, they are part of their intellectual capacity development. The companies working jointly with the schools so that we can train the people. And this is what we're going to need. Your experience is very, very successful and interesting, and this should serve as inspiration for us. And it's also inspiring for us to hear how can or how does a Brazilian company, because Volkswagen is in Brazil, how does a Brazilian company see all of this, their needs to face the challenges presented by these new technologies, the issues regarding sustainability, the SDGs. How are you seeing all of this? Thank you, Mr. Gustavo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a white man and I have brown hair and brown eyes. I'm wearing a blue suit, a white shirt. And first of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Gustavo, in a special way, your entire team, Felipe Terra and Cássia, Marilza. Thank you so much for your care and attention in organizing this event. Also, I would like to greet Patricia, Eric, my colleagues on the panel, and let's discuss this topic and let's discuss our cases. I'm very, very proud to be here, and I'm also very, very grateful for the vocational education given by SENAI, because I speak from a perspective. I started my professional career about 30 years ago because of SENAI, because of the professional training I received, the vocational training So my career started 30 years ago, and I know how important this type of education is to promote social transformation and also to add value. It's not only a vocational school, it's a school that teaches us values as well. I'm going to discuss our cases within Volkswagen and the question that you discussed with us. So very briefly on my part, should I myself change the slides, or is somebody going to do that for me? Volkswagen is this. We are a Brazilian company. We have been in Brazil for 70 years now. We have had a long trajectory and history. I believe that everybody has had some contact with Volkswagen at least once in their lifetime, yes? We have a strong relationship with the Brazilians and with Brazil. So I'm going to share the context with you so that I can share with you. So I have some. We are here as the region, Brazil, Argentina. We are also present in other countries. I believe that we are now 17,000 people, but we already had 200,000 people who have worked for us here in Brazil. And so we have sold 373,000 vehicles. We produce I'm sorry, I cannot read the slides. And so I believe that we are responsible for 15% of the Brazilian market. And we are the company with the largest product portfolio, as you can see on the slide. When we talk about this partnership for vocational training, and I discussed my personal story, and I started at SENAI and at Volkswagen. So we have celebrated Volkswagen's 70th anniversary and our golden anniversary. And it's a partnership that we have between SENAI and Volkswagen. And we are a pioneer of having a vocational training inside our company. So our school is inside the Volkswagen unit in São Bernardo do Campo. And we have trained over 7,000 students throughout these 50 years. And most of these students were hired by Volkswagen themselves. They were able to develop a beautiful career there. We are also pioneers when it comes to the training of women. And so we have our female apprentices, and they represent at least 50% of the women who are being trained at our school. As a foundation, we have a 2-year program focusing on industrial training, mechatronics. We mentioned the examples of Switzerland and Germany, so we are using this example for quite some time. For them being inside the company, they can be vocationally trained, technically trained, they are inside a corporate environment, and this helps them learn and they become specialized. And so we have a double training, and we have a partnership with Hakka, and we have a double training jointly with SENAI.
And we also have some professional training programs in all of our units in Brazil. Beyond this unit in São Bernardo that I mentioned, we have the unit of Taubaté, São Carlos, and now São José dos Espiões in Paraná, where we had a partnership, and now we are bringing a part of this training to the inside of the company. So now we also have a training of apprentices in our unit in Paraná. And talking a little bit about the challenges of this transformation. When we're talking about the auto industry and mobility, we think about the traditional processes of a production of a motor vehicle. We have the soldering of the chassis and the painting and all the components, the quality tests, the engineering and quality development department. This is still a very intense challenge because of the complexity and the high demand that it requires, be it technological or the emissions and the green aspects. But this has transformed and expanded in a very significant way, especially when talking about its complexity. As you well know, nowadays we talk a lot about electrification of hybrid vehicles and electric vehicles, which is a new technology that goes beyond the biofuel technologies, where we were also a pioneer in its development here in Brazil. We talk about the connectivity of vehicles. We talk about autonomous systems of direction or driving, and we talk about the digitization of the interior of the vehicle. So everyone nowadays that seeks a vehicle seeks for a vehicle with an infotainment panel, and this is a part of the transformation when we take a look at the product and its direct ecosystem. When we're talking about this transformation, the ecosystem is much more ample and complex. So we go from a topic, from the design of a vehicle, for example. Nowadays, the design is done completely digitally. We have the virtual reality design preparation department, not only for the design of the vehicle, but also the process of evaluating the prototypes is done virtually. It's tested completely virtually, and here I'll bring another example. You know the Nivus, which is one of our products. Nivus is a vehicle that was developed completely in Brazil, and it's a vehicle where there was no physical prototype of its development. It was prototyped digitally, and the development process of a factory. We have a digital factory. So before preparing the factory, the project is done in a virtual reality environment. The services are done. We make a virtual tryout of our factory before we start with the installation. We talk about the Industry 4.0, and now we're talking about Industry 5.0 in our elaboration of a market that demands high-tech technology in every area. And we also talk about the interaction with these clients. Nowadays we go to a car dealer and we have our DDX, which is a online platform where you can go and buy a vehicle. We have some stores in malls, for example, where you go and you have a smaller exposition. You put on a virtual reality goggles and you can configure and choose and purchase your car in this way. And in the same way, you can also find a car, rent a car online. The cognitive manual, of course, now you don't need to take a look at the manual anymore. You ask a question to the cell phone and you get an answer about any question that you have in relation to the process. And so there are a couple of examples that show how quick the transformation of our auto industry is. So this brings us to a very intense necessity to reflect about the profiles of the professionals that we need. And yes, we have a challenge and a very significant lack of some profiles, especially when we're talking about focus on technology and the digital aspect, which is one of the topics of the panel. It is a strong necessity and a lack that we have. So Brazil needs almost 150 positions in technological positions that we are only able to fulfill a third of. And so this lack or this necessity is not specific to Brazil only. And what we and I have noticed in the organization about the challenges that we face is that beyond the difficulty of finding professionals and the higher cost of qualified professionals, we realize that we start losing professionals to abroad, outside of Brazil, due to competitiveness, where we lose professionals to Europe and America, which are places that have sought more well-qualified professionals. So we need to increase our offer of qualified professional positions in our organizations. And in our professional formation, normally complements and is a part of our talent strategy for the organization. We have a very well-structured partnership with SENAI, where we have about 400 apprentices in partnership with SENAI in all its locations. And there is a focus on the more traditional parts of our industry, like mechatronics, electrics, and the other formations like tooling. But we also focus on the manufacturing processes, and we have brought the integration of systems and the focus on manufacturing automation and other aspects. And next year, we have a permanent dialogue where we will begin new courses that will focus on technology and management, but bringing to all programs a transversal perspective of SEGs and green technologies, so that the apprentices and the new employees enter and are able to question and develop and evolve our processes. Our partnership is not only isolated in this way, we have many other programs. We have a partnership with Paulo Souza Institution, a PTech, which is a institution aimed at technologies. We also have some apprenticeship development partnerships, and I'm speaking directly for the company. We have many training and vocational education programs in all of our units throughout Brazil. I wanted to bring a case that when we're talking about a necessity, we need to talk about SEG. It's one of the great topics here. We cannot think about this because the demand is already very high and the time is very short. So in the private-public area, we need many partners to have a quicker solution for this. I wanted to share a solution that we created jointly with partnership of the Volkswagen Group, where I have the honor of being part of, and together with SENAI. So this is another partnership that we have with SENAI in São Caetano, which is in the ABC region. And because of the lack of the technological information and the need of some digital profiles, we visited and got to know the school of São Caetano, which is a reference school for technology. For me, it was a welcome surprise for everything I could see at this school. It's the first school in Brazil to have a quantum computer. This just shows you the level of technological development that SENAI offers. And we developed quickly, this was in the first semester of last year, where we developed a partnership to create what we call Code School, which is a development and software programming school. What was the logic behind this? It's not only an issue of technical development, of a professional necessity, but a more expanded perspective, because as we heard in the other panels, there is still a higher percentage of rich people that go through these vocational education courses, and due to the importance of the inequality of our country, where 1% of the people represent 51% of the income of the country, this is something that we needed to face. So we focused on inclusivity and inclusion, so we can focus on the minority groups. So we worked on the inclusion of race, gender, sexual orientation, or people with disabilities, and people of different ages, and also socio-economical inclusion. And the result was that we were able to create a program where we have 80 students today, where 60% of the people that are part of this program are of color. We have 36% of women, and 33% are of the LGBTQ community, and 51% come from a medium to low income family. So it is a way of us to approach the ESG aspect in the digital transformation, and this will help in this. So not only bringing competencies that are focused on green economy is important, but also to include people in this transformation. And what we have realized is that this result that will finish in January, so my expectation is actually elevated, but even before the program has finished, we already have a part of the students that were hired by companies, because we are in fact approaching and dealing with a lack of competencies for the market. So we need to make transformation a protagonist. And through these cases and examples, we are able to create discussions in public and private regions to create more opportunities and progress for our country. And in this context, I consider that we have a lot of opportunity in this moment, because we realized that in many organizations we had a focus on the superior learning, because every context of the education is important, but the vocational education is also very important, and it can be done quicker, and it has a very strategical position in the future that we want to continue building. All right, so from me, that's it, and now I'm open to any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Douglas. We can see the importance of the schools working together with the companies for the for the professional education. It was presented to us by Professor Eric, and we can see a long-standing process as well here in Brazil. We're discussing the future of the professional education with these quick transformations, but the working together of school and the companies is something that is necessary for the future. So we working together with the companies, it will facilitate and create response mechanisms that are much better suited to deal with this quick transformation. I wanted to ask Professor Eric. He quickly spoke about the importance of creating a green mentality or mindset in the VET instructors. If he could talk a little bit more about this, how is this done in Switzerland? How has this progressed? Because it seems like an experience that is very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really a good question, because it's very important, as you mentioned. So that also the teachers, they have the mindset. Yeah, and I think there is no standard recipe for this. But as I said, now we have in Switzerland, we have this project, the revision of this framework curricula, where we integrate these digital and green competencies for the teachers. Yeah, and how to say? I think it takes also a bit of time. It's not just you push on a button and okay, then this mindset is here. But I think everybody knows, shows the news and so on. I think yeah, you have to be convinced that all this green transformation, digital transformation is necessary. But again, also a VET system, in Switzerland, it took now 100 years. So the first VET law, it was created in 1930. And I think this mindset as well is very important, but we also have to be a bit patient, and it take also some time.
Okay, obrigado.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Douglas, could you share with us a little bit about what type of profiles of competencies and skills and needs Volkswagen has in relation to the competencies that are more linked to sustainability and environmental sustainability? What are the types of concerns that you have in relation to this? Well, good point, Gustavo. We have a amplified view of this. Volkswagen was the first company worldwide that signed the Paris Treaty, and we renovated in Brazil about 1.5 years ago. We inaugurated our Way to Zero Center to evaluate a expanded perspective about products, processes, and chains, and our entire acting ecosystem. So when we look at the professional competencies and what we seek, we take a look at it transversally. It's something that we foster in all of the professionals, a competency of awareness about the subject, and to directly create solutions to mitigate the carbon emission and support the other sustainable development initiatives in general. We work a lot with the ESG aspects, and we foster all of these action pillars very intensely. There is a long path when we're talking about training and qualification and awareness raising. It's always a long-term process. That's why we've created these internal programs that have a focus on this. Yes, very transversal, right? Perfect. And based a little bit on this transversal aspect, which we have here at SENAI, seen the demand increase, we developed a module that we call the industry module in all of the courses of SENAI, which deal with concepts about sustainability and concepts connected to the digital transformation. This is starting to be more present in all of the courses because it ends up being fundamental in all professions. So I would like to quickly share with you what we have seen as demands that arrive at SENAI. SENAI is an institution that is very strong in the metal mechanics. It's in our DNA. We have Volkswagen as an example and the industry in general. But the demands that have arrived in the last few years are bringing us to the world of biology, the genome world, and how to use microorganisms in our biodiversity, in industrial processes that are biological, that can substitute chemical projects. So this is the wave that is coming, the green wave. Everything that will bring huge challenges to the companies and to the educational institutions, because these are the areas where the greatest investments should emerge here in the country and where the best opportunities for employment will emerge. It is a technological paradigm shift that is very strong and will strongly impact all of us, and we have to prepare ourselves for this. And I think that what was very clear to me, according to this panel that we've had, is that we will be better prepared if we work closely with the companies so that we can understand beforehand the necessities and to develop these necessities in the students and people together with the companies. I think that this is a message that was very clear from this panel, and I hope that other reflections have also been able to make. I would like to thank Douglas, Professor Eric, Professor Patricia, who has already left, and I would like to thank all of you for your patience and watching our panel. Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you very much, Gustavo Leal, Douglas Pereira, Patricia Barcelos, and Eric Schwartz for their great contribution this morning. This panel has now finished the first part of our event, but I have some messages for you. First of all, I would like to invite everyone that is watching us on the SENAI channel online to stay tuned. We will have a quick lunch break, but we will be back at 1:15 with the continuation of our International Professional Education Seminar, SENAI 2023. So to those of you that are watching us on the screen, see you soon. We will finish broadcasting now. And now a message for those of you that are here in person with us. We will have a lunch break. We will come back at 1:15 in the same auditorium. I would like to ask you to
pretty soon. Please take your seats. Thank
Agora sim.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, so good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you're already inside the auditorium, take your seats. We are going to start this afternoon session, okay? Reminding you that we are here attending the International Seminar on Vocational Education organized by SENAI, and this is the event for 2023. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. So this is the International Seminar on Vocational Education, SENAI 2023, and we are discussing the role of vocational training and education for Brazil. Besides those who are here inside the auditorium, okay, we also have many people who are online, watching us online, and they are following the YouTube channel that SENAI has, and we have interpretation for English, for Spanish, for Portuguese, and for Brazilian Sign Language, okay? So just to let you know that we're going to discuss digital technologies and the road show. We already have here on the panel, our first panel this afternoon. We have this representative from the BIBB. We have Luka Jelic, okay? He is the manager of Asian projects, and he works at the BIBB, and also the manager of Latin American projects, Diana Cáceres Ribs, okay? And I'm going to pass the floor to them immediately, okay? So Luca and Diana, the floor is yours.
Works. Good afternoon, everybody here present in the audience, and hello to everybody who has chosen to join us online via YouTube. I today have the undoubtedly ungrateful task to be the first speaker after lunch, but I will do my very best to get you all active and into the mood for the second half of this wonderful event here. Yeah, my name is Luka Jelic, and I'm going to present myself shortly. I am a white male, 178 tall, rather curly hair that is getting progressively thinner as I get progressively older, but there's not much you can do about that, I guess. And I wear an earring on my left ear. Ladies and gentlemen, señoras y señores, this morning we have witnessed the renewal of the 25 years partnership between the institution I work for, BIBB, and SENAI. At BIBB, I work as a project manager, and before I dive into the next topic on the agenda, the International Roadshow on Digital Media in TVET, I will briefly introduce my institution. The Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training, or BIBB, is the national body in Germany in the field of TVET. So our job is to advise the German government on fundamental TVET questions, such as the incorporation of green skills into national TVET curricula. So we are a political body on one hand. On the other hand, we are also a research institute. Our job is to monitor the current situation on the TVET market, on the apprenticeship market. So we gather data on how many apprenticeship positions are filled each year, how many positions remain vacant, and how this is going to change in the future. And we do all that with the goal to inform and to improve TVET practice. So basically, we work at the junction of research, policy, and TVET practice. We do not only do that on a national level, we also collaborate internationally with multilateral bodies such as the International Labour Organization or the UNESCO. But we also work together with a lot of national bodies in different countries around the globe, promoting the international exchange of best practices in TVET. And it is in this spirit, the spirit of international exchange, that the next part of the conference, the BIBB International Roadshow, has actually come into existence. I can imagine that many of you had question marks on your foreheads when you first read the conference program. You might have asked, what is the BIBB International Roadshow? So I will quickly introduce first the concept of the event and then the 5 initiatives who are going to present themselves in the context of this event. The International Roadshow has been taking place every 2 years since 2019. And you know what to say. If you do something once, it's an experience. If you do something twice, it's a repetition. And if you do something 3 times, it has already become a tradition. And I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our colleagues from SENAI who have made the creation of this tradition actually possible. The main idea of the International Roadshow is to enable international exchange on digital applications in TVET by presenting and experiencing practical examples. Digitalization and technological change are changing the world of work as much as everyday life in many ways. As work processes are becoming increasingly automated and complex, so are the qualification requirements for our workforce. While jobs in the manufacturing industry in previous times required a lot of manual work, now we expect our workforce to acquire knowledge on processes and systems. As we will see today, the use of digital applications in TVET can support the development of these complex work-related skills and competences. In that line, simulation-based approaches, for example, in virtual environments, can provide a safe environment for practicing certain work tasks without the risk of damaging or harming people or machinery. At the same time, simulations can also reduce the amount of physical resources used, thus providing an additional benefit from a sustainability point of view. The International Roadshow on Digital Media in TVET is designed to provide a stage to excellent initiatives in TVET and present them to TVET practitioners such as teachers or in-company trainers. The concept foresees that the participants of the roadshow truly engage in what has been developed and have a hands-on experience. And that is why after this panel 3, together with approximately 40 to 50 participants from vet schools and companies providing training, we will move to another building for the next 2 hours where we have set up mini workshop areas for engagement, discussion, exchange, and hopefully some fun as well. For this year's Roadshow edition, we established a continent-wide call for applications, and a jury of TVET experts at BIBB has selected 4 candidates from Latin America and 1 example from Germany. And I would now want to turn the eye to the champions of this year's International Roadshow for a brief introduction. All initiatives will be present later on for another panel discussion here, which is why I will just say a few sentences right now. And since it's the polite thing to do, I will start with the initiatives from Brazil. From SENAI São Paulo, we have Enrique Nogueira presenting the NR11 simulator. It's a simulator for forklift operations that allows for an immersive experience. From SENAC Natal, we have Enrique Souza presenting the initiative Superlab Terra do Sol. This is a simulation for apprentices in retail and shopping that is based on the computer game Minecraft. From SENAI Nacional, we have Hugo Nakatani presenting the SENAI experience. SENAI Experience is an online platform for immersive learning. It encompasses AR and VR technologies and focuses on providing a realistic preparation for the world of work. And from Ecuador, from Corporación Formados, Olivia Ruiz is presenting Connect. Connect is an online platform for dual education, and it enables all relevant stakeholders to have access to the same set of data. So this means in-company trainers, VET teachers, chambers and employers can track the progression of an individual apprentice and share data and information on that platform. And last not least, we have Tristan Hanschel and Barbara von Hunius from Germany. And they will present Mala, Masters of Malfunction. Mala is a virtual reality simulation for offshore wind turbine mechanics. It is game-based, and apprentices can practice failure analysis and troubleshooting for offshore wind parks. As you can see, the initiatives span a wide range of occupational sectors and competences, and they show what opportunities there are by making use of digital technologies at hand. I would like to close my brief opening statement by making reference to a person who foresaw certain developments in digital technologies and communications. The Czech-Brazilian philosopher Wilhelm Flusser, who was a professor at the Escola Superior de Cinema in São Paulo, and also held lectures in Germany. Flusser hoped that digital media would allow for a democratization of communication by giving everybody the opportunity to participate in communication processes. Now, we have long established global communication channels that allow us to share ideas across the globe. And it is in this spirit that we came together here to share ideas on how digital technologies can help to tackle the challenges we are facing as a global society. I hope, and I'm pretty sure, that with this event we are moving in the right direction. And now, before I end, I would like to pass the word to my colleague Diana, who will discuss that digital technologies do not only come with great opportunities, but also with some challenges. Obrigado.
Obrigada, Luca. Bom dia, boa tarde.
Thank you, Luca. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diana Cáceres Ribs. I am a project manager for Latin America, and I work at the BIBB. I am a white woman. I have black hair. I have average height, okay? And I would also like to enjoy this opportunity to thank SENAI for the cooperation that we have, okay? We have had a partnership for over 25 years, and thank you for all of your support and motivation so that we could organize this event today. Well, as a representative from Germany, it's a great, great honor for me to be here with all of you in the beautiful Brazil. A country that won the World Cup 5 times, the soccer World Cup. So imagine that we are all together. It's a provocation, right? This is a provocation. Imagine that we are all together in a soccer field when it comes to professional training. So there are many challenges, and it's very dynamic, and it's like a soccer match, right? So digitation is the ball that we have to kick with lots and lots of skills so that we can survive our competitors or from our competition. So there are opportunities, there are challenges when it comes to professional training. So in my speech, I would like to discuss these challenges and opportunities that we have in Germany when it comes to training our professionals. Before anything else, I would like to make some remarks about the vocational training in Germany. Germany has a strong economy. We have strong companies. And this is not only valid for our large companies, but mainly for a large scope of SMEs. One of the most important bases of the success of these SMEs in Germany is exactly the continuous qualification, the continuous training that we offer to our workers, mainly in the labor market. One among 5 companies in Germany, they offer training to their workers, and in a volunteer way that they do this. It's important to mention that some data that last year, the unemployment rate among the youth of our country was 4.4%. And this is also a result that the youth in our country, after they finished their vocational training, they were usually hired by either the company that trained them or a similar company. In Germany, the VET is usually the same. So 2%, our education is dual. We have dual education for them. And this professional training in the companies is complemented, 1/3 of it, with the training at the vocational schools. So this system that we have in Germany, the dual system, works very well, and it's very, very attractive. But I would like to emphasize it's still attractive because it's competing a lot with university education or tertiary education. So in the long run, we are not going to have electricians, plumbers, masons, and so we also are going to start needing professionals that work with communication and information technology. And we're going to have a lack of healthcare professionals, nurses, and educators. And so we're already facing these challenges right now. And so now I'm going to have another example compared to soccer. With the experience that we had in the last World Cup, Germany still need wonderful and better soccer players. And so the opportunities presented by digitization for vocational training, they are like the goals that we have during a very exciting soccer match. And I'm going to focus mainly on 3 opportunities when it comes to vocational training. The first opportunity are the digital technologies, and they turn the vocational training into something more attractive because they use the enthusiasm of young people when it comes to learning.
We all know that digitization has increased the vocational education, and its use has increased with the use of social medias. We know at BIBB through empirical studies that the younger apprentices, especially the men with a lower education level, will particularly benefit even more from these digital technologies inside their dual vocational education. We also know that when a young person is going to access information, he will not pick up a manual and look through it. He will search for it on the internet, or he will look for an adequate tutorial on YouTube. And this way of seeking and finding information has to be taken into consideration much more by the instructors in the companies and the teachers in the vocational schools. An example is the vocational education for logistics and storing in Germany. This job had the image of people that pushed boxes. But thanks to digitization, now it's much more about monitoring the flow of material and information, and also to optimizing the processes in a warehouse using the more recent technologies. And this makes it so that a profession is not only better, but also more pleasurable. And that's how we can get and reach the youth better. In Germany as well, there are many state financing programs to develop and test initiatives of digital innovation for the vocational education. And one of these initiatives we brought here from Germany, and it will be presented in the International Roadshow later on. A second opportunity is that digitization creates new opportunities of employment and activities. A study carried out by BIBB together with a research institution of employment in Germany, we came to the conclusion that digitization and artificial intelligence will not bring a complete rupture of the labor market. We're talking about around 140,000 jobs that will be lost until 2035 through digitization. But at the same time, new activities and new employment opportunities will be created, especially in the service industry. Most professions and for most people, the main professions will be the same, but the individual tasks will become more and more important. This includes especially those things that have to do with information technology. One example was in 2020 when BIBB updated the 4 areas that are of employment in the IT area. The focus was on the security of the technology and data protection. Another example in Germany is the technician professional for automation. This professional formation in Germany is very traditional, but it is going through a renaissance thanks to the technical innovations and the progress of smartphones. This is seen with the increase of employment positions in electronic technicians areas. Now I will go to priority number 3. Learning through technology can allow a better benefit to the individual student since it works independent of the time and space it's used. It's also important to highlight that learning that is supported by technology allows students to continue with their own rhythm, and the students and teachers have access to online resources which are available at all times. We also see that the learning materials that are digital can integrate many formats and can also give many interactive options. This allows the students to better use their styles of learning. So if they want to learn with simulations or written material, videos, or through virtual reality or augmented reality tools. But digitization does not only present opportunities for vocational education, but also challenges. And the challenges that come together with digitization are like the defensive lines of the opponent team that we need to face. So let's talk about this. Now I will speak of 3 challenges. The first challenge that we have in Germany is the qualification issue, the qualification of the teachers and instructors. It's necessary to promote dialogue between the instructors and teachers in the schools, to strengthen the capabilities in IT, and it's also necessary to inform them of all these opportunities that they have to have this qualification. An example of our work that is very current. Now, 3 days ago, we launched at BIBB a new digital portal for all the instructors of the dual vocation education system and the examiners. This portal unites all the other platforms from BIBB that are related to the complete follow-up of the practice and the professional formation of a person. The second challenge is that digitization imposes new requirements from the employers that are already in the labor market. Here we ask ourselves what qualifications are necessary as a result of digitization, and what other professional formation system, what does the system do in Germany for this? I will give you a practical example. For some years at BIBB, together with Volkswagen in Germany, we investigated the maintenance and repair department to analyze how the tasks will change and how the activities will change as well. We came to the following conclusion. First of all, something that was very clear, that the mechanical tasks will lose in importance. Second of all, the work activities and tasks that have to do with solution of problems and diagnosing faults will become always more important. And the social and abilities are becoming more important, especially to strengthen the action of the professional. These examples show how the digitization is changing the profile of the abilities and capabilities of qualified workers. The professional education system in Germany, that is very participatory, gives to the schools the freedom to respond with flexibility to these changes. This means that the regulations that are put upon the companies and the curriculums are elaborated to be independent of the use of specific technology. The third challenge: not all the small and medium enterprises can have the luxury of acquiring new technology. The PMEs, the SMEs represent more than 90% of the companies that make these trainings in Germany. But it can also happen that the apprentices of some of these SMEs can not always learn with the more recent technologies. I will give an example of my environment. My brother-in-law has a small company of woodworking. He has an apprentice, but he does not have all the necessary machines to offer the entire package of the dual vocation education. So he has associated with other woodworking shops and companies to give the entire vocational education material. Now, speaking of digitization, in the era of digitization, this type of cooperation between small and medium enterprises to offer a formation to a dual student makes it so that the apprentices can use technologies which are not available in their main company where they're going through training. And parallel to this, the vocational schools, they can also fill this gap, for example, through technological teaching and learning ways, especially that work online. And this way, it's easy to make spaces of learning accessible that does not occur in physical spaces in a company. My conclusion is that independent of dealing with opportunities or facing the challenges of digitization, we need to have good practices. We need example innovators about digitization and how digitization can improve the professional training in our countries. These good examples or good practices are how the new youth that is hopeful inspire us. They motivate us to play our game as well. Thank you very much. Well, and before concluding panel number 3, I would like to invite the participants of Ocho Interativa in the back. Please follow the receptionists. They are there with some signs. And once again, thank you very much, everyone. And I will pass the floor now to Cristiano. Thank you very much, Gianna Cáceres-Ribes and Luka Jelic, for the comments and examples. We talked a lot about the exchange of experience, and here we've had some excellent examples of this. So once again, to continue our afternoon program, the next panel will talk about the digital transformation in the vocational education institution. So I would like to invite the Superintendent of Vocational Education and the Authority of SENAI, Felipe Morgado. Welcome, Felipe. You will be here all alone at the table, but we have some virtual panelists to compose this panel. We have the specialist of the policies divisions and the learning systems over a lifetime from UNESCO Paris, Hiromichi Katayama, who will be here with us virtually. A round of applause for Hiromichi. And also with us, there he is.
Good evening. Não sei que horário são agora.
I'm not sure what time it is in Paris, but welcome. The specialist of the International Training Center and the International Labor Organization, Stefano Meranci, is also with us virtually. Welcome. And the leader for educational innovation and adaptive learning from the Technological Institute and Higher Studies of Monterrey in Mexico, Leticia Castaño Sanchez. Welcome. Very well, Felipe Morgado. After so many different languages, now back to you and good old Portuguese. Have a great panel. Very well. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by taking a look back at what we imagined. In the morning, the industries and the government brought challenges of vocational education to serve the neo-industrialization needs of Brazil. And afterwards, we had an outlook of these challenges, talking about competencies and green economy and digitization and how important a qualified professional is for companies. So now we will talk about how this digital transformation process is, and also in relation to the vocational education institutions. And we will talk about these institutions and see how well prepared they are to support and deal with these challenges that were presented in the morning. So this is the goal of our panel. A lot of people talk about technologies and technologies that impact companies very well, but what about the institutions, the vocational education institutions? How are they being impacted? I think this is our main debate goal, and also the impact of green economy on these institutions. As the keynote speaker from UNESCO, Hiromichi Katayama, UNESCO has prepared a study of how the digital transformation is in vocational education institutions around the world. So the idea is that this presentation will happen now to start our debate and our dialogue, and thus I would like to invite Hiromichi so he could begin his presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Felipe. I hope you can hear me. So I'm Hiromichi Katayama from the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. So yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to make a brief presentation on the study that we have recently conducted with with the support of the GIZ on the enhancing digital transformation through TVET in the context of low-income and middle-income countries. So as you mentioned, we will be focusing on the its potential impact on the Tibet institutions, among other things. So let me share my screen. Yes, I hope you can see the screen now. Yeah, so this is a title, and yes, you see my name and my email address. So if you have any questions, please feel free to send me the questions after session by email, please. So first of all, this is a kind of working definition, excuse me, working hypothesis and definition that we used in these studies. So what do we mean by digital transformation in the context of Tibet? So it is the planned and structured introduction of technologies into institutions, and also not only the institution but also the national Tibet systems, with the goal of enhancing scope, scale, efficiency, effectiveness, and ultimately more sustainable development. So the study, our study covers all of these points. Yeah, so the objective of this study is, in a sense, in order to identify the lessons learned and also the best practices, including what worked and what didn't work in the context of specific countries. And thereby we would like to extract some actionable recommendations for the Tibet institutions and also the national Tibet systems. So we review the existing practices in the trends by conducting a desktop studies, and then we had an in-depth interview with the different stakeholders in the selected low and middle income countries. Yeah, and then we managed to extract some key lessons learned, and then we propose some actionable recommendations based on this study. Yeah, so this is a kind of conceptual framework that we use to conduct this study, and we are focusing on the changes. If you look at the bottom of this slide, you see the changes to the changes changes on the digital transformation to the organizational management of learning with Tibet providers, and then it will lead to the change of the teaching and learning and the delivery of training processes, and then ultimately it will impact on the changes on the role of Tibet providers with their education and labor market ecosystems and the communities. So we focus on the 4 domains, as you see. So the first one is the digital transformation on Tibet for technical and technological development. And then we focus on the digital transformation on Tibet for curricula and qualifications. And then the teaching and learning using digital technologies, and then ultimately digital transformation on Tibet for sustainability and resilience to a more macro level. So we have conducted the 5 case studies, including Brazil, and I'm going to briefly explain the results of our case studies. So first of all, Brazil. We have reviewed the context of SENAI, and then I think our colleague had interviewed the key officials of SENAI, and we acknowledge that their excellent digitization experience in creating and providing hybrid Tibet courses. But I would say that our interest is the how we can transfer, how we can replicate this excellent example of SENAI in Brazil to other countries' context in other developing countries. And so far, we have been struggling to identify that process. I mean, in a sense, the ecosystems and also the conditions of SENAI is exceptionally good in comparison with other developing countries. So, but we will try to explore, and we will try to think about how we can replicate the success of Brazil to the other developing countries' context. So if you look at the upper left side, so we mentioned the Tibet the digital transformation on TVET for technical and technological development. So we have observed that the instructors in SENAI provided equipment, and also the connectivity is not a big issue. And then they have received the guidance and instructions. So the technical and technological development on digital transformations, the SENAI staffs are well equipped for implementing or introducing the digital transformations. And if you look at the upper right-hand side, the curricula and qualifications, we confirmed that they use the existing programs to create online and hybrid courses using standardized systems. Their training areas are prioritized based on the industry's enterprise needs and also the learners' needs. And for the if you look at the bottom side, the teaching and learning using the methodologies, we saw that the primary mode of training delivery is semi face-to-face with 80% distance learning and 20% face-to-face. We saw that this is ideal because the TVET, I mean, not everything can be translated into distance learning on TVET, and the practical and hands-on training should still be very important in the context of TVET. And also for the sustainability and resilience, we saw that the SENAI has supported the implementation of TVET digital transformation as a cultural movement, and also they have tried to successfully change the people mindset, followed by the better understanding better understanding of the benefit of digital transformation. So we saw the very positive developments in the context of Brazil. India, we selected India from Asia as an example of the case study. We saw that the digital transformation has been taking place, especially in the context of the textile and the welding sectors. We contacted the NSDC, National Center for the National Skills Development Centers, and like Brazil, we confirmed that there are a strong partnership with the enterprise and industries between TVET systems, and they are trying to find the right technology that is easily accessible and user-friendly, which is very positive. And then in terms of curricula and qualifications, there are compulsory digital literacy modules in the Indian TVET systems, which is also very good, positive. And then in terms of the teaching and learnings, the use of the multimedia technologies for interactive learnings is observed. So this is also a very positive trend. And in terms of the sustainability and resilience, we saw the innovative solutions and the policies being driven by the government of India. But we have observed that there is still much to do for the preparation of the skills for future, which is a large population of the below the poverty line. So the big disparity would be one of the key issues in India, and this needs to be mitigated and addressed by introducing the digital transformation in India. And in Jamaica, which is the small island states in the Caribbean countries, they are also doing the significant work on in terms of the introduction of the digital transformation. I'm not going to explain it in details because of the limited time, but we have been collecting the information from our UNIVOC centers, which is the TVET network of UNESCO, and you see the name of HEART, which is the National Service and Trade Agency Trust. So they have been promoting their digital transformations, and we have observed that the increased prevalence and the increased use of the learning management systems, especially in the context of teaching and learning. And there are different types of partnerships with the aid of the not only the private company but also the development partners and also the NGOs on the delivery of digital training to the general populations. So I think we can highlight the case of Jamaica as a good example of the small island development state. the Kenya, we have interviewed the National Learner Record Services. So the Kenya National Qualification Authorities, they have accelerated the digitization process, and also they have been trying to digitize the curricula and with the challenge of online assessment. But we saw that some of the TVET teachers, they are used to their face-to-face interactions, and they are not ready to introduce the digital transformations. And also the Kenyan students can access the information and service learning materials regardless of their location. But in view the support of the teachers and the instructors would be still a big challenge in the context of Kenya. And Tunisia, we selected Tunisia as an example of the Arab states. And yes, the ministries have been promoting the digital transformation, introducing the digital transformation in the context of TVET. And also they are developing the curricula and renewing knowledge and skills to adapt the new digital transformation changes. But we saw that it is still complicated and also the time-consuming process. But we saw that there are some efforts are ongoing under the Ministry of TVET in Tunisia. And one of the things that we have identified was the teachers and instructors in TVET in Tunisia. They are aging, and that's also that is one of the obstacles of the promoting the digital transformation in the TVET systems. But we saw that the willingness of the ministries and also the learners to introduce more and more the digital transformations in the context of Tunisia. So this is the yes, I'm just presenting a kind of the overall summary of the key findings. So in relation to the technical and technological development in the context of digital transformations, so we have observed that we have to promote from the digitization to the digital transformation in the countries. So they can the country can start by digitizing the information, but it has to be leading to the organization of the those digitized information, and also the automatization of the process of designing the TVET programs and also the delivering of TVET programs. And then ultimately there will be a need to transformation of the TVET institutions which are responsible for providing the TVET programs. And in relation to the curricula and the qualifications, we have observed in many countries that the hybrid formats were introduced, and I mean, they can save the cost and they can improve the access by providing a hybrid form of the training to the, especially to the rural resident and also the vulnerable group of people. But as I said, the practical exposures would be important in the context of TVET, and not everything can be replaced by the online form of the training. So the hybrid form is very needed. And also we have observed that more and more countries, they are introducing the competency-based training based on the occupational standards and also the labor market analysis. And this CBET is the and in relation to the introduction of this CBET, we have received some many comments that the online assessment is challenging and difficult. So this would be one of the challenges. And then the in relation to the pedagogy, the teaching methodologies, we have observed that the new method, the combination of the online blended mobile learnings are more and more used, and also the new tools for learning and assessment are more and more used, including the learning platform, MOOCs, simultaneous and immersive learning technologies, and also virtual reality, augmented realities. So the TVET systems will need to address and accommodate those kind of tools and the new those kind of new method and new tools more and more. And the sustainabilities, we have observed that there will be a need for the digitize the entire ecosystems, not only the provision of the TVET, but also the the mitigating skills mismatch, including the use of the real-time technologies to capture the skills demand in the labor market on a real-time basis, and also the job seeker skills profile on the real-time basis in order to identify the skills mismatch, and then thereby helping the TVET providers to provide the pertinent and also the demanded trainings on time. And also, we mentioned a new social contract for TVET, which is the message from the UNESCO's recent report on the future of education. So we have to look at the entire ecosystems of the education and training systems, and the commitment on the skills development, and also the provision of the pertinent training should be shared with the wide range of stakeholders, not only with the ministry and the TVET institutions, but also with the social partners, including the employers and also the trade unions. And the last point was the skills for inclusive and peaceful societies. So the role of TVET is not only for the helping young people to find jobs in the labor market, but we have to ensure the right-based education. So the digital transformation makes more sense in order to ensure the right to have an access to the training to the people of their need, regardless of the place. Even if they are living in the rural, remote areas, they have a right to have an access to the TVET. So the digital transformation would be meaningful in this context as well. So these are the four group of recommendations that we made in the context of technical and technological development. So we believe that the digital transformation should be included from the design stage, and also the infrastructure development, hardware connectivity is a prerequisite for promoting the digital transformation. And in terms of the teaching and learnings, we have to develop the TVET teachers and teachers trainers capacity on digital transformation, not only on the occupation-related skills, but also on the new pedagogies in view of the wide use of MOOCs and also learning management systems. And then, we have to integrate digital resources into the teaching and learning. Curricula and qualifications, we have to build the interoperable data. The data interoperability has been discussed in many places. We have observed that some TVET graduates will continue to study at the universities, and also in some countries, many university students, after finishing their degree, they are coming back to TVET institution to receive the short-term training to enhance their employabilities. So the data interoperability would be important in this context, and also, as you know, the micro-credentialing has been discussed in many places of the world. So this is the key issues in the curricula and qualifications. And also in terms of the sustainability and resilience, we have to promote the inclusive digital transformation through policy and targeted interventions for the most marginalized and also vulnerable people. And we have to change the culture, institutional culture of TVET so that they can open to this kind of discussion, and they are willing to accept and introduce the digital transformation in their institutions. So this diagram shows the enabling factors. So we can start from the technical infrastructure and capacity in place, and especially in the low-income countries context, the hardware and connectivity is an issue. But we can think about promoting a public-private partnership to address these issues. And then the structure of curricula and qualification is also a key enabling factors. And we can think about doing the community-based training for ICT literacy, and we have to establish a link with the competency-based education and trainings. And then the change of the teaching and learning will be needed by integrating digital transformations. This includes the hybrid and also the remote approach of the teaching and learning materials in order to access to all of the people who will need the TVET training. And then ultimately, we have to promote the sustainable and resilient systems by using the new and improved labor market information systems, including the online job board, including the use of the big data, which can be obtained from the online job search platforms. And of course, the flexible credential pathways would be key topics, including the integration of the micro-credentialing into the TVET and vocational systems. So I stopped my the presentation of the research findings, but let me conclude my presentation by mentioning the one of the UNESCO's recent initiatives, which is the Global Skills Academies, and this can provide some practical solutions to the member states, especially to the middle and low-income countries. So we have established the Global Skills Academy, which is the coalition with the private companies, the like-minded private companies who are providing pro bono solutions on the digital learning programs and also the distance learning programs. So we have been trying to match the offer of the free online digital training services offered by the big company like Microsoft, Huawei, and the IBM to the needs of the learners. So we have also contacted the Unibox centers, including SENAI and also the other key TVET institutions in the countries. And we have been trying to do the matching of the provision of this the free training offered by the private companies to meet the needs of the trainers in the context of the developing countries. So you see the name of the companies who are providing a free pro bono services, training services. In some of them are providing the digital transformation services. You mean the digital skills development services, and some other partners are providing the mentoring and coaching for the employability of the young peoples. So we are ready to coordinate between the private companies who are offering the free training services and also the TVET institutions who needs this kind of services. So it would be great if you can contact us if you are interested in to be a recipient of the Global Skills Academy to receive the training services provided by these private companies. So I'll stop here and I'll be happy to answer any questions. This is the real last slide, and I think that all of you will receive these presentations. And if you click on the title, Enhancing Digital Transformation, I think there is a hyperlink, so you can have a look at the report that we have produced. So thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Professor. Okay, what I would like to emphasize here, Professor, it's important for us to have a framework to identify what is our digital maturity, what is the digital maturity of our company, of our country, and that chart showed to us all of the criteria studied by UNESCO. So thank you, Dr. Hiromichi. Another aspect that I think was very relevant for us to start discussing with Stefano from the ILO, he is an expert in the International Training Center, has to do with the ICTs. I took part on this research, okay? I went there, I was interviewed, my students as well, many of our trainers from several areas of Brazil, they went there, they were interviewed, and what was emphasized was the digital culture. So the digital transformation movement that we started here at SENAI in 2020, we were concerned with these three main aspects, okay? People, digital mindset, this was discussed this morning, infrastructure and processes. And we emphasized a lot this digital culture aspect. And now we have a network of ambassadors and champions that are fighting to promote digital education in schools. And this includes students, teachers, trainers, managers. And this movement is wonderful. And this for us was thanks to our starting of a digitization. That's why we started online training in 2012. So now practically all of the courses that we offer can be offered in a hybrid way here in Brazil, face-to-face and online. And now we have over 2,000 courses available that we can supply, and because we were able to promote this culture. Why did I want to mention this? To connect with Dr. Stefano's presentation. Mr. Stefano Merante is going to discuss with us the lack of highly qualified professionals so that we can have a green economy and a digital transformation, and also extended reality when it comes to competences. I would like to invite Mr. Stefano so that he can speak to us and start our debate. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm speaking from Lisbon. So it is a course in Portuguese, but my Portuguese is very bad, so I'm going to speak English. But I wanted to introduce myself in Portuguese, so to everybody who's in Brasilia.
Very much. I'm Stefano, just for our colleagues working in through the language sign. I am a Caucasic man, unfortunately a bit overweight, and I have a nice goatee that is becoming let's say grayer and grayer as of today. So let's say that I'm going to speak about the demand and the perspectives of the use of extended reality in the context of the triple revolution, and a little bit of our experience. Just a slide. Let me give you some initial points. So, of course, the ITC-ILO is the training center of the International Labour Organizations, which is the UN agency that works on the topics related to the world of work. The training center is located in Turin, in Italy, and that's where we do several trainings, and we have been championing the digital transformation in the last 12, 15 years within the UN system, especially for learning purposes. And slide. When we have started discussing about the use of extended reality, the first thing that we talked about was why. Why targeting XR in training and skills development? As you see in the nice slide that I have put up for you, Martin Luther King speech was not the I have a plan speech, was the I have a dream speech. So what is our dream? Why should we use technologies? And thanks also to the moderator to introducing this. Why? The purpose. And let me, going to the next slide, let me now give you just some brief overview of what extended realities are, just to be on the same level of information. This distinction between, let's say, reality, augmented virtuality, and virtual reality is rather a continuum. So we need to think about this as a continuum between the real environment where we see what we see, augmented reality where we can superpose digital object to the reality that we see, to augmented virtuality, and this is the case in which we have real objects that are projected and controlled in a virtual world, going up to virtual reality where we are completely immersed in a fully digital environment. We have been working, and we have specific trainings for the use of all of these this continuum, and you can see also in our website we are offering a course on augmented reality in skills development starting in a couple of weeks during the month of December 2023. So we want to have teachers, managers of the whole world being exposed to those technologies. But once again, in which context? Slide. When we look at our global world, you can certainly remember Mark Zuckerberg talking about the metaverse. So here the question is not metaverse or not metaverse, to quote Shakespeare, but it's rather to see which metaverse. Is it a metaverse that is controlled by the big firms? Is it a decentralized metaverse? In any case, internet is going to change. We will be immersed into this network. And we will be immersed in a global context that is right now shaped around three big revolutions that are happening. And I'm sure you can relate to those three. And I really liked what SENAI was putting at the center of your agenda for the event of today. On one side, we have digital revolution. We heard Hiromichi talking about the whereabouts of this digital revolution. On the other side, we have a green revolution. Changes towards sustainable development, changes in the products and service delivery, in the productions, changes also in skills. So this is happening very quickly with big potential changes in the labor market. But there is also a third revolution that we are living. And this is the one that we call the purpose revolution. Increasingly, it's not only digital and green. Youngsters, in particular the youngest generation, have a crisis of purpose of what is happening right now. And this is very important to be taken into account when we look both at the labor market and at education. Just saw the phenomenon of the Great Resignation or the ghosting that is happening in many workplaces. So this is very important. Why we are doing things. This is becoming more and more important, especially for the younger generation. Now, what shall we do in front of this triple revolution that is unfolding before our eyes? So we have to, please slides, we have to certainly change the way, revolutionize the way in which we are training. Of course, very interesting discussions and reflections from the UNESCO work that was just presented. But how can we exploit these advantages that the digital and virtual transformation technologies they are giving us? It's not just the technology for the sake of technology. Technology needs to be related to better learning outcomes, but also better employment outcomes. And that's where, of course, our way of looking at skills development from a labor market perspective becomes interesting. Workforce needs to be reskilled and upskilled in order to support improvement of different sectors, different industries. Digital transformation, and in particular, augmented and virtual reality, are becoming an everyday tool in many industries. Just think about maintenance. Just think about, and I'm not going to tell you about the aerospace industry, where pilots have been trained through virtual simulators for already decades from now. But this is now pervading our system, our economies. So the first, one of the first questions that we asked, please change slides, was, is there really a market on XR? Just to throw some figures there, PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2019 estimated that $1.74 trillion will be added to the global economy through immersive technologies. And 15 to 20% of this will be education. Today, including most of your children, 600 million users every day are on Roblox. We're being in virtual reality to play, to learn. And it's estimated that just in the UK, more than 400,000 jobs will be created through extended realities. This is a reality that we have right now. And the compenetration of different technologies, now we have a big hype, of course, around artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence and virtual reality and blockchain, all of those will come together in order to shape differently the jobs that we have and to create new jobs. Now, what's our role working in the training, in the education and training system? Is to try to cope with the immense skills shortages that we have within this system. In the UK, it was an interesting study as well. There was one done by SENAI in France. Companies that are interviewed don't have skills in this subsector. And this is particularly important, not only for big firms, but in particular for SMEs. And here I'm also going to enter into this twin transition, digital and green, because just imagine the power of product design through virtual reality or customer experience through the use of augmented and virtual reality. You can already go to IKEA and put your new couch in a picture of your living room. But this is happening just in big firms. How can we cut costs for SMEs working on design, working on different industries that can be supported through XR. This is very important. And of course, once again, this would lead to waste reduction, efficiency in the production lines, because we are able to work in simulated environment without wasting materials, without wasting parts of the processes that are done in the physical world. So there is a labor market component to this revolution, this virtual revolution that is happening, that is very important. Slide. Still, it's very difficult in this realm, and here I'm talking about XR, but I would also enter into the AI space, into the blockchain space. I put out an interesting sentence that came out from one of the interviewees in the UK. And this production director was saying, it's not clear what the skills are because things are changing so fast that it's a train that people are simply trying to jump on. So it's difficult to design programs, and we need to be, as education and training providers, very flexible in listening to the needs of the labor market and shaping our curricula on that basis. But in the next slide, we can see that still we can see some things, some occupations where this is happening. Please, slide. So we have, of course, all the different occupations that are related to the 360 filmmaking, of course, designers, but also technical artists. This is coming up very big, of course. But then everybody is involved into this revolution, into the virtual revolution. Business developer, project manager, company owner. As the moderator was saying, it's very much a question of attitudes. At the ITCILO, we say it's not about wearing headsets, it's about changing mindsets. And one of the mindsets that we have to change is clearly the one of the training provider. And that's why we are, let's say, investing a lot in the training and in the exposure of TVET center managers and teachers to XR. Because we have to create this dream of using XR as a training enabler. Slide. What is important when we use XR is that XR will help us in the purpose revolution. Please change slides. This purpose revolution can be mainstreamed through the use of XR because XR gives us a sense of presence and urgency. In 2020, 2021, we have organized meetings, global summits in XR, people hugging themselves because they felt that they were there. And when we organize learning experiences in virtual reality or using augmented reality, there is already scientific papers that show that different parts of our brain light up when we use this kind of very visual technology. Let's move on to the next slide. The idea is to create emotion, is to engage. And this is important if we want to move from a trainer-centered towards a learner-centered approach. Motivate young generation and create emotions and engagement is key. We have to remind ourselves that in 2023, the kids that were born in 2009, digital natives, are now entering our TVET systems. This is a make or break moment for us. This is the moment in which our education and training system must change, because we know what was the life without smartphones, okay? When we were just going to meet our friends in the place, hoping that they would get to play football or whatever. But now our kids have been not only grown with those smartphones, but they don't know the difference with what was before. And so our education and training system needs to be more engaging, needs to be even more learner-centered than it was before. And XR gives us this opportunity because it gives us superpowers. I will go through it in a second. Please, slide. Because probably you're very familiar with this pyramid, and I am very sad to be now in this 20% type of thing, because this means that in 2 weeks from now, according to this pyramid, you will not remember what I've told you because you're just hearing me. But if we would have been in a simulating experience, in a virtual reality experience, then the percentage would have been up to 80%. So I just can pray and hope that you get the good 20% of what I'm saying, but at least I have to hope that 20% is smart enough. Let's go to the next slide. Because this is how we are learning. You are probably familiar with this 70-20-10 model. And this is the idea, is that 70% of what we get is actually gotten through practice. So we need to, and in particular for TVET, this is very relevant, to be able to teach, to be able to train this experience, this practice through real life-like situations like the ones that virtual reality can give us, because users internalize those virtual experiences and they live them as if they are direct experiences. Let's move on to the next slide. Because this gives us superpower. The first time, I'm sure also you use virtual reality, the sole idea of being able to teleport, to jump, to have multisensorial experiences, to have this time machine effect. This was giving us adrenaline. This was gearing us towards better learning, better be in that situation. But what is important here, it's not just the wow effect. Virtual rehearsal, being able to, using welding simulator or flying simulator for what that matters, for hours and hours and hours and hours, training our muscle memory, gathering a lot of data that is very important for trainers because they can compare my performance with my performance of 3 months back, my performance with the performance of my colleagues, the performance of our class with the performers of the class 3 years before. There is an insane amount of data that the trainer will have, already can have, in order to make his or her judgment and his or her assessment more and more, let's say, relevant and more learner-centered. This remote presence is very important. In particular, I think about countries like Brazil or Australia, countries which have big distances to cover, and this can really help you in getting in there. Next slide. But, and this is how I want to conclude, as an Italian, I should have put, I had to put coffee at least in one slide, otherwise I risk to lose my citizenship. But here you can see all the different ways in which you can have a coffee. And this is very important. Once we did our first, sorry, you can go back to the slide before. Once we did our first trial of the use of augmented reality in TVET classrooms, it was clear that it was ADHD pupils, the one that would enjoy the most this experience. They will not listen to a 10 minutes presentation. They were into something that was clear to them, that was visual to them. So it was especially the kids with learning disabilities that would have actually better explored and exploited the use of digital transformation. But it's the need of trainers and teachers, and here I rejoin what Hiromichi was saying, teachers training is fundamental here, because if we want to use digital transformation as a lever for inclusion, we need to start by designing the use of those technologies in order to be inclusive. And I think this is clear, and this is a key message that I want to convey, also joining what Hiromichi was saying. Otherwise, digital transformation, and even more, this virtual transformation that we are talking about, can rather reproduce or even amplify, magnify the inequalities that we have. And we just saw it during the COVID pandemics, when people were not able to access digital content because of different constraints that were there. And so let me close with my last slide. And please, last slide. So why entering into this XR revolution? First of all, reduce cost and reduce environmental impact of training. It's already well shown that, for instance, for soft skills training, the XR-based training can be even cheaper than the e-learning one. And because we can also increase the number of training scenarios and being able to address the needs of thousands, or even millions of people, if we work in a let's say in a joint type of work. Second is that XR technologies can help to mainstream greener and inclusive innovation. These are the skills of the future, and we need youngsters of today to enter into the industry, to mainstream those technologies, and specifically in the SMEs, that it was shown that they have the biggest advantage in leveraging those type of technologies. And then, last but not least, virtual reality and the use of virtual reality provides a personal space and a safe environment, can be used for hazardous occupation, can be used to train people working on cranes, on flights, of course. And this is the idea that there is a minimal exposure to dangerous situations, of course, also supporting decent work situation and occupational safety and health throughout. So that was what I wanted to share with you today in the 10 minutes that I was provided. I hope I stayed into the 10 minutes or not not extended too much. Thank you very much for listening to me. And of course, I'm very happy to be in contact with you also through my LinkedIn account and through my emails. I hope you will receive the slides, and let's keep in touch on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stefano. So let's continue with our next panelist, Leticia. Leticia is the leader of educational innovation and adaptive learning from the Technological Institute of Higher Studies of Monterrey in Mexico. I think everyone knows this institution. It's a very renowned institution that is on the vanguard in education technology. It's a pleasure, Leticia, to have you here and to hear you. So let's hear a little bit more about the innovations that your institution is developing. Thank you very much. How are you? Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Very well. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of our colleagues. Talking a little bit about me physically, I have dark hair. I wear glasses since I was in 6th grade. And now we will share and talk about the role of the educational institutions and what we did in the University of Monterrey in the technological module to support the educational department and this innovation that we know is very important, that is very connected with capacity building programs. But specifically, let's talk about labor in general. Here I will show an image of the technological department in Monterrey. We have 25 campuses throughout Mexico and many other offices in other countries. This is the campus, the main campus in the city of Monterrey, where I am speaking from. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Very well. We have been working for over 30 years on innovation and incorporation of technologies in the education sector. And as you know, along these years, we've evolved, and we were able to experiment and try educational platforms through tests and with resources of extended reality together with instructors and teachers. We have a very successful project that we are already using, and we have where we have metaverse and blockchains included. And it is important to have this type of options to test them and research so that we can correct and go back and to once again start developing. So all of these connections are very important to have. Next slide, please. But we saw what this innovation process would look like. Next slide, please. One more slide, please. Well, what we do is that we consider that we can innovate the models and technologies and the use of technologies and the processes, and all of this can enrich us in the scope of education. Next slide, please. And definitely, it's part of a new methodology of teaching model of emerging technologies in the educational sectors. And while we're talking about emerging technologies, a lot of those that we are using now, we will take a look at how we are using them in the educational sector. The premises that we can guarantee is that we need to involve all the areas of education to create innovation. So we have to work with initiatives that are approved, bringing the research that characterizes innovation with technological innovations and to foster learning. So we can't just create technology to have technology. We need to better understand the use of this advanced technology. The process is to create a context in the market. So we need to think about what is being innovated. We can have private plants. We can test them, carry out research, and thus correct that which needs to be corrected, and start over with the process. We have done this a lot, and then we adjust and go through the processes in a better way, and once everything is assessed, we can scale these initiatives gradually. Some examples that we will share now, next slide please, is the learning, the adaptive learning part, through the use of artificial intelligence, an adaptive learning that is also immersive, and of course with a teacher in a hologram effect, and also an immersion classroom. We also have the adaptive learning with different educational platforms, and we currently use one which has the AI engine that allows the student to have learning routes according to the experience that the student will have through the content, the tests that he will take, and with the previous experience that this student might have. He will receive learning routes as a script. And this type of experience can sometimes be different. And as my colleague Stefano said, these tests inside the platform are very important, because with them we can take a look at adaptive learning as an element of a larger strategy, more on a macro scale. So we applied this through in-person classes where the student has to arrive prepared for class with the elements pre-prepared on this technological platform, which is adaptive. He practices and revises the content, does some quizzing, and then he's ready for class. And thus the student will be able to better take advantage of that which the teacher is talking about. And the teacher starts to revise all of the analysis of the groups and sees where the group or the class has problems. And with that, he will be able to deepen exactly on the necessity of the class. So we have basically 10 years of experience in carrying out these tests with various platforms and professionals, and we have brought many good results to you. So what are the benefits? Well, to the student, we know that it levels out the knowledge. We tested a lot, and we saw that the students bring a lot of contribution and levels of knowledge and experiences, and the teacher has to level this group before starting class. So all of this is done manually by the teacher with his own sensibilities and experience. But through adaptive learning, he can practice and practice and practice that which is necessary. So the student can revise a content once, another student can revise a content 5 times until he really dominates the knowledge that is necessary. And for this, the class will be leveled and on the same level, and we will be able to see this result. And we can increase the academic performance on a global level. And this is possible through the increase of the performance of the student and his own motivation. The student can practice at home, he can practice outside of class as many times as he finds necessary to reach to this level of knowing the content. And this gives a higher motivation to the students. This was very evident in the classes that we observed. And the student can advance in his own rhythm. And for the teacher, he will have this ability to observe a class and a group of students and see their performance and to apply content and bring a customizable experience to the students. This is an example of how the adaptive platform looks with various levels and hubs of content. In each color, we have the level of knowledge of the classes. And we can see the perspective of the levels each students are at. And the results that we had were very interesting because they bring an impact in relation to the benefit of learning. And we can understand that there is a learning curve on behalf of the teacher and on the student's side. And once you observe this curve, you see that the student is more involved and his studies can continue. Well, the immersive learning with extended reality, which was talked about by my colleague Stefano, but I will talk about it from our institution's perspective. We use augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. These are the resources that were used by the teachers. We had 900 classes given with this methodology, 110,000 students. And here we have a classification of the experiences with immersive learning with the intention that was necessary. So we can, for example, use as if it were an exploration script. We can use a conception of abstract concept. So you can look at it as if it were a type of cell under a microscope that you can observe through these concepts. We can also visit an old civilizations and see their way of living, how the language was, how the architecture was, and thus you will have better visibility and comprehension. You will also be able to assess through these means as well. Some of our discoveries and our assessments with the experiences with our students, as was mentioned by our colleague, the positivity of knowledge, where we basically have the path and the time and a academic performance that is more advanced. Next slide, please. The ecosystem for spaces of digital learning that we use. I will talk about two rooms that we use. One is the hologram teacher and the other one is the hall immersive room. So please, next slide. We already commented with other occasions about this forum and other similar forums, where we have a teacher that gives the class to various students of various campuses who are all connected at the same time. This is possible through the internet, so that you can have a specialist and the best, most adequate teacher teaching class to all these students at the same time, and it's a great experience for the students. We have what we call the engagement part of the students, which is a sociable aspect that is increasing and is more inclusive. It's a more sociable class, and we were able to overcome what was supposed to be an in-person class because the contact with the teacher we know is a higher level and usually something that is preferred by students. But actually, when we have a video call, we understand this angle of projection of the teacher, and this can help the students to really be immersed in that, what they are doing. And in this way, the student, in the studies that we have observed, we see the relationship and the learning, and we find a significant change in the in-person class and this video call class. But the involvement and motivation was always very high in this project. And this project specifically is one that has received various awards over the years. The characteristics generally give us an image, which is very correct about what an image of a teacher would be with many classes and campuses and places. The teacher has a perspective and a view of all the students connected through huge screens that we have in this room, and the dynamic is in real time. There is no delay or latency in the interaction on the technological aspect. We have many times technology as our ally. Next slide, please. This is the example of a article in a journal that we wrote, and we will be able to share this presentation with you if you so wish to increase your knowledge. Please, next slide. Some of our discoveries that we were talking about, which is the academic performance. We have a significant difference with online and in-person classes, but a higher interaction with the video calls. And as we can see in the literature, that this is a status of flow of curiosity and concentration, and the different stages that the student goes through in this experience, and the perception of the students that have their didactic value seen. So we know that a lot of great teachers are able to give class like this, and the fact that we can have the best teachers and specialists of the industries that are invited to this type of class is something that is valued a lot by the students. And of course, to have this exchange between one campus and another one, and to hear what another student is giving as an opinion over a subject, is something that helps a lot. And these students really like this type of participation. Next slide, please. And in the other room, we have what's called Hall Immersive Room. It's basically a teacher that is teaching his class, and the students are all connected through a broadcast through the internet. And you can see that they can be anywhere. It's an experience with a teacher in a type of room where everyone is together, and in this experience, everyone can connect from anywhere around the world, and they are projected on a giant screen. It is also an experience between teacher and student that involves this same type of motivation and involvement. It's a beautiful thing to see, actually, and it allows the class to be very dynamic with a more active learning process, and something that can be a little bit challenging, yes, but it's worth it. One more slide, please. We have a photo as an example, and here I give you a gift, which is our Educational Innovation Report, which was concluded this year, and you're able to access it through the QR code. We have all of the innovations from our institution. We also have our innovation DNA here, and you can see the process of testing, experimenting, and measuring these innovations. This is a gift that I would like to share with you. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and thank you for listening to my presentation. I'm ready to answer any questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leticia. Let's begin with a Q&A session. I will ask for the understanding of our speakers to give short answers because we do not have a lot of time, but it's important to hear you. My first question is to Hiromichi. It was clear what UNESCO suggests in relation to what must be prioritized and what must be done in the aspect of digital transformation. But we know that there is no resource available to act in all of these sectors at the same time. So in your perspective, what can be the opportunities for the institutions that are going through the digital transformation process that do not have the human or financial resources to support this digital transformations? What should they prioritize?
Thank you very much. No, I think of course, the human and financial resources should be important. They should do their best to mobilize the necessary resources to promote the digital transformations. I think the many TVET institutions, they rely on the public funding, but I think they can think about the partnering with the private companies and enterprises. And yeah, there are many innovative ideas of the resource mobilization. But I presented the enabling factors, and also the technical infrastructure and capacity is very critical. But that's so it's a kind of the first step. But as I said, the review of the curricula and qualifications, and the adjustment of the curricula and qualification system is also needed. And also the teaching and learning is also very critical. So as several Stefano and also other speakers mentioned, the teacher training and also the change of their mind setting is also critical in terms of the digital transformations. And also I mentioned the change of the culture, importance of the change of culture of the TVET institutions is very critical. So especially the leadership of TVET training institutions is also critical. So I would say that the combination of all of these points would be very important. So I understand that in many cases the lack of resources is a critical challenge, but I mean that's not the only things. I mean the package of this kind of the holistic approach will be needed for the introduction of the resource digital transformation.
Muito obrigado, Hiromichi.
Thank you very much, Hiromichi. I will ask Stefano a question now. Stefano, we know the value of virtual reality and mixed reality and augmented reality and its importance in the teaching learning process. But I wanted to know if the cost for the development of these technologies is still an obstacle for their expansion.
In English, I think that there are a couple of discussions here that we need to take. We have to be mindful of the different realities that we can use in education and training. When we are talking about augmented reality, everything that you need is your smartphone and good 3D design skills and so on in order to have assets. So for the use of augmented reality, actually, I would tell you that the funding is not the issue, clearly not the issue. On the other hand, when we speak about virtual reality, there is still a barrier, but the barrier is not where we think it is. Everybody is actually obsessed with this idea that we need to buy the headsets, we need to create spaces, but the headset right now is $350. It costs 25% of the new iPhone that maybe some of the people in the room already have in their pockets. So this is not really, it costs less than a PC. So the problem there is not the headsets, but it's rather the construction and design of virtual reality scenario, which is still very costly. And on this side, I think that what is important is to invest on those through the involvement of big players, like, for instance, SENAI. I will just make an example. This year, we have been working extensively with the Philippines, with TESDA, which is a little bit one of the, I would say, one of the biggest technical and vocational institutions all over the world. And they bought into the idea of using extended realities, and we did an interesting pathway together, including bringing XR stakeholders into the Philippines for what we call the Skills Experts Meeting. That was an idea to bring together skills people and XR people in order to reflect on specific challenges that the Philippines have in mainstreaming those technologies into TVET. But if big players like Tesla, like SENAI can enter into this space, they can have a big impact. Why? Because once you develop a 3D, a virtual scenario, this can be used by dozens, hundreds of schools, thousands of people, thus creating an economy of scale that would lower the impact of the investments into the training. And then if we create good scenarios, for instance, we were discussing also with trade unions, for instance, in Argentina, about the use of virtual reality into their training on building construction, for instance. If we create good scenarios on a house, then you can work on tiling, you can work on plumbing, you can work on electricity, you can work on construction workers per se. So there are strategies that we need to put in place. And that's why with our colleagues of the European Training Foundation, we are also trying to mainstream this concept of the XOER, so the open educational resources of virtual reality, because increasingly numbers of people are, and of institutions all over the world, are developing scenarios for training in similar occupations. So it's much more a topic of joining forces and creating ways of, let's say, lowering those investment costs at the beginning, rather than concentrating only on the headset or on the device thing. Then, of course, and Hiromichi said it at the beginning, what is a prerequisite is connection and connectivity, and of course also electricity, because we don't have to give it for granted. And that's why also some virtual reality and augmented reality solutions can be used offline. So you don't need perennial internet connection. You can just download the exercise and then being done. Of course, electricity is another issue there. We need electricity, of course, but connectivity can also not be considered fully a barrier. We need to be creative, but we are very much confident that these technologies can be used. Then I had already a look in your YouTube channel, and I want to greet all the people that are looking at this conference from there. I would, I like to interact a little bit with them. And clearly, one of the colleagues from SENAI was writing that 80% of the human being is emotion. And so clearly, the use of those technologies can really enter into this space of emotion. We need to be very careful about this. It's not, of course, everything is not super already well defined. And so we need to be very attentive about the governance, about the ethics of it, of course, because what I said in positive terms, in terms of the data that the trainer can have of his trainees performing different tasks, is also true for people or companies that may want to use these personal data, physical personal data, for, let's say, reasons that are not fully ethical. So, of course, having specific legal regulatory environment around those things is also a must in order to ensure inclusion and a good use of those technologies.
Muito obrigado, Stefano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stefano. Leticia, for us to wrap up due to the time now, I would like to ask you, based on your perspective, we know that one of the greatest challenges for using these technologies that you presented in some of the cases is scaling it up, making it be used by the professors, by the trainers, okay? What would be a tip that you would give us so that this internalization use and the use of these technologies, what is the suggestions that you have for the TVET organizations? The audio of the translation was a little choppy, so I'm gonna try. So I'm going to speak English. Can you please? So do you have any tips for the TVET organizations so that they can maximize the use of the new technologies that are used and made available for the teachers and trainers? Ma'am, did you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So yes, definitely. Definitely, when we know that a project that you're going to have, a strategy that you're going to have that is going to show positive effects, it's ready to be scaled up, definitively. I And so now we have a platform that we have already identified, and it's giving us the results that we need when it comes to the user's experience. And then we can organize all of the content. We have to design an entire strategy to involve the teachers, to involve the trainers, to convince them that this is useful and it works out. We have to train them. And the teachers have to know that it's not an obligation for them to take part in these capacity building initiatives, that everything is volunteer, and this is going to improve the results. And then we have to select where it is important to use this kind of innovation. It's not that this is for everybody, that all of the courses should have this. We have to know exactly where and how. What is the purpose of using these technologies, okay? And so we have to stabilize or equalize our level of knowledge. And so we have some entering subjects that the students can use it so that they can retain the knowledge, and they have the right to incorporate all of the different subjects, areas, departments of the organization. We have to include the IT department, the innovation department, the teachers, the trainers. We have to promote capacity building at the several schools. We have to convince the schools that this is important. And so then we're going to have everything happening. Everybody's going to be aware of what we are working on. And so they can use the technologies or not. So we need a strategy, a planning to do that. And so this is the appropriate way of ensuring the success of the implementation, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of the panelists here on this panel. It has become very clear to all of us the challenges of digital transformation for the TVET organizations. And my main objective when asking you these questions was to create a connection with the following panel. Everybody knows that SENAI and SESI, they are launching an educational technology center. We have invited many startups to be a part of this, to be present here today. And the following panel is going to debate this. Who develops these technologies? And they're going to be here talking to us. And Paula Souza is going to share her perspectives regarding this process. Dear panelists, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Felipe Morgado, for sharing all of these examples with us. Thank you to all of the participants, okay? We have been seeing things, how this is being developed, other opportunities, so that we can get closer and closer to this discussion. So Mr. Felipe Morgado has already mentioned this. Our next panel is going to discuss digital technologies from the perspective of those who develop it. I would like to invite the Mr. Victor Lohan de Souza Montenegro, the manager of Huawei Ecosystem and Talents. We also have Leo Geimner, the founder and CBO of a School Guardian. Miss Emiliana Lorazon Bianco. She is the Vice Director and Superintendent of the Paula Souza Center from São Paulo. Welcome. And also Mr. Luiz Eduardo Leão, Manager of Educational Technologies from SENAI. And he's also one of our panelists, okay? And virtually we have Milton Larsen Borghese, Director of the Public Sector from Google Cloud for Latin America, and also Ms. Shanta Tutam, Director of Innovation from the Government of Telangana, okay, from India. Welcome to you too. Without further ado, let's pass the floor to Mr. Luiz Eduardo Leão, one of the managers of educational technologies from SENAI. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So briefly, I'm going to describe this myself. I'm wearing a blazer, a jacket. For many, many years now, I had not worn a jacket, but I'm wearing a black jacket, a blue shirt representing the blue skies that we have, and we aim to promote national partnerships, international partnerships, intergalactic partnerships. Why not? Think about that. Maybe SENAI is not going to be the first one to create a training center on the moon. So we are filled up with energy, and in a few seconds we're going to kickstart our Educational Technologies Institute, because we believe that we can transform the vocational education in the world. And we are also sure that it's impossible to do that alone. That's why we have this panel here with super powerful people, Dr. Shanta, Victor from, Milton from Google, because we're gonna need your cooperation, need it to build this future. So I just wanted to pass the floor to Mr. Milton from Google Cloud. And Mr. Milton is going to discuss with us. This panel is going to discuss technologies, okay? As Mr. Felipe mentioned, we need technologies to embed all of this digital transformation, all of these challenges. And Google does not need to be introduced. Google has been revolutionizing the world with its solutions. And Google has a kind of a thought or some thoughts that we want to add to our institute. Google says, take chances, take risks. And this is important when you work with innovation. It's also important to take risks. And when we take risks, we make mistakes. But within this agile environment, it's important to make mistakes but learn quickly. And the concept about thinking 10 times ahead of our time. And this is what we want. Our institute wants to analyze the future of vocational education. And so we saw from the previous panels, we're talking about the green economy, digitization, transformations, new professions, the world of the future, jobs of the future. And this is going to impact educational organizations a lot. And so SENAI and Google have created a partnership, and I dare say that this is an unprecedented partnership in the world. And if I'm wrong, please pull my ears, because it's the first movement of research innovation aimed at vocational training. And Google is a great partner that we have for this future. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Milton Larsen Borghese now. The floor is yours, sir. I thank you. Mr. Luiz Eduardo. I would like to greet Victor, Leo, Dr. Shanta, Professor Emiliana. And I'm a big fan of Professor Emiliana. And so Paula Souza, the Paula Souza Center is also one of my heroes. And so I'm going to try to share my presentation with you, and one of the main topics that I would like to discuss with you guys, okay? is closely related to AI. That nowadays, I believe, it's one of the main fronts when it comes to education. So I'm going to follow my presentation so that we can guide a little bit the beginning of our chat today. Google, obviously, as Mr. Leão mentioned, we are connected to innovation because of the added value that we deliver to people. So thousands of people use Google Maps, thousands of people, well, millions of people use Gmail. And now we are facing not even the next wave, but the current wave, which is AI. And I believe that the greatest work that we have today is how can we associate AI to have effective gains when it comes to education, teaching, learning. So we went through a revolution of personal computers, access to the internet, mobility, and now we have AI. AI is now the greatest change, and it is a huge factor in our daily lives. In the past, we used to find AI algorithms. You would ask them a question, and then you would get a textual answer. And now we are at another level, at a different scenario, and it's not totally open. We have examples. I'm going to show some examples with you of algorithms that you type a context and it prepares an image for you. So this is something that is infinitely more advanced based on the previous models that we used to have. So now the computational power allows you to have another reality when it comes to AI. So here is just a simple example. I want to create a photo of a dog riding a bicycle in Times Square, and the dog is wearing sunglasses and a beach hat. And so based on my text, now we have algorithms that create this image. So from text to an image, okay? And I believe that this is an AI algorithm created by Google that works like this. So based on my text, this algorithm created this image. This dog does not exist. This photo does not exist. It was created based on several pieces of information that were collected by the algorithm, and then it created this dog and this photo. So the power that we have in our hands is humongous, but we also need to have many concerns that are also meaningful regarding the use of this type of technology when it comes to education. Because I have placed some items, okay? So security for the content, plagiarism. How can we ensure that the information is precise, is accurate? How can we work with the issues of privacy? We have biases, because now we have many biases on how our society is very biased. And what can we do? What can we do? What are we able to do to mitigate these issues? Or that there is no discrimination or racism or preconceived ideas regarding these algorithms. And another challenge that we have is a reduction or the decline of critical thinking. My role here is not present AI to you guys as something that is going to solve all of our problems, but to make us reflect upon this, because it's a super valid tool. It's extremely important, but it needs to be dealt with responsibility. handled with responsibility within the innovation process that we aim to have in the educational sector. Inside Google, we have principles to work with AI. So I recommend to all of you who are interested in artificial intelligence, if you are working with companies, with IT companies, so carry out some work, do a study regarding these principles for using algorithms. So here at Google, we have many issues listed, ethics, moral ones, that we work with them or on them in a very precise and focused way. And this topic is very dear to us regarding the potential that this technology has. So it must be beneficial to our entire society. It must be responsible for people. It must be tested. You have to work with security. We maintain high, excellent scientific standards. So there are many, many things behind these algorithms and all of this computational power that we have translated into principles. And these principles, they guide all the work that we do when it comes to this technology. And mainly in the field of education. All of this was mentioned because at this moment, this is very, very important, very relevant, because it's as if now we have in our hands technologies with the necessary power to help us materialize some of our ambitions that we have in the field of education, in the process of teaching and learning. And from my perspective, I believe that this question, it always appears. So based on all of this computational power, everything that is offered and that we can work on in terms of education, how can AI help us out? How can AI help education in an effective way? Vocational education for sure is involved in this. There's no doubt about that. I'm a great advocate of vocational education. I used to study in a technical high school, in a vocational high school. My entire career was based on what I learned during my high school years, and which is the reality of a large population in Brazil. And so vocational and technical education in Brazil has a huge transformational potential in our society. And how wonderful it is for us to go back and having this as a public policy that is totally implemented in Brazil. How can AI help us? And from my perspective, we have two main elements. By boosting our educators' capacity, all of the capacity, knowledge goes to another level, and we are finally capable of delivering personalized education to our students. And so with this computational power that we have nowadays, because in practical terms, it can deliver all of these functionalities. I'm going to share a paper with you done by UNESCO. It was done in 2016, but it is the most current study or paper that we found. And this study, it forecasts that we're going to need at least 69 million new teachers, almost 70 million new teachers up until 2030. This is what's going to happen all over the world. And so the speed in which teachers retire is faster than the number of teachers who are qualified, yes? And this is essential for education. And with responsible work, we're going to be able to mitigate this by using AI. and then we can potentialize their knowledge and all the work of these educators. Enhance the power. And Google has also run a survey, and I believe that this is interesting. Based on the institutions that use our products, globally speaking, what would be the three main challenges that these institutions are finding today? The first one was education and training of teachers and professors regarding the new technologies, and this is happening all the time. We can also improve this by using AI. The second point is the creation of content. So having content that are innovative, that are attractive. This was identified by almost 44% of the organizations. And another challenge is an infrastructure challenge, because this continues. I believe that we need to have constant funding for this. And this goes through technologies, links, equipment, and this continues being essential. And this is a challenge for most of these organizations that answered the survey. And among these challenges, two of them we can help a lot with the appearance of AI, or the improvement of AI. To wrap up, I see this, and this is a clear position that Google has. We believe that the evolution of AI is going to help us a lot to build a better educational sector with higher quality that is more inclusive, and with the potential to transform our societies. And it is totally unprecedented. It is a powerful tool. It has to be seen as a tool. It's not a panacea. It's not going to solve all of the problems that we have. But there is no doubt in my mind that it's a resource that up until recently we didn't have it available to us, and now it is here to help us to promote a massive transformation in our educational sector. These were the main points that I had to share with you, Mr. Luiz Leão. So I would like to pass the floor to the panel once again. Thank you, Mr. Milton. Your discussion is essential for discussing the role of AI for education, and I share the same beliefs that you have. AI is a great partner that we have. We have the challenge of creating this connection and alliance in an ethical way, and we have the technology to do that, to boost our educational our elements, and we need this. And so, Milton, thank you very much, and I have a question for you, okay? I'm going to change the order. I would like to invite Dr. Shanta Totam, because first of all, thank you very much, ma'am. Dr. Shanta is in India, in the state of Telangana. I believe that she's in the city of Talerabat, and she's 8 hours and 30 minutes ahead of us. And so she's talking to us in the evening. Dr. Shanta, welcome, welcome. It's a great joy to have you here. And I would like to share with you guys that when we decided to create our institute, we carried out a huge research to find benchmarks and references in Brazil and around the world to inspire our institute. And T-Hub in India is a benchmark in the world as a hub who is supporting startups. That's why it's a great honor for us to have Dr. Shanta here, and we are very, very interested in signing a partnership with T-Hub, with the innovation scenario of India, to work with Brazil, facing these challenges that we have, the digital transformation, vocational training. Dr. Shanta, the floor is yours. Thank you, ma'am.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Great. So greetings of the day. Good afternoon to everyone, all the esteemed panelists and the audience who are participating in this prestigious summit. In fact, just wanted to, as you mentioned about the innovation ecosystem of Telangana. Again, Telangana is the 29th and the youngest state of India. Yes. So, in youngest state of India, in the last 9.5 years, what we have built is a very progressive innovation ecosystem. In fact, this slide talks about the comprehensive, integrated, a balanced, and a holistic innovation ecosystem, which is covering every need and requirement how an innovation ecosystem should be. And, when we go to the Global Innovation Index, India is standing at the 40th rank. But when it comes to India Innovation Index, Telangana stands second. So, we have the T-Hub and innovation, an incubation center explicitly to scale startups, high-tech startups, and also like emerging technology startups. And education technologies, the edutech sector is also one of the sectors that we are focusing on. We have Telangana State Innovation Cell. Again, we are focusing on innovation in education. How would we ensure good number of innovations are emerging, and at the same time creating the mindsets of school students from very young age, from 6th to 10th grade. And in fact, the innovation in education from Telangana State Innovation Cell is spinned off as the Y-Hub, which is again an innovation center explicitly catering to youth and adolescents. We have incubation centers like BIBB, which is again focusing on fostering the culture of innovation in women entrepreneurs. He works India's largest prototyping center, Research Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. Task, again, working with students very much and ensuring that the students are kind of skilled according to the industry requirement and retained to work within the state. We have emerging technologies wing. So like there are like 10 state-led entities. Having said that, like we have total of 80, innovation and acceleration centers across the 33 districts of Telangana. When it comes to when it comes to Telangana, and especially with integration of technology into the education sector, the priority is given on adoption of technology as well as developing a very thoughtful and ethical, and also I would say the digital, the inclusive digital technology landscape for the education system. Having said that, we have good number of challenges when it comes to adopting the technologies which are emerging in the educational sector. And because if you look at the geographical aspects of Telangana, as I said, we are the youngest state of Telangana, the 29th state. And the government of Telangana, the Department of Education is kind of looking at overall like 26,000 government schools, not only in tier 1 and tier 2, but also in the remotest villages. So anything that is related to adopting to technology and taking those technologies to these remote villages is a challenge for us, for sure. But having said that, we are going with this mindset. Our visionary IT minister, KTR sir, he always emphasizes on ensuring every citizen is the beneficiary of, every household should get water, should get the basic necessities like water, electricity, and also the need of our internet. So we are focusing on taking internet to every household and to the remotest village, the schools, and so that every school, the government school, can leverage the technologies. We can also talk about the demographic challenges. We have almost good number of female teachers who are working in the Department of Education for the schools. Having said that, all of us know the challenges involved with the the digital gender divide too, right? So emphasis should be, a lot of emphasis is given to training the teachers on adopting the technology, how best they could leverage the technology. And again, many good number of apps which are developed by these startups within our state are being embraced by our Department of Education. And these apps are helping our department to assess how the teachers are performing, how the parents are involved in the education ecosystem, and how the students are also leveraging these technologies. So there are challenges, but having said that, we are looking at these challenges as opportunities. Having said that, we are also mastering in class and also remote teaching techniques. So if you look at the education ecosystem in Telangana, as I said, like 26,000 government schools are spread across the 33 districts of Telangana. Having said that, the residential Gurukul teaching schools, again, very much community driven schools. We have almost like close to 1,500 schools across the state. What we have seen is we this is like in class training and residential ecosystem that we have built, and we saw the standards are going high in the last couple of years due to the pandemic. We saw the standards of teaching, and at the same time, the student standards are also kind of dwindling down. So what we did is we have these gurukuls in every almost in every constituency, assembly constituencies, and we are spending rupees 1 lakh per student on an annual basis. And also, as innovation, we are focusing on innovation and teaching the innovation from 6th to 10th grades. But the primary school students are taught on the initial, way of standardizing the learning process. So again, there are programs which are focusing on this aspect too, hand holding the students and standardizing the curriculum so that we are following the national standards also. And for higher, the 6th to 10th grade students, we are ensuring the scientific temper is maintained, and they are participating in the national science fairs like like science fairs, and also like innovation programs like school innovation challenges from very early age. So the mindset is created when it comes to preparing these students for the next set of skill sets that they have to attain, then they have to survive in the industry. And a very important aspect of bringing the technology and adapting the technology into our ecosystem is through TSAT, another very unique initiative of Government of Telangana. We are promoting TSAT, the learning online classes that are taught on TSAT TV channels, wherein the students can turn on and learn and access to the content 24/7, and at the same time, get access to the practice testers, or could be revise the content which are already taught. So the platform is available. And also one other important aspect is we have YouTube channels also by SERT, it's in a council, it's a state council of education and research training. So they also came up with a YouTube channel to focus on teaching these students. It's a kind of integrated school platform that we are kind of promoting very wisely across the government schools of Telangana. But having said that, nowadays, the focus is on building LMS, the learning management and the school management, and the student management tools also. A lot of startups are emerging, and we have seen startups working very closely with not only the budget schools, the private and international schools, but also our government schools, to ensure these platforms are thoroughly used for the betterment of education across the state. Good number of startups are have been emerged in this space, and we are leveraging these technologies. There are some challenges too when we
Hoje também é uma das empresas mais inovadoras do mundo.
This obviously brings the proposal to lead the ICT progress in the entire world. We have many areas in Brazil connected to renewable resources, enterprises, governments, and cloud more recently in the four previous years. And obviously AI, the AI field as well, which is a topic in ascension all around the world that impacts many areas. I will be very brief and skip the business part, but our history starts in 1997. And we contributed to the digitalization of Brazil with 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, 5.5G, 6G. And Huawei studies 6G since 2006. So in 2030, the expectation is that we will have this technology available on the market. And following the principles of having a greener company, we will be decarbonized until 2030. In Brazil, we have many active partnerships in the educational sector. I lead the social responsibility department of the company and the educational department. And I'm very proud to lead this department as a person who had to fight a lot to get to know Brazil. And knowing my history, I came from the countryside of Paraíba, of a city called Campo Grande, a technological pole. When you take a look at some of the university courses that they have. But sadly, this city is not able to keep and maintain these people there. So nowadays we have a very ample and expansive perspective of the country, especially with all these partnerships with many public and private educational institutes in Brazil and abroad. So it's very important to mention some data over these 25 years. We have many research and development programs that were done in partnership with institutions and universities here in Brazil. We have more than 220 active partnerships. And all of this has one objective: to qualify all these students and teachers, and especially thinking about the perspective of a Brazil that is digital. We can't talk about AI and cloud and any other topic if we have a great part of the population that does not have a basic access to what technology is and what digital skills are. So today we have programs focused on social inclusion. When you take a look at Brazil, the Brazil panorama, only 5% of the people with deficiencies are able to complete high school. So we lack people in the market. So there are some mistakes on this theme, because if we have people on the market and they are available, why are they not being absorbed into it? There is no use in talking about the gap of talents that is increasing if we in fact do not have a mapping of what is lacking, where it's lacking, and what the potentials are of each state in the country. Here we have some data. Annually, we are training between 20,000 people in the past few years, this in the last 25 years. And we have programs, Scenes of the Future, that promotes a cultural exchange and a construction of social projects of local impact. The last global project that we supported was a project to help methodologies to solve the scarcity of water in some distant and small communities in the northeast of the country. Today we have many projects in the Amazon itself, and we were one of the first companies to bring connectivity and optic fiber to the Amazon to more than 20 million people. And so we're talking about this fifth industrial revolution, which Huawei is very aligned with. Everything's happening digitally and in an accelerated manner, and we need to, in fact, be engaged every day with this process that is going to bring extreme changes to our society. At the same time that we say that 70 million people, teachers that will be necessary in the future, we know that 60 million jobs will become extinct, and we know that many more than that will be created. So we are dealing with a much more macro perspective. We leave the hard skills and we follow and focus a little bit more on these soft skills when thinking about tomorrow. I tried to be brief to not take up too much time. Thank you very much. Excellent, Victor. Thank you very much. Well, everyone, to continue now the program and the panel, I will call my colleague Emilena Lorenzo Bianco. She is the Superintendent Vice Director of this wonderful institution, Centro Paula Souza, which I am a proud ex-student of. So I'm very happy to have you here, Emilena, and I'm sure that the Centro Paula Souza is one of the greatest references and institutions in Brazil of such inspiring work that is being done by you. And we want to have you as a partner of this new institution. So please, go ahead. Emilena has a presentation, so if you could put it up on the screen. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for SENAI to inviting us in this important seminar in the field of education, a space for us to debate relevant issues such as the digital transformation and in the context of the economical model that we are living in currently. I am a woman, I have brown hair and brown eyes, I'm wearing a white linen shirt and a scarf around my neck. Thank you very much for mentioning the Centro Paulo Souza, which is the institution that I'm very proud of being a part of, and I am the Superintendent Vice Director there currently. For those of you that don't know it, Centro Paulo Souza is part of the government of São Paulo together with the Department of Science and Innovation, and we are responsible for the vocational education of our state with more than 20,000 public servants. 320,000 students, with 240 technical schools, many technology universities with masters and initial training programs. So the Centro Paula Souza is all around our state, and I want to bring a little bit of the perspective of the Centro Paula Souza when we had to think about the process of digital transformation inside our institutions. So I represent our technology and information and communication technology that is going through a change that was even driven by the pandemic, where we had to structure ourselves quickly. But after pandemic in 2020, we perpetuated and started making some decisions. So I'll talk a little bit about our perspective in relation to studies that we carried out about digital transformation, the challenges that we see for our institution, for the reason that we exist, which is education, and the process of going from 2020 to 2024. As soon as I started working, we started working with the AGATE, which is a technology evaluation and consulting institution, and we had access to their databases to understand the use of technology a little bit. Felipe Morgado talked well about this, that the concern about a technical and vocational education institution in relation to the digital transformations is two: of what we will bring in content and courses to qualify professionals for the labor market, and how we as education centers transform digitally to be more attractive to those students. So we took a look at 4 studies, and 4 topics come up as key themes in terms of use of technological innovations globally. I'm bringing a cycle that Gatler elaborated in 2022 about higher education, but it's also reflected in the vocational education. So we have this map, this graph, that shows exactly what the technologies are that are being employed more. And one of these themes is related to the learning environment. In relation to the learning environment, we can see many technologies. I don't know if you can see it on the map. It might be a little bit too small. But we have... How can we read this graph? On the x-axis, we have the duration and the type of maturity of innovation as soon as it's launched on the market. So in the beginning of the graph, we have some insights that are being triggered, and this technological solution gains maturity, it reaches its peak, and it has a drop, maybe because of the underutilization, or maybe it needs a longer time to mature, and then it plateaus where basically many institutions start using this solution, and they end up being consolidated as a technology that is being employed in this segment. So when we take a look at education on a theme of learning environments, we see something emerging like the issue of the metaverse, which was already mentioned by the panelists from panel 4. And we also see the AI issue, which was approached by Milton, and quantum computing, hybrid classrooms, and many other things. In relation to experience and engagement of the student, we also see technologies aimed at immersion environments, hub environments of innovation that work a lot with the experimentation and the development of new solutions being created by the student. We see smart campuses, 5G as well, which Victor talked about, chatbots, and digital authorizations, among others. In relation to the integration and operations, we see technologies that go from integration of frameworks in hybrid models, platforms, and technology services that integrate other technologies quicker. And in business models, we observe technologies aimed towards blockchains and designer thinking, and many other technologies that we study in the Centro Paula Souza, which is information and communication technology, to understand where we would have to invest, which means where are we going with the Centro Paula Souza when we're talking about digital transformation. So other than the studies to understand what is being used by the market, by the technology market, we wanted to understand the moment and the context of the profile of the students. So what have we observed? Today, the students, it's not attractive to the current student anymore to practice the educational model that we have that is traditional. We see that it has been accelerated precociously through the pandemic, and everybody had to move quickly to a remote learning environment. And when it came back, it was very difficult to engage the student in the same traditional teaching, in-person teaching model that we had before the pandemic. So these students nowadays, they demand a certain customization of their education. And we have observed this not only based on the profile of behavior of the student, but by the way that the educational organizations are preparing themselves to expand their offer of education products to the people that need them. So today we see that the students seek more involving experiences. They want to work with a purpose, and this demands an an educational environment that is creative and that promotes a type of spreading of knowledge and content that is differentiated. We see that the schools also have the challenges to offer this environment that stimulates creativity because it demands aspects from infrastructure and from the software field, and also from the professionals themselves, which includes capacity building and so on. It is a challenge for the school to offer a multidisciplinary approach, an expansive approach, and how we can customize this education to this group of students that learn in a different way. And when we take a look from the perspective of the teacher, we also take a look at the inspiration that the teacher needs to pass to the students to have autonomy, to improve and customize their learning, to improve the results, to be able to measure these results, and to make the students work outside of the classroom as well, to make a behavioral shift in this student that was used to receiving their learning only in a classroom environment. And when we're talking about the market, all of these issues made it so that the Paula Souza Center challenged itself to think about the digital transformation in many areas and to add more value to our products, to the services, and to understand how we can better deal and relate to a student and how to better relate with the teacher and instructor and how to improve the capacity building for them. So we created this critical mass inside our technology field to start thinking about the solutions and which solution from those that we were studying we could incorporate in our portfolio. So we defined some strategic objectives, which are from the organization, but also go through our technology department. The first one is that the result that we want to reach in the next 4 years is a beginning of the digital transformation process that we know is of no return, and to innovate the learning teaching process in a continuous way, to adapt our learning environments. This was done in 2021 with a lot of investment of the government into the Paula Souza Center, which was practically more than 150 million reals in buying equipment and making clouds available and improving the connectivity and preparing all the classrooms in the Paula Souza Center for a hybrid teaching environment, so that the teachers could also use and continue to use the digital platforms once the in-person classes were taken up again, to keep the excellence in the professional education, because we want to not only help with the technical and professional education through experimentation, but we also want to help with assessment. How do we assess the learning of these students that are going through a new way of teaching, and to offer new educational products, among other things. So what are we doing in Paula Souza Center based on this perspective? When we take in reference these benchmarks that we've studied, we are thinking about 3 situations or pillars that are important for us to promote this shift of the physical to the virtual environment. The behaviors and habits of the population, because this reflects on the changes that we need to create, because we're talking about services with quality that will be absorbed by the societies, the issue of the culture of the people. I'm talking about the teachers as well, and the administrative staff that manage the school environments, but especially the people that will be qualified by the Paula Souza Center, be they teachers or students, because we have this double necessity.
And all of this thinking about a strategy that is not only carrying out the digital transformation and taking it to the corporate world, but also to bring that into all of our courses. So the strategy is to bring technologies into our courses with the digital skills that are necessary for each profession that we offer nowadays. And we also offer normal courses, regular courses, and also specific courses, and to bring that to inside our organization. Bear in mind that the technologies end up impacting, and since we are a public agency, we know that we need to allow mistakes, but these mistakes have to be corrected immediately, and we're talking about high investments, and so we cannot make mistakes. So we're always trying to be experimenting new solutions, new things, but bearing in mind that we have to be careful so that we're not going to lose great investments. So our education is continuous, and we're only going to be able to do that by hiring many technological solutions. So the digital transformation pillars that we have for this new economy, we have already discussed this a lot. Neo-industrialization and other elements. It is going to connect four structuring pillars, important pillars, via an integrated governance. And this governance is going to be integrated in a systemic way inside all of our network. The connection between us and the market, us and the necessary infrastructure, education, and the technologies and methodologies that we're going to use. So this slide represents all of the conceptual structure on top of which we decide if we're going to acquire a certain solution or not. And we had to structure with our IT department some access that goes to data intelligence so that we can have a volume of information, so we can generate intelligence to make better decisions, to offer a more competitive education, to offer excellence in our management, and to have more adequate learning environments based on the solutions that we are trying to have. Since we are a public agency, how can we do that? We create strategic partnerships. So we have Huawei, Google, SENAI, our strategic partners. And we also have partnerships with huge big techs so that we can promote the digital transformation that we hope to have. So strategic partnerships are in the center of the slide, and that's not by chance, because it interconnects all of these axes, and we try to connect all of these areas. So nowadays we're trying to add all of the practices that we find in work environments, and we have partnerships with corporations. So we have intensified our partnerships, and so we are now analyzing which would be the market players, the companies that we would like to form a partnership with so that we can have more current content, and they're going to be added to our courses or not, but maybe be offered to our students in a complementary way. And so we analyze the work environments, and via these partnerships, we are creating training courses that are faster, that are complementary, and we are also developing new educational products by having active partnerships. The companies, they take part in our curriculum, and they work actively. And we are trying to promote a hybrid educational environment so that we can have many ways of offering education. A face-to-face, online education, asynchronous classes, synchronous classes, having a huge portfolio of courses and knowledge. And so all of this became the greatest challenge for our IT department, and they have to make these decisions. So what are we trying to have inside the Paulo Souza Center? We want to promote creative schools in which we are changing the way that they are creating learning environment. We are substituting the traditional classrooms for more corporate environments. We are establishing and developing our digital platform. We call it the educational marketplace of our center. And so we're going to make available digital products and services to our students that is going to improve the access that they have to content and in knowledge. We also want to invest in adaptive learning, understanding that more and more flexible models are what allows us to personalize or customize our teaching. And we can only customize this by using AI. So we are structuring the courses based on competences, and we're trying to have to do the same thing, and also with resilience, and also using active methodologies. And we're trying to promote the capacity building to our professors and teachers so that they can have a more flexible mindset, okay? So we want a transformation that is going to empower our people, to improve our products and services, to engage students and teachers in their journeys. And this is what we have been trying to develop inside our center to promote digital transformation. Thank you very much, Emiliana. I know that all of you are tired. We apologize for the technical problems. So during a technological panel, nothing better than having technical problems. Now it's almost 1 a.m. in India, so I would like to invite Dr. Shanta. What are your final remarks, ma'am? And please make yourself at home. We only have a few minutes to wrap up. We are wrapping up this panel. But the only question that I have for you, ma'am, is the following. Dr. Shanta, do you notice that there has been a growth of the startups or edtechs in India? Edtechs that are looking for T-Hub to be part of the acceleration programs, using AI in their educational solutions. So, Dr. Shanta, can you talk a little bit about the interest of the edtechs in incorporating these technologies and creating new educational technologies in India, please?
Certainly. So, as I said, we are an emerging innovation ecosystem. Having said that, it's a very comprehensive one, and we have good number of startups which are emerging in the edutech space. Again, these the technologies developed by these startups are being embraced by not only the international and budget schools but also government schools. Uh, Most of these startup technologies are using AI ML. So one of the startups I remember, Ignify, it created this school management system. It's an integrated school management system which ensures it assesses the quality of education and the learning of students by using AI and ML, and it provides even assesses the teachers' capabilities. Where exactly the teachers are lacking when it comes to delivering the subjects and the topics to the students. Very interesting tool, and being employed very widely by many schools across the state. And also, having said that, the need of the hour is using AI for personalized learning also, and ensuring the government schools, as we have 26,000 government schools across the state, adopt these emerging technologies for bettering the education, the quality of education, enhancing the learning process and the school management process. In the innovation aspect also, we do have adult tinkering labs, almost 400 plus tinkering labs across the state. We have good number of innovation related challenges that we are spearheading across the state to create the mindset and to nurture the mindset. And the next set of engineers who will be emerging from our state will be more critical, logical, and also will be using the design thinking aspects, because the quality of education that we are providing and the life skills that we are providing to the students from very early age, all these things are happening not just because of the digital technology landscape that we thought through, but also the adoption of these emerging technologies. So long way to go. As I said, we are the young state, the startup state of India. But we are working very closely. The government of Telangana, the Department of Education, and another important aspect is the inclusivity. How would we make our schools more inclusive? In fact, in one of the districts, we have a special inclusive school for children with who are differently abled. So a lot of focus is given to make the system robust, comprehensive, and very balanced one. Startups are really playing a big role when it comes to enabling and adopting technologies by the schools. Again, the schools which are located in the remotest village of Telangana to the international schools which are located in the tier 1 cities.
Ok, doutora Shanta, muitíssimo obrigado.
Thank you, Dr. Shanta, so much for your participation on our panel. I apologize for the late hour, okay, that we are ending this panel. We are going to get in touch with you later on to strengthen the partnership between Brazil and India. So once again, thank you very much and have a good night's rest. Thank you, ma'am.
Really appreciate this opportunity and have a great one. Thank you.
Ok, obrigado.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pass the floor to Leo. Poor Leo. Leo is very anxious now. Leo, you're going to speak last. Leo is a great entrepreneur. He was born to be an entrepreneur. Leo, please correct me if I'm mistaken. I believe that you have been an entrepreneur for over 20 years. He started as an entrepreneur when he was in primary school in Leo. And it was wonderful for us to invite him because he is well known in the startup world, because he's the founder of the School Guardian, and he's a co-founder. He is super humble, super accessible. He always gives us attention, and so we would like to invite him to be the ambassador of our Innovation Institute. We also created a partnership with the Founder Institute, and it is one of the greatest when it comes to startups. And so we have signed this partnership with them officially. And so, Leo, I'm going to pass the floor to him soon, but on LinkedIn, he tells his story as an entrepreneur, and I read it. And so the pathway, it was not always perfect and beautiful. So he made mistakes, he got things right, he went bankrupt, he reinvented himself. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Luiz Eduardo. Thank you, Milton. Thank you, Dr. Shanta. Thank you, Emiliana. It's a great honor to be with all of you. And Leo left me to speak last, and so it's complicated to speak after everybody. So in order for you to imagine what I'm going to say now, and I'm going to tell you a story. I started in high school. It was not in primary education. So 30 years ago, my grandparents, they spoke with my parents and said, so you're going to use calculators in schools? This is not right. 20 years ago, my parents, they asked me, you're using computers at school? And so my parents were right to be concerned. And me, 2 years ago, speaking to my children, what's up to talk to your teachers? This is not acceptable, not acceptable. And so my children, 20 years from now, they're going to talk to their children. So 2 months that you haven't to talk to your teachers, how are you learning? Learning by writing on a notepad, using AI. AI is answering to you and responding to your questions, telling you what to learn. Thank you so much for lending your imaginations to me. My name is Leo Guimainer. I'm going to describe myself before talking about my curriculum. I have brown skin, I have dark hair, dark beard, and my beard is getting gray. I'm wearing a gray shirt, a blue jacket. And now talking about my story, I started investing or becoming an entrepreneur when I was in high school about 20 years ago. First, I invested in the educational sector. I'm also a professor at University of Technology, and I created an acceleration program, and I coordinated this acceleration program for alumni and for my students. I'm part of a board of directors. I'm part of the board of directors. I'm also a co-director of the Founder Institute, Brazil and Portugal. And as Luis Eduardo said, it's the greatest acceleration program for startups on the planet. We are present in the Silicon Valley, and we are present in hundreds of cities around the world. And I have just co-founded with other people the Inter-American Association of GTECs. And so we are present in 14 countries, not only within Latin America, but also in Portugal, Spain. Now, going back to the story that we imagined today, I read this story in an article written by Dr. Awanani. And I brought this story to you guys because it's connected to the presentations that we had before me. It's nice for us to be able to imagine this. All of us have gone through that, or we are going through that. And also because it has shared one of the most important challenges that we have as entrepreneurs in technology and education, which is how difficult it is to adopt new technologies. Because in my opinion, this is based on the discomfort of changing. Sometimes we are in our comfort zone, and then there is a discomfort that is generated, and this is not always nice. And this discomfort generates an additional problem, which is lack of communication. We have problems that must be solved, and those who are willing to solve the problems. And consequently, this creates a problem in terms of entrepreneurship, and we find this all the time. Many people go bankrupt, they lose their investments, they lose their businesses because there is poor communication. And then we have the inefficiency of the solution because we don't talk to those who are there in other departments. So we are entrepreneurs, but we don't talk to the technicians and vice versa. João Alegria said that we are in a safe place and appropriate space to discuss this, and we're going to share this reality, this sad reality, because we don't talk to one another, we don't understand one another about what the problems truly are and how people deal with these problems, because this is one of the greatest challenges that we have in this universe to produce and create new technologies.
Thank you very much, Leo, for the great presentation. Congratulations. Guys, we went a little bit over time, so I would like to ask Milton the question. So, Milton, if you could be very brief with your answer, but I would like to free up Milton and his time. Milton, I remember that when we started talking about technology and these presentation standards, always had the classroom of the 19th century and the current classroom. The only difference was that it was a color image and a black and white image. So while we reflect on that, I see that the classroom has always been resistant to this type of movement. Or maybe it has postponed this movement to incorporate technology in the classroom. Milton, do you believe that this AI revolution in education will disrupt this resistance? Do you think it's a point of no return? Do you think classroom will continue to resist to this technological progress, this amazing progress that we've had this year and last year and in the recent years? Do you believe that this revolution is here to stay and will in fact show its value, as you so very well put? Will it show the benefit that it can bring to the teaching learning process? Oh, an easy question. No, but I believe that it will. For me, it's a point of no return, even because of the aspect of engagement of the generations. So if this process doesn't happen, the students will learn more outside of the classroom than inside the classroom. So I believe that it's something that needs to be very well thought of and well structured, and it needs to be done with its due discipline. I am a father, and my daughter is finishing high school, excuse me, and I talk to her a lot about the day-to-day activities in the classroom, what you learn and what happens. And the administration, excuse me, the admiration for the teachers is very present. But the great complaint is the method and the methodology that continues being the same methodology that I and my parents learned in. And the challenges of this generation, because everything is quicker and they are much more intelligent than we were. So I think that this movement needs to happen, especially because of the way of engagement and connection that the teachers have with the students. This language of communication needs to be adapted. And if this doesn't happen, we will have always more shocks in relation to this, and the main goal of really learning the content and evolving in an academic sense will be left behind, because more difficulties will be and abysses will be created in this process. So I think that the great energy that we need to invest is in this issue of the educators, the teachers, to understand technology as a great ally and how to work with it. A lot of investment has to be done in the methodologies and ways to bring this and to include this benefit into the environment of the classroom, so that it also does not interrupt the dynamic, but brings a higher engagement. I believe that this is a path of no return, and I think it is a win-win alliance of the teachers and students, and it will be obligated to pass through this process. I don't want to talk too much, but I like to use this example of a teacher that I met 10 years ago. He was actually a teacher from the Center Paula Souza, and he used very basic technological resources to give class. He was a mathematics teacher. I was never a very good math student, and one day I asked him if I could join one of his online classes. And using his resources and using the whiteboard and giving his explanations, I remember that there were almost 1,000 students connected. And the next time I met him, I asked him how many students he taught, and he said, "Oh, well, I teach in São Caetano and at the Centro Paula Souza. I think I have like 400 students." And I said, "Well, you had 1,000 students watching your class." And he said, "Oh, yes, it's because one student tells the other one, and then some people that are not my students enter the room. So when the content is high-quality content and it's being delivered in a way that attracts the students, they take this opportunity and they create a connection with this content. So it's something that we cannot escape, and we need to adopt technology as an ally in this process." Excellent, Milton. Thank you very much for your remarks. It's great to hear of those that represent one of the greatest technological references of the world, and how the technology works with the teaching-learning process. It will help us with this leap that we need to take. So, Milton, feel at home. You can stay with us until the end if you want. If you would like to leave now already, it's also no problem. Let's please have a round of applause for Milton. Thank you. I would like to piggyback on what Milton said, and I will ask Emilena. Milton brought a very interesting point when he was talking about methodologies. And in your presentation, one thing that caught my eye was the equilibrium or balance, because we cannot digitize everything. And you can even ask, why can't we? So you bring these challenges of infrastructure, and when we're talking about vocational education, we need to have a certain balance. So Emiliana, I would like you to comment a little bit about how you talk about this balance and this whole issue of new technologies, if you are taking another look at methodologies in the learning teaching process. Yes, Mr. Leon, that's exactly it. We need to find a balance. And in one of these slides, we see that the hybrid school is that which is able to equate the offer by balance. And there are many branches that you need to take care of. There is the aspect of thinking of how prepared the teacher is to modify his teaching methodology, so you need to build the capacity of this teacher. There is a bias of the professional activity that he will teach to, so you have laboratories that are easier to digitize and ones that are more complicated, depending on the professional field. We have a gap in the market of the companies themselves, where we are not able to digitize the laboratories and produce digital content fast enough. So it's a discussion that is done case by case, but with the instruction, and we are including in the curriculum 20% that will be allowed to be done virtually. It is already a type of balance that is being created. Is this remote learning done in a synchronous way or not? That's another question. So it really depends with the amount of investment that needs to be done to promote the change, the technological solution that needs to be adopted for the practical adoption. And, of course, Paula Souza Center invests a lot in the capacity building of the teachers and instructors. We have a lot of courses, and we bring a lot of partners to train our teachers. Even before we offer this qualification to the students, we first qualify the teachers, and then we evaluate and assess. And this gives us scale. We are all over the state. We have a large regional reach in the state of São Paulo, so we cannot think about isolated cases when we want to promote a change of the course in relation to the methodology and the solution and the partners that we engage with to create this process. We need to always think about the scale, independent of the geography. So everything is a challenge, and everything we have to think of case by case. Excellent, Emiliana. Thank you very much. Can I leave you to the end for the end again? Don't be mad at me, Leo. Vitor, you represent Huawei, a giant in infrastructure and intelligence devices around the world. You gave a very good example when you talked about digital inclusion in the Amazon. We talk about technology, but of course, technology has its challenges, and connectivity is one of these. As you know, the internet is not the only issue. The devices, as Stefano said, about the MetaQuests, it's a high investment, but of course we observe in history that the prices of devices are becoming more and more accessible. But it's expensive to develop a virtual space and environment. It's hours and hours of production of professionals to produce this type of resources, but without a doubt, with time, these resources will be more and more accessible. But to have a more and more immersive experience, we will depend more and more of infrastructure and connectivity. Victor, does Huawei have plans to replicate this Amazon model for the other regions in Brazil, or a partnership with schools to bring more connectivity? Thank you for the question, Leon. We already do this in more than 3,500 schools in the country, schools in remote areas in the country, especially in the north and the northeast. And when we speak of this issue of infrastructure, connectivity, and the connection of the environment with the virtual environment, we can activate this here in Brazil very well with the research and development programs. I'm very proud, as I said before, Of all the years that we've invested more than 80 million reals of Huawei's revenue in Brazil to partners and educational institutions to bring this virtual reality environment with more intensity to remote partners of ours. Today we have a very impressive case, which is in the state of Ceará, where we connected through a partnership that's called Cinturão Digital, many communities using the federal institutions and the federal university and the state university. And even further, we go beyond that. We understood, and I talked about qualification and the formation of people, but it's not enough to train these people and have them graduate from university and think that they will change the world. We made a partnership between a private company and the government agency to try to change this mindset of the public education system, especially of the high school, to train this teacher in this new reality and in technologies so that we can certify this teacher in a global level. He will have a different panorama because we know that the student has the creativity and he wants to invent and learn and create, but the teachers are usually more conservative. So the expectation is that from next year on, in a never-seen-before initiative around the world, we will continue replicating trainings for digital and technological skills for more than 1 million students here in Brazil. And this is all connected to physical structures that can allow this type of experimentation to happen. We know that the sector still has some difficulties in providing this, but we want to be present in the digitalization process in Brazil. Excellent, Victor. Thank you very much. So, everyone, to finish, Leo, we talked a little bit before the panel, and the movement that we are realizing and seeing, which is, I won't say that it's common in startups because I don't have enough knowledge to make this affirmation, but we have this array of technologies available. So there are many startups that are offering their solutions to us, and I see the power that Kaya has in the market. It's almost like the AI gives you can give you the, for example, most important points of a book that you're reading. So it's very difficult nowadays to think about the AI's limitations. So the question is, does the client and the student, do they want this? How does this dialogue of the startups with the clients work? How can we improve this connection? Because many times we focus on the development of technology, and sometimes we even deliver a functionality or an array of functionalities that goes even beyond of the expectations of the client. How do you think, Leo, that we can improve this connection so that we have more assertive solutions and more aligned with the expectations of a client, be it a student or a teacher? It's an excellent question. I think that the first point that I would like to make is that the teams in the schools, the managers and the educators need to try to understand what their students want. I said that we, that are entrepreneurs, need to listen to the clients, and the clients in this situation is the school. So we need to hear of these people, the schools and the students, what would be adequate for them. Of course, that there is not a holistic perspective in this case, but when we investigate in this way, we can try to seek and see solutions. And the edtechs have the capacity and competency to create this raw material that is coming from the teachers, from the educators, and from the management of the schools, and transform it into solutions that are scalable, and the power that this brings is to be economically and financially viable. Of course, using AI technology or technologies that will be used case by case. So when we make this analysis and we create it into a process for a digital transformation, this would be, in my opinion, very rich. if we start to change the culture from the classroom up until the principal's office. I think that this is the path to go. And so, advocating for SENAI, I see that what you're doing here with the institution is to create and provide this environment so that someone who is really in the classroom that says, hey, I have this difficulty, can you help me solve it? You are creating this connection and providing that these solutions leave the paper and the abstract world and are turned into policies and technologies that can be used in Brazil and around the world. Excellent. Thank you very much, Leo. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your patience. So now I would like to conclude panel 5, and I would like to reiterate my invitation that after the last panel, which I will give a spoiler now, Christian will be mad, we're going to talk about the digital technologies in practice. And you are all invited to get to know the institution. We will go there and inaugurate it and put our institution into functioning and making it work because we're very proud of it. And as Leo said, we will analyze the challenges, and it will be a space of open innovation and a space where we seek a lot of collaboration to be able to together face the challenges and transform the education of the country, not only of the vocational education, but primary education as well. Thank you very much, everyone, for your presence, and thank you to all the panelists. Thank you very much, Luiz Eduardo Leão, manager of SENAI, and all the other members of this panel. We are talking a lot about technology here, so before the next panel, I have a message to those of you that are watching us online and to those who are here in person. For those of you in person in our seminar and in our auditorium, behind the tag that you're using, there is a QR code where you can answer a survey that will give you access to the certificate. It's not just any certificate, but a digital blockchain technology certificate to show that you were in fact here. So do not leave the auditorium before you answer the survey on your tag. And to those of you who are watching us online, you have a link to access the survey and to access your certificate that uses blockchain technology. It is right beside the broadcast somewhere on the screen. So now let's begin our last panel of the day. The day passed by very fast, right? Our seminar will finish with panel number 6, where the practices that were presented in the roadshow are going to be shown, and we will learn a little bit more about these projects in a panel called Digital Technologies in Practice. So now I would like to call everyone here that is in the first row here, Barbara von Hunius and Tristan Hanche from Germany, from the Good Evil GmbH. Welcome. Also with us, Olivia Ruiz from the Corporación Formados from Ecuador. Henrique Clementino de Souza from SENAC in the Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Norte. Welcome. Henrique Nogueira from SENAI of the state of São Paulo. Go ahead and have a seat. And we will have the participation of Hugo Nakatani from SENAI Nacional. Welcome, Hugo. Hugo has a crowd cheering for him here. Great. And as well, once again, I would like Diana Cáceres-Ribes to come back on stage. She is the project manager of Latin America from BIBB Germany. I will now pass the floor to her, and she will moderate the panel. Welcome once again. Good afternoon, everyone, once again, to those of you who are present here and those of you who are listening to us online. I am Diana Cáceres-Ribes, the project manager of Latin America for BIBB in here. We will now take back the panel. We started with panel 6, Digital Technologies in Practice. My colleague Luca from BIBB talked about this seminar. We had 4 good practices for digitization in vocational education in Latin America and a good practice of Germany. So these are 5 projects that were already presented in the last 2 hours. But now we want to take this opportunity, since we are all here together with this large group of people, and also the people that are following us online, to present each of these technologies that have been brought to show in the International Road Show. So I would like, by welcoming Olivia Ruiz from Ecuador. She will present to us a platform that's called Connect. After her, we will have the participation of Henrique Clementino de Souza, the representative of SENAI of the city of Natal, and he will present the Super Lab Terra do Sol technology. We also have Henrique Nogueira from Brazil, from Salvador and SENAI. He will show the forklift simulator platform. And finally, we have Ugo Nakatani from SENAI, the National SENAI, and he will present us with the SENAI experience, something that is very interesting. And finally, we will have the project from Germany of Marla, of Barbara and Tristan. And so I will invite you now. Please introduce yourselves quickly and explain what the project does, how it works, and why this project is really innovative. You have to convince the audience why you are here.
So thank you. I would like to pass the floor to Olivia Ruiz now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks to SENAI, to the BIBB. It's a wonderful thing to be here in Brasilia. What a beautiful city. Before I start explaining my platform, I would like to discuss with you guys the Corporación Formados a little bit. It started from a cooperation project between Ecuador and Germany, and we work trying to transform the educational culture in Ecuador. And we believe a lot that education has to be directed towards what the productive sector needs. And so that's what we think about. And so we, in the private sector and the Corporation Formados, we always created this academic supply to promote vocational education, okay? And we always coordinate the programs, talking to the companies. What do you need? Which skills do you need? And then we work with universities and research institutes so that we can improve our academic supply of education. And the platform was created to facilitate these processes. Our students, they have about 2,000 hours of practical training, and they start in the first semester. So for us, it was very, very important to have a tool that would allow us to do all of these connections, the companies, the educational organizations, the coordinators, the teachers, the corporate managers, so that they could create educational possibilities with the students could access the platform. The teachers would be able to upload their scores and grades. And so in the dual training, in vocational training, the dual format, we have it since 2013. And the pandemic was very opportune for us to launch this platform. By doing that, it was possible for all of them to store the information, because in the past they did that on pieces of paper. And so there were many physical subjects. Sometimes they lost the papers, the pieces of paper. So we decided to potentialize or enhance the quality of the education, not only talking about the competences, the skills, but the qualities of the teaching, the learning, and also the tools that would help us to document everything, to promote assessment. And that is why we created Platform Connect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Olivia. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Henrique Nogueira. So how does the forklift simulator work? Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, BIBB. Thank you, SENAI. It's wonderful to be here and have this opportunity to discuss my project. My name is Henrique. I work at SENAI in the state of São Paulo. I work with innovation projects, mainly focused on education and also for our industries. And for those who are listening to us, who can only hear us, I am an olive-skinned man. I have black hair. I'm wearing a black jacket and black trousers, and I'm wearing also a white shirt. Discussing the forklift simulator, before discussing this technically, I have to talk a little bit about our capacity building courses to operate forklifts. This course is offered all over Brazil, practically all over Brazil. And to just give you an idea of the number of people trained, only in the state of São Paulo in 2022, we trained over 10,000 people in this forklift course. And this course is offered in the state of São Paulo, and it lasts 32 hours, that is 4 days. And during these 4 days, we have 2 theoretical days, and then all of the content is shared with the students. The rules, the regulations, the securities, the safety, and 2 days of practical classes. And then they are going to operate the forklift. And during these 2 days, the cost of a forklift is very, very high. So we offer this course in many training centers. And in most of them, we only have 1 forklift because it's so expensive. And in a course that we offer 6 or 12 vacancies for the students, during the practical classes, there is a waiting line for them to be able to operate the forklift. So I have a person who is operating the forklift, and I have between 6 and 10 people waiting. Even though we know that waiting, the student is still observing, listening to the teacher, learning, we could have been using this time in a different way. And then we created the forklift simulator. It is a tool that is aims to help us carry out the practical classes. And so after this introduction, besides complementing the practical classes, it is a tool so that we can reduce the number of accidents, because the simulator is also a tool in which the students, they are using a simulator that was modeled based on reality. If they make a mistake on the simulator, he is hardly going to commit the same mistake in real life, yeah? So it's a win-win situation. And check out the video on the screens. This is the project. How did we develop this project? And what was the great difference regarding this based on other simulators that we have? So we had vast know-how on how to teach these classes. So we carried out a survey with the teachers. So how do you teach the practical classes? And based on that, we created many procedures. Let me share something with you. A teacher, when he's going to teach a technical class, progressively, so turn right, and then turn left, and then move the cargo, And then the entire simulator was created based on games, video games. And then the students, at the end of the entire simulator course and the modules, he would have studied all of the practical classes. So the simulator is not here to substitute a practical class. It's only a tool to complement the practical classes while the students are idle. So the teacher is focusing more on the student that is actually driving the real forklift, and there are students waiting. So this is the overview of our project. Now this video is very interesting. So I have a person, one of the students there is using the forklift, and the other one is using the simulator. That's it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Henrique. Now, let's go to the other Henrique de Souza, from the city of Natal in the state of Rio Grande do Norte. Good afternoon, guys. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you to the BIBB, thank you to SENAI, because this seminar is very important to discuss the vocational education. And this topic is something that we need, and we need to re-analyze our paradigms. My name is Henrique de Souza. I am a teacher at SENAC in Rio Grande do Norte. I work at the business department, and the experience that I'm going to share with you, and my project is being presented at the Road Show, and it's called Super Lab Terra do Sol. Terra do Sol in Portuguese is something like the land of the sun. And this project was executed jointly with some young people, and they were learning, they were having a vocational learning, and SENAC was teaching them. SENAC trains people for our commercial sector and our retail and wholesale sector, and our students were between 18 and 22 years old. 21 students that developed this project, and so they were focusing on the supermarket sector. Some students graduated from this course now in 2023, and what did they develop basically? So a virtual lab using Minecraft. And so inside the Minecraft Educational Edition, they created a supermarket with metrics, guidelines, and rules based on the most contemporary practices that we have in terms of structures, jobs, functions that happen in the supermarket sector. And they wanted to expand this to commercial uses, other commercial uses. So the Minecraft Educational Edition presented a rupturing of this. It was, the paradigm was broken regarding the traditional education, and we are discussing this, and we were trying to align some work that we were doing based on the young people that we have today in the real world. And so the traditional education, the technicalities that we have in our educational sector, and so this should be changed, because the traditional vocational training is not working any longer. And it's not a game that they're going to play. They are going to create a model, a supermarket model, that is going to use the formative marks of SENAC. And the students, they were encouraged. The teacher was the mediator, and they had 56 hours to use the IT lab, and they were divided in groups, and these groups were responsible for creating the supermarket project based on correct and technical premises that were previously studied, and they were created in the Minecraft Educational Edition. Within this sphere, what happened? The project was very challenging for the students because they could not associate the use of a game and the real life scenario. That was a challenge for me as a teacher and also for the engagement of our students. But after 10 hours of activities, they started verifying that they could apply that in real life. And this was contextualized, unique, and encouraging for the students. The construction was highly based on sustainability premises, accessibility, and inclusion. This is what makes the project so unique. And then we created a virtual lab. And this virtual lab aims to make the access available to the world that these students created. So anybody can access this, even if they don't have a physical lab to use this. So via the system, they can use this in terms of the game. And within this possibility, we taught them technical and scientific domain, sustainable attitudes, communication, cooperation, problem solving, and we also taught to them 21st century design education. And based on these pillars and ideas, and using the Microsoft software, and the project was launched. It was a challenging project. It was implemented in 56 hours. And basically, our main goals was to democratize the access so that other organizations can have access to this lab that was created by our students, so that they can practice the operations of a supermarket, and also for them to consider the issues that are extremely related to sustainability. And this was the main focus of the project, and we also considered the inclusion. Social issues, economic issues, cultural issues were also considered to develop the Super Lab project. And that's it. Thank you very much. Translation apologizes, but he was speaking so fast. Thank you, Henrique. Now, before passing the floor to Mr. Hugo Nakatani, I have a remark. We have presented 3 projects, and we have 3 completely different things. We're talking about an online platform, we're talking about a game, we're talking about a simulator. And these are only 3 experiences, great experiences. So we have to consider that, because these are experiences that naturally they aim to strengthen different competences and skills. And they also contribute to achieve the same objective. So we are training our future professionals. So these projects and these initiatives, they aim to achieve the same goals, yes. Hugo, thank you, Ms. Diana. My name is Hugo. I'm an expert here. I work at National SENAI. I'm a man. I have a beard. I wear glasses. And it's a great joy to be here with you so that we can share the SENAI experience with you guys. Before talking about the resources and functionalities, I would like to talk to you about the motivations behind the project. So we have many resources being used by many people inside SENAI, by other organizations. This is important to mention here. And a great difficulty when it comes to our teachers and trainers. How can we make these resources available to all of our teachers? How can they become useful? How can they be used for their learning and teaching process? Within this context is when SENAI Experience were created. We have already used augmented reality, simulators. We have been using several resources, but many times they were isolated experiences. But with SENAI Experience, we are not only creating one solution, We are adding many resources so that our teachers can use it in the classroom in an easy way. And as you can see on the video, SENAI Experience is sharing many resources to develop skills and competences. I know that there are several educational trends happening nowadays, so we have to be prepared by them. And on SENAI Experience, we can incorporate them, share them in a more effective way so that our teachers can use them inside the classroom. So among the resources we have inside SENAI Experience, we have virtual simulators so that many students all over Brazil, they can get to know labs, workshops, and real life job experiences, okay? Other solutions that we have in terms of augmented reality, metaverse, and then we can make the real world virtual so that the students can practice action, reaction. They can get ready for the practical training that they are going to go through, and also augmented reality. So sometimes understanding more complex terms is complicated. And so we have many augmented reality resources here, and we can help them develop these skills. So Diana, just to wrap up, the proposal behind SENAI Experience is to be a technology hub of immersive technologies, and besides being a hub, it should be a focal point or a connection point between students, teachers, companies, hubs, so that they can share more assertiveness and better educational experiences.
Thank you very much, Hugo. That was very interesting. It's very interesting to see how independent technologies are of space and time, and that they give this opportunity to many people all over the world. Well, let's conclude the brief presentations of presentations with Marla from Barbara and Tristan from Germany. The floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tristan Hanschel. I'm a white male with a beard, a brown beard and brown hair and a ponytail. And I would like to start with thanking the BIBB and SENAI for the invite and the very warm welcome here in Brazil. We had a great time so far. Yeah, before I continue, maybe Barbara, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Barbara. I'm a white female with long blonde brownish hair and gray t-shirt and a gray sweater, and I'm a programmer at The Good Evil, the company we work for.
Yes, that's good to mention because I forgot that. At The Good Evil, the company that we both work for, I'm a game and level designer. And yeah, we are here to showcase Mahler, which is Mahler Masters of Malfunction, an award-winning virtual reality education game developed for to train troubleshooting skills for vocational training, yes, for electrical engineers. Through the game, players learn how to maintain and repair an offshore wind turbine. This research project was funded by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and we developed it together with our partners from the TU Berlin and in close cooperation with the Handwerkskammer in Koblenz and Osnabrück, Emsland, Grafschaft, Bentheim. Yes, we also collaborated with one of the biggest German energy providers, RWE, and got a lot of feedback for the game from their experts. Yes, and Mahler was developed as a virtual reality game for the MetaQuest. You can play it on any of the 3 MetaQuests that are out right now, and you can download it right now for free. Yeah, what else is to say? In the game, players are first guided through the process of troubleshooting with an instructor according to the cognitive apprenticeship model, and later on can explore the wind energy turbine by themselves and solve problems in missions. I think what's great about Mahler is that it not only makes something that in the vocational school is oftentimes a theoretical part of the studies into something practical that you can do without having to bring in a product to or without using a lot of resources. Because we developed this for the MetaQuest, it's very mobile, so you can bring it into different classrooms without having to set up a lot of equipment. Because of it's a game and in VR, you are as a player, as a trainee, you are in a safe space. So not only you're free to make mistakes and learn and iterate and explore by yourself without having to endure punishment or bringing yourself into danger. It also helps sparking interest in the fields of renewable energies with trainees. Yeah, did I forget anything? Yes, thank you.
Dankeschön. Muito obrigada.
Dankeschön. Thank you very much, everyone. We don't have a lot of time, unfortunately, but even so, we would like to have a Q&A session so you can ask questions to the participants. I will ask a very specific question for each of the participants so we can have a more general perspective that can at the same time be more specific about the competencies that your technologies promote. I will start with Olivia. You said that the platform of Online Connect is a platform that promotes the cooperation between different actors involved in a dual vocational education in Ecuador. The question is how the vocational schools and chambers and institutions, how can they use this platform? How will they have benefit? How can they get benefits from it? That's the question. Thank you very much, Diana. As I said, when we are working with the current model, there are a lot of actors that are involved. The platform is developed for many levels, from the general manager to the apprentices. So the manager can see the entire country and the careers where the apprentices are studying. It can be at a national level or a municipality level. So it gives access to each of these actors. And all the actors have different interests. For example, we work a lot with the chambers. And that's where we have the connections with the companies that participate in the program. There is a capacity building training to use the platform, and we work with interactive tutorials, with videos, and consultations with our staff to understand how to use the platform, but it's very intuitive. There's not a lot of training needed. There are some key things that some need to know. The chambers, for example, are very interested in seeing the entire companies and what apprentices are involved in what sector of the market, to see if the apprentices are really participating in the courses, if the instructors are making their assessments, and see if there are any updates. And the notifications in the platform is done through email. If the participant isn't using the platform regularly, this email is sent to the university or to the institution, and the coordination chamber will know that this certain student is not watching the courses. So the company has a time to register their learning plan. They can plan all the activities that the student will see, and it needs to be a very well-planned system to know that the student will go through the course and will learn exactly what is needed and what is being put forth on the platform. This platform gives space for planning and for assessment, and also for working with the qualifications and the communication that is done through the institutions and companies. It can select the apprentices. There is a choice that the companies can make where they choose the apprentices. They can filter the students. by information. The companies can call the students for interviews. They can send the information directly to the educational institutions, and an assessment is done to see if all the checklist is being followed. The platform is a space where the institutions of education and the companies are integrated, where the companies can see what the apprentices are learning and they can learn together, and where they can see the performance of the student and to make decisions to work with a student that is having bad grades. So this is something that can make it so that the student takes a look at his whole process in a more organized manner. And he can himself see how he is being assessed. The companies can see who is making the assessment and what students are being assessed, and all the competencies that are necessary from all the levels of operation to accessibility are being evaluated. And with those grades, he can see his process. The instructor can enter the platform and see how the performance of the students are. So it's really a platform that helps us a lot with many processes. And it deals especially with the interaction of all of these different actors. Beforehand, this platform was very bureaucratic, very based on signatures, and a lot of time was lost in these processes. So it was very useful to have a platform to help follow up on this organizational aspect. And for companies to see the entire performance of these students, this platform is something that is helping a lot, and the platform helps us as well to show the final considerations and tests and the certifications of the students, and it's a very rigorous process because the companies are the ones that create these tests. So the evaluation committees are part of a process that is very executive, and the platform gives us this control of the certifications that are being made available and delivered to the participants. I believe that that's everything. I hope that I have answered all your questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Livia. Yes, exactly. That was a great question, because I think that you, as a teacher and a university professor, made a lecture about the dual system in Germany. So I think this combination of the elements that we have in Ecuador, but also in other parts of the world, was very present. Now I would like to talk about the project from Hugo and SENAI Experience. Hugo, you said, and you talked about the platform, that there are a lot of options for interaction. A lot of interactive opportunities so that the young people can have a much more dynamic learning process that's much more exciting for them. So a question would be, how is this platform, how does it allow that the didactic material will be aligned with the speed and the style of learning that the student has? How can the students use this platform with its resources that they have? Great question, Diane. I think it's very relevant when we're talking about education. I always say that technology itself does not cause impact. So in service of the development of competencies, it's very important to keep in mind that SENAI Experience is a hub, a platform. There are a myriad of things that we can do to develop competencies. And as you said, people learn in a different way, and young people have different styles of learning. There is a fact as well that we have older people that are going through retraining. So we need to have a mix of different resources. So the platform of SENAI Experience offers according to the competency that I want to work on, be it electrical connections or any other aspect, or something that can be chosen by the teacher so that a student can use a personalized learning process for the competency that was chosen by him. So if he wants to develop a competency, he's going to make a simulation available depending on the necessity of the student, or a augmented reality, or if there is some leveling that needs to be done, this can be done in a virtual environment to understand how this will be applied in real life. So the platform is trying to give munition to the teachers so that they have more choices and adapt their strategies to develop the competencies of the students in a more effective manner. Thank you very much, Hugo. Let's continue with the next question, which is related to inclusion. Today and in other events, we always say that we want to have a more inclusive system that is more flexible and sustainable. Especially the technology that you talked about, Henrique, about the Super Lab. As we've understood it, you had these criteria as basic criteria for the development of this technology. Can you tell us about how this app promotes inclusion and sustainability? Well, Diana, it's a very good question, because inclusion really needs to be taken into consideration in the development of any educational project, especially an educational project aimed at vocational education, which is what we are debating today. When the proposal of Superlab Terra do Sol was created and elaborated by the students, one of the things that was talked about a lot was inclusion and sustainability. Inclusion needs to be something that you think about when you're creating a business model where you're working on the sphere of qualification, which is something that is worked in the pedagogical model of SENAI, of an education for work, where the work is done by people and for people. And the development of this project, these students, which are very young students and have a very eminent social concern, brought this as a necessity and a thought-provoking comment, so that the project is developed based on the inclusion premises. And these inclusion premises, as we bring them here, and if we say, oh, but what were the contributions in the development of this project? We contemplate everything that is related to the inclusion sphere when we're talking about people with disabilities, and the issues related to a supermarket that is actually a project of a supermarket that is duly with these signals, and for people that have visual disabilities or physical disabilities, and a project that was also developed with AI, even using ChatGPT to think about situations where you could think about solutions for people with hearing problems, and the people that have visual disabilities, and to create spaces of living that is based on integration and the respect and the inclusion of these people. So this was very important when we were talking about inclusion. When we think about these points, it highlights the issue that I need to think about not only parking spots that were thought of for people with disabilities or people from the autistic spectrum, but it's also something that we need to think about the internal structure of the supermarket, and to bring citizenship into a project that, even though it was a virtual and augmented reality project, because it's inside Minecraft Educational Edition, there is a philosophy that the young person needs to think about this for his own formation and education, and he needs to take this to his professional practice that he already works with. And another important point, which is a key point of the project, is the idealization and the conception of structures based on sustainability, because they are points that are related to the reduction of energy consumption and structures that are more efficient in an energy aspect, especially when we're talking about natural lighting, to think about the reutilization of water in the supermarket structure, and especially the generation of energy with renewable resources, especially solar energy. This is something the project also includes. So the issues related to inclusion and sustainability were very important points when we were developing the project, and this made a difference in our creation of this project, and this was made evident in the game. These are some highlights that I would like to talk about that were relevant in the project. Thank you very much, Henrique. Now we have a last question. I would like to ask Henrique and our colleagues from Germany, Barbara and Tristan. We know that when we carry out a project, that not everything works well. We have problems, challenges. I would like to know, Henrique, in relation to the forklift simulator, what challenge did you have in the development of this simulation, and how did you face this challenge? Thank you very much, Diana. I like to say that innovation projects are a good innovation project is always hand in hand with great challenges, and the forklift project was one that brought us many challenges that we were able to overcome slowly. But there were some technical challenges that we were not expecting. That is not worth for me to mention, but it had to do with the acceleration of innovation as we were developing the project. The first version of the forklift simulator was made to work with the Oculus. And when we started the development, we saw that each 4 months a new hardware or a new Oculus was launched with a leap in technology that was very large. And when you analyzed the technical analysis, it's worth it to take a look at this large leap that even with this small time, it's not worth it to start a new development for this new hardware that was created. So this was a challenge that was not mapped. And I think in the next few years, with the advance of technologies, this will be something that will be always more common in innovation projects. Another problem, if we leave the technical area a little bit, was the challenge of the introduction of technological barriers in a course that for years was carried out without any use of technology. The forklift course did not use any technological tool outside the forklift itself. So the introduction of the simulation and the software in the course in an environment where the teacher and instructor was for years and years carrying out the course in a certain way. This was also a great challenge for us. How do we introduce this digitization technology inside an environment or an ecosystem that was operating in the same way for years? So I think these were two of the great challenges that we faced that I thought was worth mentioning it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henrique, for sharing your experience. Sometimes they are only internal experiences, but lessons learned are always good because we learn from that as well. Now, I would like to pass the floor to our German colleagues, okay, to listen to you guys. Which challenges did you face, okay? Barbara and Tristan from Marla. What can you tell us, please?
Yeah, so in development, and especially game development, there's always a lot of issues you encounter, and there's problems while developing, and it's especially hard in VR because the bugs that are in the game are not visually pleasing. I fell from the wind energy plant so often, like right into the ocean, and it's good that I'm not motion sickness prone, so I was fine, but that's always hard in VR. And also we had a lot of different contributors on the project. We had the energy company, we had the university, we had the chambers, so it was hard to get everyone's vision into the project, into the final game. But I think it worked very well, and actually one of my favorite experiences of the project was we got to go to the wind energy plant, the offshore wind energy plant. We couldn't go on it because you can't without the training that's needed, but we could see it and it's really impressive. And then, so we did that at the beginning of the game development process, and it was really nice to see. And then at the end of the process, we visited the plant again, and the people working there could try the project. And it was really nice to see on the one side, the people that normally also don't go onto the plants, they just work in the harbor, in the main office. They got to experience this for the first time, so that was really nice to see. And also the people who work on the plants, they tried it and they were really amazed how close to reality it looked like. They just had some minor adjustments, notes. They were saying it's too clean, we always have to wipe away oil. Or and that place, there's where the coffee machine is. Where's the coffee machine? So we weren't finished yet, so we managed to get an oil leak into the game and we put the coffee machine there. So that was really nice to get all the different perspectives and then put them into the final game.
Yeah, I think the oil leak and the coffee machine are great examples for how even the smallest things can help with immersion. I think other than that, I just can maybe add to that and build onto what Henrike said, that virtual reality, it's not a young field, it's been around since the 90s, but it just keeps accelerating. We get new technology kind of every year. The MetaQuest 3 just launched, so it's hard to keep up, definitely, but also at the same time a field where there haven't been so many different, let's speak in terms of design, different methodologies developed or design guidelines. So you kind of have to do everything from scratch. Of course, there are some resources out there, but it's very different if you look at other technologies. And you kind of have to experiment a lot and be open to new ideas, especially, for example, in the realm or in the area of locomotion and virtual reality. Barbara also already mentioned motion sickness. There are a lot of different ideas going around that and different solutions, and it's, I think, very important to find one that works best for your specific project and for your specific target group.
Obrigada,
Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you to all of you. We have only a short period of time now. And to wrap up this panel, I would like to invite to say a sentence, pardon me, to say a sentence. And I did not create this sentence. So the representatives from the project, I would like you to complete this sentence. My app or my project is successful when ... when we can democratize the access to inclusive technologies for all. My app is successful whenever it is used as a complement to what we already have nowadays. My project is successful once it tries to promote technological innovation with inclusion and innovation, and to promote an equitable access to education that is also fair. My platform is successful every time the education is promoted by the academia and the corporations together.
Successful if it's developed and designed with the focus on the players or the users, when it's tailored to the needs and realities of the targeted educational institution, and when all team members, all experts and stakeholders working on the project collaborate closely and pursue the same goals.
Muito obrigada novamente.
Thank you very much once again. I hope that you have enjoyed this panel. I hope that all of you here and those who are watching us online, I hope you have enjoyed this panel. And naturally, I hope that this is a motivation or an encouragement so that we can dive in together into this digital world. Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Diana. Thank you to the other panelists. I would like to enjoy this final comment. My life, my work is successful when or whenever. Take this to your homes. Dankeschön. Thank you. Gracias. Obrigada. Go back to your seats. It was wonderful to watch this panel. That was so provocative and wonderful. So we're almost reaching the end, but it's still not the end. Please continue watching us online if you're here face to face. Before leaving the auditorium, please remember to return your translation devices and then you can give them back to the receptionist, okay? Now, I would like to call onto the stage once again Mr. Felipe Morgado. He's going to introduce to us the new SESI SENAI Institute for Educational Technologies. Felipe Morgado is also the coordinator of this meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have discussed a lot of things throughout the day. We talked about the SESI SENAI Institute for Educational Technologies. We have Winsley here by my side. He is the head of the primary education here at SENAI. But first, I would like to play a video, and then I have an invitation to all of the stakeholders involved in this ecosystem. What is your expectation for the future? SESI and SENAI, for many, many years, they have played an essential role when it comes to competitiveness in the Brazilian industry. We are pioneers in establishing foundations for a new education that is going to help the neo-industrialization of our country. That's why we decided to create the SESI SENAI Institute for Educational Technologies. To meet the future work and labor demands, it's essential to develop new skills. Building these new skills requires innovative, modern, and efficient education that is also accessible, immersive, and transformative. So we place ourselves as a cooperation environment with a clear purpose of boosting innovation in our educational sector. And in order to do that, we believe that open innovation is the key to achieve these goals. Here we're going to connect challenges, ideas, investments, knowledge from many sectors aiming at achieving the same purpose. Our institute is a partner of startups that developed solutions boosting this movement in Brazil. We support since the beginning of new businesses to its growth, consolidation, and scaling up of those who already have the potential to work with our partners and network. And these are challenges that are many challenges. We need to innovate the classrooms, the schools, and all of this to deliver highly qualified people to our industry. These challenges, they become business opportunities and growth. So the Institute aims to develop technologies, the promotion of connections, and the dissemination of innovation and education culture, disseminating this revolution. Our main focus is disseminating new technologies and methodologies, and we also offer innovative pedagogical platforms, interactive platforms, and many others. We cooperate to promote a sustainable future, and education is essential in this process. Innovating in education is going to increase access, but it's also become more job opportunities and advances in our industry. This innovation environment in Brazil, integrated to the SESI SENAI network, allows us to develop new ideas and businesses. Our programs supply resources so that we can make projects come true, generating transformation impacts. We have many alternatives, many projects. So if you are facing challenges and you want to be part of the growth, join us. The SENAI Institute for Educational Technologies not only contributes to the future, but it plays an essential role in the present. SESI and SENAI, the education for the future of the labor market. So I believe that the video said a lot. I'm going to pass the floor to Wesley, and he's going to share with us the SESI's perspective. Thank you, Felipe, for this opportunity. Congratulations for the outstanding seminar. I apologize for not having been able to be here since the beginning. We're going through a new management process now, and we are implementing the SENAI Institute. So SESI's participation via the Institute is that we are the largest private network in Brazil. We have schools in every single capital in Brazil, and also in 353 municipalities. We have over 350,000 students every year, and we have over 11,000 students. We're kind of like a lab, and we want to become a lighthouse and a reference for the public sector. The public sector cannot miss out or skip a single day trying to overcome the problems brought by the pandemic. And so we're not only training our students at the right age, we have the best technologies, the best methodology to train those that couldn't have their rights respected, that they couldn't be educated at the right age. So she is the godmother of our teaching. Professor Sueli is here. Thank you so much for your hard work. Yesterday, Mr. Felipe, we attended an event in which 25 Brazilian states acknowledged the innovative methodology that SES is using jointly with SENAI, because this is an educational program and an employability program. And we are sharing this all over Brazil. And we recognize all of the education acquired throughout life. Technologies such as this, in terms of curriculum and other technologies that ensure education, they're going to be developed at the SENAI Institute. SENAI has vast experience when it comes to innovation, and SESI has requested SENAI to share some technologies with them that we have to develop together for our primary educations. And we have to do research and do experiments to see if these technologies truly ensure education. We have two technologies that are being developed with AI in our books and materials. One of them is using AI to debureaucratize the teacher's work and to make this process more agile and faster. For example, creating class plans or class plans and the pedagogical materials of the SESI and the national curriculum. And this gives our professors vast experience, many elements, educational elements that are developed by SESI, tested by SESI, and AI can give all back to the teacher. This is going to be available to the SESI network from next year on. So we have a partnership with Google so that we can develop educational solutions. To sum up, what we have in the SENAI Institute for Primary Education is that we're going to develop technologies that are going to deliver not only to SESI, but to the entire educational system in Brazil, opportunities of learning. And we also have a national teacher training center. So it's useless to have technologies if we don't have manpower or to do that. And we're also focused on promoting the continuous capacity building of our teachers. And we are going to multiply this. But after this event, I would like to invite you to pay a visit to the SENAI Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isley. So this is our great challenge. It is a hub of open innovation for education, where we invite all the actors, not only SESI and SENAI and EdTechs and the companies, but all of the players and researchers, so that we can together expand and stimulate innovation for education. And important actors are with us since the beginning. I want to thank Google. As Winsley said, we are investing a lot for the research and development. We're not only talking about the implementation of the Google tools, but the innovation of, or the creation of new innovations, especially with the use of AI. Other than that, AWS from Amazon, which you will see, and you will already have seen many of their technologies like Alexa and their entire cloud system, and the technologies that are free for the partners of the institution. Huawei as well, which is here being represented by Victor, and the entire technology of the computers and the technological infrastructure, not for the infrastructure of the buildings, but for the use of the projects and the edtechs, so that they might use them and simulate them and to go through a trial and error process. And of course, international companies are not the only ones. We need to stimulate Brazilian studies like TOTS, which is a great partner of ours in this process. It's a partner that's inviting us to go there to participate in a cocktail. And TOTUS is investing in the institute, especially about the innovations towards aimed at education. So these are the companies that want to invest in a research and innovation project aimed at education. I think this is very important. This will only be done with partnerships with the edtechs and the startups that are working together. I think Leo made it very clear here. And that's why we are going through all this effort, because we hope, and I was talking with Mr. Leão earlier, who is the technology manager of SENAI Internacional. We have a lot of technology that is still based on content. When we need to develop competencies using AI, we are still identifying the items to see if you have been able to go through with the process, but we are only evaluating knowledge. We need to go beyond that and evaluate competencies. I think this is a great challenge in our institution, and SESI and SENAI will be a type of lab, a large lab that I believe will be something that many companies can count on, and we believe in the global potential as well. That's why you've seen international speakers that is even out of the ordinary for events here in Brazil. But this was done on purpose, because we are opening the doors of SESI and SENAI and of this institution and the tech companies in Brazil, so that we might develop solutions for education around the world. So I would like to invite all of you to get to know and to participate in the closing cocktail, which I believe will be the next thing that will be talked about now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the launch of the institution. We are almost over. I would like to ask for your patience for some final quick remarks. For those of you who have been watching us on YouTube, in the description of the broadcast, in the link below me, you will be able to click on a link and access the survey and the participation certification that uses blockchain technology. This is for those of you who are here online. For those of you who are here in person, I would like to remind you that behind your tag, you can get the QR code and go through the survey and also get the certification. And another message don't forget to give back your interpretation device at the reception right outside of the auditorium. I'm Alexandre Lexigo. Thank you very much for the invitation of SENAI and the Fundação Marinho for being here. And I would also ask for a round of applause for the entire production staff and the people backstage and the interpreters from languages and the Brazilian language, sign language, who made this event happen. And that's it. SENAI, Canal Futura, and BIBB would like to thank everyone for their presence. We hope to see you soon. See you next time. The broadcast is over.